kingdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness, then you will know say you're blessed. But your sins you must first confess, and seek your repentance next. I are overall.
Yeah, yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, all praise due to you alone. Yeah, yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, all praise due to you alone.
Yasha, ya arm my name. Yeah, above all me clear. Over the word money and fear. Bag of money, car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most high name. No stokes, no shame. Yahusha the sun and above all, yeah, me proclaim.
Yeah, yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah, all praise due to you alone. Yeah, yeah, it's calling you back home. Yeah,
All praise to the Most High, yeah. Praise, yeah. Everything you allow, only cause of your will. His will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, yeah, your will be done. Thank you for life. Thank you for eyes. Thank you for sight. Yeah. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it mean me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it get me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Me satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let the great satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let the greed. Thank you cause me don't put money first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you found flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you found flesh from the dirt. Overall me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give. Where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let the great satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let the greed. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, mean to make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let the greed satisfied with where you give.
Cause where you give,
where you give,
cause where you give,
satisfied.
Blessings,
What you say?
are just blessings.
Okay.
Blessings,
Yes, yeah.
are mere blessings. Blessings,
Over and
are
over
just
again.
blessings.
I just
Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, are mere blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, are mere blessings. Even when I'm stressing, I bear blessings. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I bear blessings. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I bear blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I bear blessings.
from have mouth for talk, that a blessing. I'm have foot for walk, another blessing. Me me outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessing. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me.
Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I bear blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I bear blessings.
Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be
A blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I bear blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I bear blessings.
That's the chauffeur. Hasharam Tazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'ah, Yahaya, Rakah, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No and not have other gods before me. La'ah, Thayasha, Lakah, Pasah, Wala'ah, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'ah, Thalaqah, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabal, Avakah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'ata, Latazak, know and not thou murder. La'ata, Kanab, know and not thou adultery. La'ata, Ganab, know and not thou steal. La'ata, Anashikar, know and not thou testify falsely. La'ata, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. Know and not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah. Amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
Hasharam Tazama.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. And everything
Hasharam Tazama. The Ten Commandments.
Romans 11:5. That's what we was talking about, that remnant.
Praise Yah! Praise Yah!
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah!
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect y'all's house.
Hey, my eyes so. Hey, my eyes so. Toraba, ya. Toraba, ya. Praise Yah!
Praise Yah.
Shalom!
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise y'all.
stage. There I go. Oh, see, look, I'm little and down in the corner on the vertical. That's why I said I don't even know how it's gonna look. All right, so I'm little. Look, I can be cut off, so I gotta make sure. And then I gotta turn off because I can hear both out my ears, which is crazy. So let me make myself more centered. All right, okay. So, oh man, I'm all big on the screen on the vertical. Now y'all know I don't like to be big on the screen. Oh man, I'm really big on the screen on the vertical. Hold on, let me get my life together. All right, let me add the link so my brothers and sisters can join me on the screen, so I ain't looking all crazy big on the screen. I don't even like that. All right, sorry guys, I gotta get my new life, new growth together. I'm looking kind of nuts on the screen. All right, so. Give me a second. I'll get myself together. Let me present, invite guests, copy, then copy, go to the post, Control V, enter. All right, so now my brothers and sisters are joining me on the screen. So in the vertical format, I see, I can see it. I'm all big on the screen. Hold on, let me take my head out so I don't look too crazy. Sorry, guys, I was really rushing because at the last minute, the Most High gave me something to bring tonight, and I had to make a brand new everything. That's why I was playing so many of Yasha's songs and trying to buy some time for me to get ready. It's crazy. So but I'm sure you're gonna enjoy the info, but I had to make it right before this study. So the last hour I've been sitting here and yep, it exported too. That's good. So hold on, let me let my brother in the screen in so I can be smaller. There we go. Now I'm a little smaller on the shorts. We sharing the screen. So okay, they got it centered. I wonder how it's gonna look when I add like the video, add play a video thing. I'll see. All right, so anyway, the what you're gonna so we're still doing the thumbnail, right? But what you're gonna see tonight, yeah, crazy. And the Most High gave it to me like after I had already had all the lesson done and everything together, and I came in here and he was like, you about to show this and break this down. I'm like, what? So I've been trying to put it together. It's crazy work. But when y'all see it, it's actually okay. So you know how even in this series, sorry guys, I'm trying to get my life together. You know how in this series where hold on, let me tie this back. Let me tie some of this back behind my head. All right. You know how in the series we are we explain like the tribe of Dan with the Greeks and the Hellenists because we're doing the Christianity series, right? Sorry guys, I'm trying to get my life together. Y'all give me 1 second, right? Tie this back behind my head. All right, there you go. That's a little better. All right, so you know how oh, I'm gonna put that back when I got this shirt on. I want y'all's name to show. All right, good. Elder's here. Let me add Elder on the stage. There we go. All right. So you know how we during the series, as we explain the Hellenists and the Greeks, and tonight we're gonna go in to Helen going into Egypt, going into right. We're gonna get some of it. First tonight we was gonna go all the way into Rome. Maybe I don't think we would have made it all the way to America, but but the Most High said, I got something else. Now, the next thing that I'm gonna show tonight, yeah, the Dana Yah. Oh, she said hello, Dana Yah. Shalom, Dana Yah. All right. I was like, yeah, the Dananaeans, the Dana Yahs, the tribe of Dan, right? Shout out to Dana Yah, he's not the tribe of Dan. But so now the interesting thing is hold on, let me add the elder. There you go. Elder's in 2 places. All right, so let me move this one from the stage. No, I don't want to. Can I remove that one from the stage? Let me do it. See, there you go. Now he's in one. There you go. I got you, Elder. All right, so Now, the interesting thing, and it's interesting because as we teach the word, as we teach what the Most High has us to bring out, you know how people in the world, like they like to y'all not the people of the book, and y'all can't prove that y'all the Hebrews or the that y'all descend from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They talk about the so-called Black Americans, right? And then you got people, even Christians, right, black and all that, who are so against so-called blacks being the people of the book of the children of Israel of the Bible, right? They're really against that, which that's a spirit. Because I'm like, well, I don't know if you are, if you're not. It is what it is. If your spirit's telling you are, then go be righteous and right and do you, right? But they're so against it that they'll promote that those people over there in the land now. It's crazy what y'all about to find out tonight. I got some receipts. So I know if Sister Hayazak comes in tonight, I know she's going to enjoy. I know a lot of y'all going to enjoy stuff like this, but it's some crazy receipts. But listen, so they're easy to be like, well, they're the people right now. Genetically, honestly, it's impossible for that group of people over there to be the actual people who were in Egypt enslaved in the hot sun, right? Because physiologically, that that's a misnomer. It can't exist. They couldn't because they were right now within in the land what they're occupying. That's the number one cancer rate. It has the number one cancer rate. That's why they wear all the black and the big hats. They wear all that to shield themselves from the sun, right? So anyway, so actually physiologically, it's impossible for them to actually have been in Egypt, all right, for 270 years in slavery. Okay? Impossibility in the hot sun. And that sun is hotter 2,000 years ago than it was now over there in the Levant or Northeast Africa, Egypt, right? So anyway, but you got these people that'll be like, well, they are the people. Y'all, they just don't want us to be the people. So it is what it is. And that's actually written in prophecy, right? What I'm about to show, which I didn't know was going to come out, which ties into the series. So we're going to open up still with the series, but I'm not going to go as far as I thought I was going to come out tonight because this was about to come out. We actually now have more literal proof that the tribe of Dan came over here to America, as well as the Canaanites. Now, for some, they understand the genealogy and they know and say that a lot of those, not all, a lot of those nation group of people over there in that land that say they are the tribe of Judah and are not, but are of the synagogue of Hasatan. Y'all know who I'm talking about, right? A lot of them say that they actually are Canaanite. Now, it's crazy work. Now, tonight we're gonna show actual physical archaeological proof of Canaanites coming to America, and they called them the Indians. Literal architectural, pottery, skeletal, all proof, literally in America's soil, that the Canaanites came and that the indigenous, what they call Native Americans and the Mongoloid, listen, were actually Israelite. Now, we've been saying in this study and on this channel how the indigenous Native Americans, right, are actually from Israelite origin, right? And then the Mongoloid ones mixed in with them. Now, the Canaanite group of people are a mixed group of people. All right. Just like the tribe of Dan and Esau mixing their seed. Now, as we taught in this series and in this channel for years and years, that what they would call the native Indians here the original indigenous ones, they're actually tribe of Dan. I taught that. I know you got those other foolish camps saying they're the tribe. You know, that 12 tribe foolish chart, that's a lie from the lake of fire, right? They be like, they're Reuben and it. That's Dan. We actually have proof tonight. Now, it's good because it goes into our bag, our arsenal of defense, of defending the things that we know, some of us know in spirit, in Raya. The holy manuscript, the Safara Yad that they call the Bible, it actually says that the Holy Spirit, the Raya Kaya Kadash, would bring all things to remembrance, right? But the Most High will leave receipts and breadcrumbs. And the Most High is bringing all of this fruit and evidence to light. Okay? Now, it's crazy what y'all about. When you see it tonight, you're going to be like, okay, good. Hayazak is here and everybody's here, especially those who like what you go. I'm kind of blown away. And y'all said do it now, tonight. So the reason why I was so late and playing all the music at the beginning, shout out to Yasha for that good music, is that I had to make this video. I had to make it for us. All right, so we're gonna open up, and shout out to Brother Jerry. We're gonna open up, and we're going to start where we at in the series. I'm gonna do the thumbnail, and guess what else this ties into? Remember the last live with Kanye West? They shadow banned the mess out of that, right? It barely made 400 views already, right? They don't like us, right? But anyway, remember that one with the black dude who's saying he's a convertite to Judaism, and he got the big hat on, and Hakyama had put the name of the hat in there. It's called a Shem something. Shemkaya or Shemji, whatever it is, she'll put it again, right? That big fur hat, and one I said cost $10,000 to $30,000, $50,000. Guess what we got? This is crazy. I taught a lot of y'all what that was. I already knew from years ago from doing the study, right? That's those Ashkenazi convertites. That's their thing. We about to find out where that come from. And guess where it come from? Canaanite. All right. Now, for those who understand what that culture, nation of people really worship, their Babylonian Talmud comes from Canaan. That's Akkadian. Amorite. Yes, Amorite and Akkadian is where Babylon come from. All right. And the Amorites are the Canaanites that the Most High said don't mix up. Okay, we going there. We got some stuff. Oh, we got some stuff tonight. We got some stuff, and a lot of you are going to be really thankful for it. You know why? Shout out to Ralph, man. Shout out to Ralph over on Facebook, Ralph and Hope, man. Right? A lot of you are going to be thankful because you've heard these talking points, right? You've heard people say that, the native and the, whatever, the so-called blacks here and the indigenous, where there is, but to this, we got archaeological proof. I'm like, all right, now I don't really need it because I have what they call the Holy Spirit, right? So the Holy Spirit, the Most High tells me what to receive, not receive, what to ingest, what to spit out, what stuff that I picked up along the journey to empty my wineskin, right? So I don't really rely on doctrine of men. I don't really rely on men teacher. I don't really rely on that. I rely on the Most High. And that's why my job is to teach y'all to have that same kind of relationship with the Most High, that he will tell you what to receive and what not to receive. Because everything that, yeah and no, Roberta, only because a lot of people who do the indigenous thing, they replace the Israelite thing, right? That's why I don't really follow all these people channels, right? It's all good for more, and people have an agenda, right? So, like Dane Calloway and them, they'd say America is Egypt, and America is and then so they'll replace slavery. Right? We are just the Indians, right? That's basically you're saying you're Canaanite. See, that's the real understanding. But anyway, so No, it's not good for these. Honestly, it's really not good for these other channels. You know why? Because they don't take it and really digest the get to the root, the foundation. They take it and take the content and mix it into their narrative, right? Of what they want, because that's the thing that they're pushing. And a lot of them got stuff to sell, right? It's for monetary gain. All right. No disrespect to nobody, but y'all know I'm a man of spirit and in truth. All right. So no, and that's why I'm glad the Most High didn't even name this lesson that. Because what's coming out tonight is under the cloak of this tonight's lesson was the origin of Christianity, white supremacy. That's gonna come out too. But if I would have named it the thing about the indigenous, then those type of people would have grabbed that content and used it for their right for their agenda. Nah. Sorry, I'm not with none of that. Right? I'm not with replacing a lot of that. They do replacement theology. They do replacement historical. I don't replace others. You understand? If I'm not trying to replace the native indigenous saying, but they'll try to say that there is no blacks came to America by slave ships, right? No slavery, no nothing, right? All right. All right. So, right. So, and that's with all of them and, a lot of them. So anyway, all right. So praise y'all. All right. Let's continue. Now, all right. No, this is good for us. It's good for the remnant. That's a better way to say that, Hayazak. It ain't good for him or nobody else. It's good for the righteous remnant who's going to receive and understand that where that adds to our understanding as we grow and the Most High reveals and uncovers more ancient truths and facts. You understand? All right. So shout out to Zadayak. Shout out to everybody. All right. Oh, Zadayak. Shalom, King. Miss you. Oh wow, I'm glad I caught that chat. Shalom Zadayak. May the Most High cover and bless you all. I wonder if you're here in Florida yet. Tonight we're going to Florida because guess where the natives came to? Florida don't take an L, but Florida gets Florida gets an L tonight. It's not really an L, but they came to Florida first. The tribe of Dan and what you call the indigenous natives. See, but that's my point. These other channels say that we were born here. That's wrong. Not live from the leg of fire. We weren't born here. Not just the Seminoles, others too. It's different one. Tonight you're gonna learn you're gonna learn another tribe, listen clearly, who is extinct. You're gonna see some Seminole stuff too, but you're gonna learn a tribe who they extincted. The Europeans, they wiped them. And they try to wipe them from history. Oh, but you about to see them tonight, and you about to find out who they were. You about to find out the tribe of Dan. You about to find out the Canaanite link, and that's why they say the Hebrew Israelites are the Canaanite Shemitic all right. And the Most High said, "Do not mix," and we became one with Canaanite. Then you're also going to find out the Paleo Hebrew, the Canaanite Hebrew. Where I keep telling y'all. I'm going to show y'all where I keep saying that and it's O and I. I'm like, that ain't Hebrew. That's Canaanite. Guess what we about to see? It's so crazy. And I'm about to show you an ancient stone here in America. And they got the Paleo Canaanite Hebrew script. All right, let's go. This is going to be crazy. Thank you, Father. All right, for your election and teaching. Now, let me close. Let me make sure my thing exported. It looks like it did. Let me go to my file. I gotta go to file tonight 3. I made a new folder last time, and it should be called. Where is it? It should be called. I don't see it. Update. I don't see it. There it go. Praise Most High. All right, let me play it. Make sure it plays. If it plays, we got. Oh, I gotta get my headphones. Where's my headphones? If it plays, we got action, Houston. Where's my headphones? No, it's Russian. I don't even see. Where's my doggone head? Oh, there they go, right there. All right, and then I gotta figure out a way to stop this double playback because I keep hearing 2. I can hear the YouTube short and the. Oh no, I don't hear 2. Oh, that's good. All right, so go ahead. Would you want to say something? Somebody want to say something?
Yes, please. Zazaya has a praise report.
Okay, go ahead. What's the praise report? We praise y'all for
Zazaya
praise reports.
says,
Go ahead.
I'm glad to inform you, family, that my sister Yala has been released from the hospital. Praise Yah for her recovery. Praise Yah for your prayers for her. One love always.
Praise the Most High. Yalla Yah. We pray the Most High covering blessing over you and your future recovery for your mental, physical, and spiritual health. Zazaya, I guess our prayers went through. I guess I guess they worked, right? But again, the battle still continues in the spirit. So most of y'all don't know the fullness. I was gonna reveal it to the ministry in the Tuesday. I just never got around to it, right? And maybe Zazie can reveal it one day in this folder. She'll do a better job than me. But it was a very strong attack against our sister to the point where she was hospitalized for a long time, and they thought she might not never come out. But praise Yah, Zazie said she's come out, and we got to continue to battle and fight and cover her in spirit and in truth. Good job, Zazaya. Good job, daughter. Yeah. Shout out to Canada in the building. All right. All right. So let me pull this. Let me pull the video. So I got that set when we ready to show the video. All right. There you go. It worked. So now let me close my Premiere Pro program. Thank you, Hakiyama. Right, save, yes. Thank you, Yah, for allowing Premiere Pro to work. Let me close Media Encoder. Close. All right. Now I got that set. I got all the windows set. All right. I got some of that set. All right. So let me just do this. Okay. Let me go here. Then I can come back to y'all over here and go to StreamYard. And now we're going to see what this looks like when I share screen. I want to see what that looks like. Share screen, window, bang, share. Let me see. It's Friday night. Just got paid. Dan. Cold as crap. I know the rest of the country's Friday night. Dan. Cold as crap. So y'all need to sit down, get your snacks and popcorn, get your snacks. Okay, so on the y'all see? Oh, I don't know who's on the shorts. So on the short, we at the bottom. Look at us. and then this thing is at the top. So the video is that's okay. So they'll be able to see the fullness of the video and can still see us at the bottom. You just can't see the elder because the chat is covering him. I might take the on-screen chat down because it's covering the elder, right? But okay, so that's very interesting. I get to see how it looks on the YouTube's short live stream. All right. I just hope, Uncle, it's not showing right on the TV screen. Yeah, because you're on the short, so you have to go to. All right, so I knew this was going to be a problem for most. So all right, so let me cover that. Let me take the chat off the screen. Some said it's covering us. Okay. All right. So now this is okay. So I think when you go to our YouTube page, it's two different live streams because I seen it said two different premieres, right? So one is our regular screen that'll work on your big screen TV, and the other one is like a YouTube short vertical feed. If you clicked on one and it's a vertical feed, yeah, I know. I can't take it away off one and not the other. If you click on one, next time I won't do it. Because next time I'll go back to the regular. I just wanted to see because it was a way I could turn it off. It's a new thing YouTube trying to do, and they're trying to have two live streams. But I know some of us who watch it on the regular widescreen TV thing, if you pick the wrong one, it's going to be a YouTube short screen on your TV. So you got to go and open up the other live stream. There's two of them. One is, so if you see on my page, it had two premieres. So I don't know, it should have told you a YouTube live stream premiere and then the regular screen. So if it doesn't look the way you like it on your TV, right? then go to the other live stream and it should show up regular for you. Okay? Sorry that that's confusing. I probably won't do it again because I don't want to confuse, you know. I knew that this was going to be a mess. But when YouTube try out new stuff, sometimes it's a mess before they figure out how to make it work for everybody, right? So, all right. So hopefully that'll help some of y'all. All right. She said, I thought there were two different live feeds. Uh-huh. All right. Yeah, it's two different ones. So one is a short vertical, 9 by 16, like a TikTok type of vertical. And then the other is the regular one. So if you, there you go. Sister Smurry said, I have the good one now. There you go. So it works. Shmara, sorry. Sister Shmara. So if you don't like, if you're in a vertical looking like you're in a TikTok type of one, then close out that one, go back to the live and pick the other one, and you'll be on your regular one, regularly scheduled. Okay? Yasha said I had to, I figured that. So they made instead of them making the regular one, the first one, they probably made the YouTube vertical one, the first one to click on. So click on the second premiere. And I think that's all right. And but those, some of y'all might like it because you're just looking on your phone. I don't know if y'all like that, the way it looks. It's like Zayana apparently likes it, right? Some others might. But anyway, all right. So now for those, and then Hakyama, if you see someone later that comes into the live stream and they complain like, why does it look like that? Tell them to, let me know so we can instruct them to go pick the other premiere, the other live streams. Two of them playing. All right. I'm going to have to leave the chat off the screen because on the short one, they say it's covering everything, I guess. I don't know. They saying they don't. All right. So if I put it on, let me put it back on the screen. So they're saying that it's covering for those who is on the, look, Tama Yaz. All right. So everybody's liking the new one. All right. Who watch? Yeah, that's what I thought. The regular one is still better on the phone, to be honest, too. That's what I thought. I would think the regular one's going to be better, period, because it used to work on your phone. All right. And now they trying a new thing. Okay. So, mine is too small, makes my eyes jump. All right. So, okay. Yeah, the old school one I think is better, honestly. All right. But, teachers. But what they say is that this is supposed to, for people who scroll through YouTube shorts, right? It'll see a live stream on their YouTube short feed because you got people who just scroll YouTube shorts and they saying that should help people find your channel. I don't know how much that's going to work, but anyway, I just figured, okay, they rolled it out. They said I could turn it off. I really didn't figure out how to turn it off, but at least I know I could turn it off. So next time I'll probably turn it off. So, and I'm hoping they download both of mine. That's what's going to make me upset. If when I finish, I don't have my regular wide version that I can save. All right. All right. So, okay. So on the other live, the regular chat is covering you guys at the bottom. Yeah, nah, it's just, you can't fix it. It's just, right. I would have to take it off. And if I take it off, then I take it off on, is it covering me?
No, it's
Zayana.
not covering you.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, it's just covering Elder. That's what I said. All right. All right. So anyway, let's continue. Let's get started. All right. I know. Let TikTok be TikTok. Right? Everybody just doing too much. Exactly. So I'm going to turn it off next time. Right? We don't care. The shadow banning us anyway. All right. So let's get started. All right. So first of all, let me take this off for a second, right? Because I want to be able to see. So this is the thumbnail, right? And we're going to get to that, right? We got to do the thumbnail first. So the title is Was the Origin of Christianity White Supremacy? Is it Stolen Culture, right? This is part of our series. So we're going to go into it, but it's crazy that we're going to divert a little and show y'all this video, which is going to expose, because guess what it goes back to? So in the video, I don't want to give a spoiler alert, which y'all going to see. It actually talks about the god Poseidon. It literally about the Canaanites, which was the indigenous Native American. You're going to see Israelites came to America, and the thing you're going to see is it was the god of a marine kingdom god, Poseidon, right? And that's where we get maritime law in America and all of the courts and everything. You'll see. All right. So, and then I said, this ties in because it went to the Hellenist gods, the Greek gods, Poseidon, and the marine kingdom. Watch this. It's crazy what y'all about to see tonight. Y'all go, it's going to be some head blown emoji. And it also ties in, here we go, to the Titanic. Everyone, the Titanic ship that sunk was named after the Titans. It was supposed to be a dummy ship. What do you call that when you make a clone ship? For the original one was the Olympian. I'm gonna show y'all on the screen. So a replica, yes. The Titanic comes from Titan, and it was a replica ship of the Olympia. So when they sunk the not a display, replica. When they sunk the Titanic, that was on purpose, but the original one was the Olympia, and I'm gonna show you both of the ships. And J.P. Morgan Chase owned it. It's all coming out. This crazy work was coming out tonight. All right, now let's get started here first, right? Because you're going to understand it ties into the marine kingdom. It ties into the Greco-Roman Hellenist deities, these fallen angel gods, right? Titans and all that, right? Some of y'all say, all right, now let's go. Enough of right? All right. So is Christianity, the reason why this is titled White Supremacy is because when we get through the series, you're going to understand that it was promoting, that's why the Messiah, which actually existed, whether you want to think he was the only Ya'ad, begotten son of the Most High, or this, what they called this man, Jesus, this person actually existed through all cultures. He was a physical person on earth that existed, whether you want to believe he had a special anointing or not, right? This person existed. Now, this Romans and the Hellenists, well, it was the Romans who actually made him white. Okay, they and made this name Jesus, right, which was actually a play of Zeus, right? Zeus, right, from the Greeks, Izeus, I-E-U-S, right? They made him white, in the so-called white, in the white image. And that's where the supremacy come from. Because if it wasn't based on a nation or a racial thing, then they could have left him his original nationality, okay? Which was melanated, right? Now, so and they made this deity the supreme deity of all the world. And they went around the world establishing this supremacy. So right there off the rip, yes, because the followers of the way, the original Hebrews, which the Messiah, Yahya, which they renamed Jesus, he was never a Christian, ever. So the Romans created this religion, they named it Christianity, hijacked the culture of the original Tamadayan Hadalayas, the followers of the way, and they made that supreme around the whole world. Right? Okay. Yeah, they killed me that he was a myth, that people made him up when he actually walked. Physical people, they have physical proof that this physical man was here. And the Romans physically killed him, right? You tell that to, right? It's just ridiculous, but whatever, right? Now, some of the, we'll get through that, where all of these, now it's a myth that he was born on December 25th. Yeah, that's a myth. That's a lie from the lake of fire, okay? And all these other things that they attribute to him. Oh yeah, those are all myths. But those are myths rooted in fallen angel gods. All right. Now, so that right there is why the title, is it white supremacy? Yes, it is. It would be black supremacy if there was a white person in history, in culture, and he had an identity, a culture, a language. He had a history that he lived, and black people, right, in Africa or wherever, took this white person's history, right? Let's say Donald, no, not use him. Let's say Biden, right? And we take Biden, he got his history, and black people in Africa, they take Biden's culture, whatever. Let's say Biden was I gotta think of somebody who, what's these? I'm trying. I can only think of negative, like Charles Manson, or like when I'm trying to think of Jim Jones. I'm trying to think of a white person who started a culture, but it was kind of positive. I can't really. No disrespect to my righteous white brothers and sisters. I'm just saying, y'all gotta find. Yeah, you can't use Julius. See, everything is dark. I'm trying to use something. Just give me somebody that was actually some righteous culture that they, right? But anyway, so let me just do it so y'all can understand. It's like, yeah, let me use somebody that they really promote. Because Julius Caesar, who's a great white hope, you know. She's Aleister Crowley. No, I'm trying to use somebody positive, guys. Right? Ooh, give me a great white hope, you know, somebody that they, right? And y'all would say Jesus, right? See, that's what I meant. But Jesus wasn't white. I'm sorry, right? Okay, Martin Luther, but they're gonna think of Martin Luther King, right? That was a good one though, Sister Hayazaki, to use Martin Luther. Let's do somebody else. I want to use the orange dude, right? So let me just use the orange dude. I just don't want to say his name. All right, so let's do the orange dude, right? Because a lot of the right wing, they making him like, right, supreme. Right? Hey, Kirk. There we go. That's it. Tommy, y'all said, do not say Kirk. All right, so let me use the orange dude, right? No, Josephus wasn't actually, Josephus was, I don't think Josephus was white. Josephus he was actually from the tribe of Judah. He was a sellout. Now they repainted him as like they did the Jacobites. But anyway, let me stay focused. We're gonna use the orange dude, right? So now I know the orange dude, but they still making him God. That don't matter. I'm talking about what the people is. He got a mass group of people that sees him as a, you know, righteous, a deity. So anyway, so it's like, let's say, yeah, Josephus definitely was black. Let's say he was a sellout. He's right. So let's say if the black Americans took the orange dude's legacy, right? 2 times president, whatever it else. He built all these buildings, whatever it is, right? Whether it's good or dark. And people in Africa took the orange dude's legacy and wrote and said and made him black and named his name. Instead of his name being Donald, his name was Shibuki Yaki, right? Hobigoki, right? Hobokoku. Let me just, Hobokoku. Hobokoku. Right, Hobokoku. And these Africans took his, what's the name? Took all of his accomplishments, all of his good or bad, all of his stuff, and they named him Hobokoku. Yeah, Oral Roberts would have been a good one, right? And they took, now we know the orange dude is a white man with orange hair, right? We know how he looked with his suit. We know his dance, right? I forgot, I can't do his dance, right? We know his dance. We know how he sound. And they took his image in Africa and made him a black dude with an afro, Hobokoku, or with locks or something, right? And took him and just painted him black and took all of it, changed his name to Hobokuku from the orange dude, from Donald, and took all that and then repainted their likeness, their image, and made him the deity that, and then spread it across the world and made everybody worship this deity. And so all the people on the earth and the people of the black people said that this, and they said that this was God. Let me explain, because this is what they did with the Messiah, with Yahya, the Hebrew from the tribe of Judah. He never said he was the Most High, the Father. He never said he was the creator of all things. They actually made him God, the Most High. Took his, all stuff he said. They don't care what he said. They made another deity out of him, and his name was Hobakuku. But those, you went in your history and you looked and you said, hold up, this Hobakuku is actually, his name is originally Donald, right? The orange dude. And this is a white dude. And he did this and he did that. So who is this Hobakuku? And everybody in the world say, well, all I knew is Hobakuku, and Hobakuku is I'm glad I said Hobakuku, because you cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Anybody who still believe in this roots, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, but I was duped too. And I know I've been going hard against Christianity. I'm not saying that you don't have to believe the Safariyah, the Bible. Now that Bible word comes from the Greek. Now when you find out who termed it, these people were they were following the Canaanites, smashing and sacrificing babies and booty duties and all this, right? So they titled it from the Phoenicians, which followed the Canaanites. Listen clearly. It's going to tie in a second when we show the Canaan. Oh my goodness, it's going to tie up. Now, these people called it the Byblos, from Byblos, Phoenician city-state of Byblos, with the papyrus scripts that they got the script. That's who civilized the Hellenes, the Philae people, who were the Demoi people, who after they Greek, what they call Greek, the Hellen, the Phoenoi Dark Ages, from the Mycenaeans and the Minoans, the Phoenicians came and brought them out of the Dark Age, and that's where they got their alphabet after Linear B. They got their script. Do you understand? They got their Linear B. So these people created a god, a deity named Helens, an ancestor created them up, and they follow these Olympian. These are all fallen angels. These are all Acadian, Amorite, Hittite, fallen angel gods. All these Zeus and all of these. So they just named this. Now, they name our Bible the Safariyah. The Hebrews, it's not called a Bible. It's called Safar. Safariyah, not Sifa. Again, that's another fallen angel dude taking our identity, making millions, and got black people so happy. I got my Sifa. You do got a Sifa. You ain't got a Safariyah. You got a book full of Canaanite lingo. Talking about that oki oki yaku ya uya ya oi oshi oshi yahi oshi, all that's Canaanite. You're gonna see it's so crazy because I'm gonna show you the receipts in America. It's written in stones and it's crazy work. But anyway, I'm all over the place. Hold on. Let me make sure my level is not too crazy either. All right. My level. Oh, good. My level is okay. All right. So now. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place because it's coming right off the head. Yeah, Pigeon. The little boy last name Pigeon. Y'all sitting there running around following somebody after pigeons. And then like that Hebrew Israelite woman Deborah told me y'all could eat pigeons. I guess she told me y'all could eat the seafood dude or something, right? So anyway, shout out to so anyway, so the Safariyah, that's what the Hebrew book is called. Manuscripts, the scriptures, not no Biblos, right? So that's where you get Biblia, and then in the English Bible. But anyway, you just gotta learn, study yourself approved, because the whole thing is a hijack. That's why I titled the video, "Is it stolen culture?" It's all stolen culture. It's not their culture. The Safariyah, Habariah is the name of Hebrews. They became Hebrews when they became Canaanite. The Afro-Asiatic, Shemitic, Canaanite group of languages, Paleo. They were Habariah people from Habariah, our great-great-grandfather, what they call now Eber. They were talking about Ivrit and Oirit and all this. Habariah is his name. That's Eber. Abraham's grandfather or whatever, great-grandfather or whatever. All right? So, the Habariah people, okay? Now, Their culture, language, and identity, it's the Safariyah. The Safa is what they call their manuscript, their scriptures, their holy writings that they got from their Aliyah, not Elohim. Sorry, not sorry. Y'all learn that later. Who El is, the God El. Y'all crazy. Y'all, somebody done bumped out. Boy, we done really bumped our head. We've been really boo-boo the food. We've been really diddy. We've been spiritually diddied with no baby oil. And with the Greeks spiritually diddied us with no olive oil. Sorry, not sorry. Truth to power. For those who you want to stay in diddy, then stay diddy. I'm a man of truth. I'm going to give me the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I sit down. I got time today for the truth. This I got time today. It's all cold outside where I'm going. You'd be better off in the house anyway. Sit down, let me get me some snacks. Tell me to show me. Show me what you work or show me the money. Right? All right? Yeah, we've been diddy duped. Spiritually diddied, all of us. Yeah, I was too. Right? Then you got people want to stay in the diddy. They want to keep the pause. They want to keep the little dildo in the back. I'm good. You spiritually diddy me. I'm good. You won't diddy me no more. Okay? All right, so that'll come out in the series because we got to go there because you're going to find out where the Romans put all these gods in there. Who El is, who Yahweh is, who the Lord is. You're going to see, you're going to be like, oh my goodness, this is insanity. But anyway, we never said no Elohim. That ain't Habarayah. The Alayah. So anyway, let's continue. I don't want to get too far ahead and confuse y'all, some of the newer people who find, right? Now, so it's a stolen culture. The Hellenists, who the Romans called Greek later, a byword, they were never Habariyah people, Hebrews. That's not their text, that's not their culture, it wasn't their manuscripts, it wasn't their books. The Hellenists grabbed all books from every culture of every civilization or uncivilization, everything, because they wanted a conglomeration, because they follow the gods of knowledge, gnosis, right? They follow the god of right? So consumers, knowledge of the tree of good and evil. So they just wanted everybody's. So they grabbed the Habariyah scripts. They went, enslaved them, diddied them like they did everyone else under the god Helen. These were the Hellenists. They went around the world spreading hell. Do you understand? And they conquered everybody. Okay? Now, I'll probably go into a little of them doing Egypt, and then we'll go into, right? Because I need to do the title. We're going to go into our series, and then I'm going to come out, and we're going to show what's happening, the revelation that the Most High brought us out for tonight, right? So anyway, they went in, and they conquered everybody, right? With their little kilts, and they did it, and physical diddy. That's part of serving their gods. Their gods are the gods of male, like Zeus is what did they call Zeus? What was that? They called him the champion of male love. That's the name of their gods, right? Dionysus, Zeus, Bacchus, Pan, Hermaphrodite, Hermes. Remember, we showed it. Hermes smashed Dionysus. Dionysus smashed Zeus, smashed everybody. They just was diddy smashing and bashing. Now that's their gods, right? The Hellenists, what the Romans called the Greeks. And the Greeks followed. So the Greeks turned Zeus to Jupiter. They turned this one to that one. They turned, right? Greetings, Yah. Greetings, daughter of Yah. Welcome back, daughter of Yah. Praise the Most High for your healing and recovery, right? So now, and we showed it during this series. Y'all gotta go back to the series. We put all the receipts, everything on screen, right? So these are their gods, right? And the Romans followed them. So all you got to do is do a very basic research of the Roman pantheon of gods and the Greek pantheon of gods to let you know. So if the Hebrew, what quote unquote God, whether you call them Yah or they want to say Yahweh or Elohim, whatever, that ain't the Romans' God. And that ain't the Greeks, Hellenist God. So how did they get to write? Listen clearly. How did they get to take someone else's culture, write put it in their language, translate it, and then denote what's going to go in this this other people culture's book. What goes in, what gets taken out, change the dates and time. Put this deity said his birthday was January 25th of December 25th, when it was never December 25th. That's another mystery cult, fallen angel day of worship, and right again. So it's stolen culture. But you got the people in the world today, they don't care. It takes a little, that right there is just the most common basic sense that you can have. Like, this is not their culture. So how could the enslavers, how could these people who are actually polytheistic, serving deity gods, like, it'd be different if I could give it a benefit of doubt, if they actually, the culture, right, from the ancient Romans and the Greco-Roman culture, right, and the Hellenes, if they served gods, right, I don't care if it's polytheistic, but the gods were like righteous, right, help the poor, right, take care of the youth, provide, right, then I can see a little bit of like, okay, right, you want to follow that, right, they took the books. But when you find out what they actually served, what gods they believed in, there's Zeus and Venus and Jupiter and all this, and what they were about, then that's the most unrighteous thing in the world. So how could those unrighteous, unclean civilization or not nation of people write a holy manuscript? That don't make no sense. And then make into some council of Thessalonica or Nicaea and stuff, sit down with their little mentees, they are the mentors, tormenting the little ones and doing all this stuff, and write, this ain't gonna go in the book. This is what we're gonna make the world believe. That's world culture domination, dark devil ditty combination, domination. This is where the religion came from. You cannot, I'm sorry, black, white, yellow, brown, whatever it is, you cannot make the foundation of what is called Christianity come from anywhere else, because it didn't exist before Antioch. Before the Romans called them this proverb and byword, before they called them this slur, no one was called Christians. There was no such thing. Before the Hellenists, which we're going to get to in 1 second. Yeah, we're going to do that. So we'll do that. That's all right. So now I wanted to know how I was going to do it tonight. So what I'm going to do that. We're going to go into, because last time, yeah, we're going to go into Egypt, right? And then we're going to get to a little bit of Christos. So we can start, because there was no such thing as no Christianity until you get to Christos. Not even Christos, Christos. Right? So we don't get there. That's when later. So that's no such thing. So this is a made up, well, it's not made up. It actually comes from other fallen angel gods. So this religion that people want to be so sold out to, I'm sorry. I need to know a foundation of what I'm following. Okay? I need to find out. All right? I also believe they had their own Messiah, which was also, and that was the reference they put on. No, I'm about to explain it. Hebrew. It wasn't, so they did have, but it wasn't theirs. All right, let me explain. They didn't have this Messiah that they call Christ. It wasn't Christ. Right? It was Christos. We're gonna get there, and it's not theirs. It's actually what's the name? It's Mitzrayim. It's Kemet, and not Persian, Syrian. We're gonna right. So all their gods they just took from somewhere else. So none of that, So even their Zeus, all of this, they come from the Sumerians, the Akkadians, right? Babylonians. So all their deities they took from somewhere else, and they mixed. It's called the mystery cults. You'll see in a second. They mixed them, right? And then they made so they took a Serapis and the bull, and they took this one and made another deity. That's how they made their gods. It's a conglomeration of taking the other gods. Okay? All right, so now let's go. Let's get there. Let's go. Now I know what I'm gonna touch on before we bring out the crazy revelation that y'all gave me tonight. So first thing, let me go here first, right? Let me stop share, right? Stop share, and then share screen, right? Window. Go here first because we showed this before, right? So remember, we've seen this before. This is their pantheon, the Hellenists, right? Started with chaos, right? You see their Titans, you see their Olympians, right? All that, right? These are all this is the family tree of the Hellenist mythology, right? So this is all there, and all these is theirs, but they took them from the other cultures, right? So now let's do this. How I'm gonna do it? Do I show that? All right. Let me so let me put that back on the screen. So because first, okay, so Nate, first thing, let me see where I'm gonna go first. So the last thing we left off, we had the Persians conquered Kemet, ancient Kemet, right? All right, there we go. So now, yeah, that's where we're gonna go. This is perfect because this will tie into what Hebrew Jamaican Coolie. This makes sense. Let me start there, right? We're gonna get to this deity, this Christ, right? So just stick with the thumbnail. So there was the Persian conquest of Kemet was the strongest turning point, right? It was the end of the native ancient Kemet pharaonic rule, and it ushered in a new era of foreign domination. All right, so all right, here we go. Now we going in. Let me stop share that. Let me put this back up. Bang, share screen, because this would be more appropriate. Keep the thumbnail up while I break this down. All right, now so now we did this on the last part, but I'm gonna tie it in because now we had to go we got to go to ancient Kemet, what they call Egypt later, because this is where the Bible was written, the Septuagint, right? This is where Bible was written, not the Sephariyah, right? The actual Biblos, because the Hellenists from the Phoenicians, right? All right, the ancient city. Now, the Cambyses, I know Rohan told his that's a Grecanized, Hellenized name. Rohan on the last time he told his ancient Persian name, right? So Cambyses II, which was the son of Cyrus the Great, and he was the second king of the Achaemenid Persian Empire. Okay, now he defeated the ancient Kemet army at the Battle of Pelusium in 525 BCE. All right. Now, he captured the last native pharaoh, ancient Kemet. His name was Psamtik III, Psamtik III. All right. And it made ancient Kemet an annexation and made him part of the Achaemenid Empire. All right. The Persians were ruling the world at this time. All right. The Persian rule over Egypt was divided into two distinct periods. The first period lasted for about 121 years under the 27th dynasty. That was established by Cambyses II, and it was governed by a province of the Achaemenid Empire. They call it a satrapy, right? I broke that down last time. Y'all got to go to that lesson. I think it's the last one from last Friday, right? And then the ancient Kemites actually gained their independence around 404 BCE to 343 BCE, around the 28th to 29th dynasties, and ancient Kemet got their independence, got their country back for a second, and then they got reconquered by Artaxerxes III, Artaxerxes, and this ended when Alexander the Greek, the Hellenist, came in. Now you got the Hellenes coming in. So you had the Persians, right, which is actually more melanated, right, against ancient Kemet, right, melanated. Now you got Japheth, really, right? Because different Persians. So you got to understand that a lot of these empires are Canaanite. Okay, Canaanite. All right. Now, because Canaanite is mixed. You understand? All right. Now, then that on the 31st dynasty is the second Persian period of ancient Kemet. That lasted for 11 years until Alexander, the Hellenist, came and conquered um, uh, Egyptos from the Persians in 332 BCE. Now, I I broke down that the ancient Egyptians never called themselves, the native inhabitants of the Nile Valley never called themselves Egyptians, right? The name they used for their land was Kemet, meaning the black land. Now, the Hebrew called this land Mitzrayim. Listen clearly. That's a Habariyah Hebrew language term for the land. The Egyptians, the ancient Kemet, never called themselves Egyptians or Mitzrites. The word Matzrayam, in original Habariyah Hebrew tongue, means land of bondage, because the Hebrews would go into bondage to that in that region, land, captivity, house of bondage. So they were never Mitzrayim. I'm giving y'all understanding because most people don't really have the full understanding of where these terms come from. Okay? So now, that's where you get Matzrayim or Mitzrayim from. Okay? Now, but the ancient Kemet never called themselves Mizrites, and they never called themselves Egyptians. All right? Both of those are an exonym, meaning when another people name you something, just like the original followers of the way never called themselves Christians. That's an exonym. Just like the Greeks never called themselves Greeks. That's an exonym. They were Hellenists, Hellenes. The Romans called them Greek as an exonym, a slur. Okay. Now, yes, Ham ain't never have a son named Egypt. Facts. All right. Now, the name that the ancient Kemet people, which descend from Ham, they named their land Kemet, not themselves. Okay, the land was named Kemet, and it meant the black land, the land of the black. Okay, now, they were inhabitants of Kemet. All right? But they were actually Hamitic, children of Ham. All right. Now, the Persians referred to them when they conquered them as the Mudreya. That's Old Persian. Mudreya, which is mud, and Raya, which is the root of the modern Arabic name for Egypt, which is Misra, M-I-S-R, and Rohan. When you go to the ancient, you got to go to the Old Persian, you'll get different variations of it, right? But the word Egyptian is later when the Hellenists derived it from Aegyptos, A-I-G-Y-P-T-O-S or A-E-G-Y-P-T-O-S, right? And then later in English, in the Romans, they became Egyptian, Egypt. All right, so they're all exonyms. This is the land of the blacks, Kemet. All right, now, so the Achaemenid period was known, the ancient Persians had their deities, their gods, right? So, but they didn't force the ancient Kemets, they call them Mudrais, to serve their Persian gods. They actually allowed them to keep worshiping their gods under the Egypt now is under the Achaemenid kingdom. And Darius I, he supported Egyptian religious institutions. He actually constructed more of ancient Kemet's gods, that they followed Thor and Thoth, not Thor, Thoth and the Anunnaki, the fallen angel gods, right? And Cambyses is the first one who conquered. He destroyed. He knocked a lot of them down. He was worse. But Darius the first, he actually was more lenient. He restored a lot of the temples, right? And they call these mystery cults. cults. This is where you get the word cult from, and the practice of cults. These religions were called mystery cults. That's going to be very key because this is what the Romans followed and the Hellenists, the Greeks, followed. Mystery cults. All right? Y'all listen clearly. Now, under Darius the First, he funded the restoring of some of the ancient Kemet temples to their gods, right? And he continued the patronage of their priesthoods, right? So the original religion of the Achaemenid period from the Persians, they followed Zoroastrianism, all right? And they had a supreme deity named Ahura Mazda. Where you get the Mazda car, you know, your Mazdas? Yeah, right? So everything in America be named after all these fallen angel gods because the English language is a conglomeration. It's a language of curses and spells. That's why you don't understand whenever we speak a language of curses and spells, praise the Most High for grace and mercy. You understand? So everything in the English language is coming from all the fallen angel gods, from all the cultures. I'm talking about Persian, Babylonian, Sumerian, Akkadian, Ugaritic, all of it. Canaanite, the whole tongue is all marine kingdom. It's all curses and spells. And I think next Friday, I'm going to do that lesson. I think it's better to do it on a Friday. All right? It's so in depth. I was going to do it this week, but I'm glad I didn't. Because it's going to take me 30 hours of work to put it together. All right? I'm going to do the curses and spells language lesson. All right. Now, so that's where you get the Mazda car, right? I used to have a Mazda. I had a couple of Mazdas. Mazdas is dope cars, right? Now, the Persian, when they conquered ancient Kemet, their supreme deity was Ahura Mazda, and their religion was Zoroastrianism, all right? But the Persian officials and their army, when they was in ancient Kemet, they practiced their own religion, right? Now, and they didn't impose the Zoroastrianism on Kemet's, the populace. So but then over time, because you have these different temples, you get a merge of the Persian gods and culture and ancient Kemet gods and culture. Okay? This is how you start to get these merges of deities. Okay? Now, the Persians introduced Persian cultural elements into ancient Kemet, right? But like their military, and they made that their language to be spoken for military and administrative purposes. But they let the ancient come on, Jake Breeden. They left the ancient Kemet culture, let it remain dominant. Okay. The language of the Achaemenid period is Aramaic. It was the lingua franca of the time. Lingua franca means the most common language of a period, of a time. So there was a time that Hellenes, what you call Greek, was the lingua franca of that period. It's the conquering empire that's conquering the world. They make everyone speak their language. Today, the lingua franca of the world today is what, guys? English. English is the lingua franca of the whole world now, right? So no matter what other language you speak, that will be a secondary. You should be able, if you can speak English, you speak in a lingua franca, because that's the tongue that's power, that has the power. And it's now you can understand that it would be fallen angel. Okay. So at that time, Aramaic was the lingua franca. Now Aramaic is a Afro-Asiatic group of languages as well. That's why if you spoke Hebrew, you could speak Aramaic. Remember, I broke it down. I showed it. I'll show it later because we about to go crazy in a second. When we go, what I'm about to reveal about the indigenous Indians here, right? And all that, I'm going to have to put it on the screen. So when I do that, remember the Persians, right? Because we still going to Christianity. We getting there. Now listen, please like and subscribe. Please subscribe. I mean, like this video so others can know we live. Thank you, Marara. Yeah. Now, yes, the languages, right? So if you spoke Aramaic, if you spoke Ugarit, if you spoke Akkadian, if you spoke Syrian, if you spoke any of these, those are sister languages. So the characters, the letters, the adiyats, if you spoke one, it was so close you could speak another, right? You could speak it all. That's why they said Jesus spoke Aramaic. Of course he did, because he was a Hebrew. You can't speak Habariyah and not speak Aramaic because they're the same characters. It's the same lettering. It just have little different variations. You understand? Right? It's like if you're Hispanic and you speak Boricua, you speak I'm sorry, I don't know if Boricua is a language, that's a people, but if you speak what they call like Puerto Rican type of Spanish and someone else speaks Dominican type of Spanish, or someone else speaks what's that other Spain, actual Spanish from Spain, or I'm trying to think of the other one. What's that other one those group of people called? They're lighter skin. I can't think of it now. But anyway, if you speak that, then you wouldn't speak their complete tongue, but you would be able to understand them and they'll be able to understand you. You understand? You might have it's little different idioms and euphemisms that might be a little different and slang in it, but you can basically speak and learn and understand. Yes, Latin, but no, Portuguese. That's the one I was looking for. Who said that? Jake. There you go, Jake. You on it. Portuguese. That's exactly what I was looking for. Portuguese, right? So these are different iterations of like what they would call a Spanish tongue, a Latin tongue, Spanish tongue, right? So again, so that's what, when you tie Aramaic and Hebrew and Syrian and Akkadian, all these ancient, they were close, right? I'll show y'all later when we get to America and I'll show y'all these ancient receipts, relics, stones with the script written in the stones, okay? Right, because it's part of the same tongue. That's why it's a sister group of languages. Portuguese, Spanish, all of those. They're sister group languages. And that's what Aramaic. So that's why they say the Messiah spoke Aramaic. Of course he did. Okay? He wasn't Arabic. You understand? Sorry, not sorry. He was a Hebrew from the tribe of Judah. You can try to make that all you want. You know, people want to steal whatever. That's why I don't steal people's identity, culture, and language. I allow it to exist. You understand? I'm a respecter of understanding that everyone's culture has a place and has a history to tell. And I can learn and discern from all of it. That part. All right, now, the Aramaic at this time, when the Persians conquered Kemet, they ran the world. Just before the Hellenists, the Greeks ran the world. The Persian Empire at this time, the Achaemenid period, and their language was Aramaic, right? And their religion was Zoroastrianism, and their god was Ahura Mazda. And Aramaic was the lingua franca of the whole Achaemenid period of the earth at that time. And they dictated that language was what we be spoken for administrative purposes alongside in Kemet, their ancient Demotic script. So the ancient Kemet had a it's a hieroglyph, Demotic script. All right, so they call it ancient Egyptian script, right? Now, the second Persian period was short-lived, 11 years. In 332 BC, a Hellenist arrived named Alexander the Hellen. He wasn't Greek. Everybody, these ain't Greeks. Alexander the Hellen. All right. Now, when he came, he came with Helen. And they gods, now the Persian gods didn't do the diddy booty. Now they had probably some, because all these other deities always had child sacrifice stuff, right? So they probably had some type of child sacrifice stuff. But history of mankind has never seen nothing as dark as this pantheon of gods, these Helens and stuff. because every god of their culture was about violating the exit in a man's, right? And doing it to the male children as a sacrifice to the gods. So it was just a whole nother crazy. All right? All right. There are two lives. I know, right? So it's another one with 57 to 60 likes. I don't know how this is going to play out because one is a short live stream, the other is the regular live stream. We'll see at the end. I'm probably not going to do that again. I don't like that. It's too messy. That's too much. All right. So anyway, we'll see how it play out at the end. See if it actually more people find it that way from the other YouTube live stream, short stream. All right. So this culture now is coming in, and ancient Kemet, what's Egyptos under the Mudraya, that under the Persian, they dealt with Zoroastrianism, right? They was able to work, but they ain't never seen nothing like these gymnasiums that's coming. They ain't never seen nothing like these Helens, because these Helens is coming for the booty. Their god is the worship of the booty. You understand? That's how they give sacrifice, is men booty sacrifice worship. So those ancient Kemet, oh, they got something really coming for them. Okay? All right. So now let's go. Now I'm gonna let's go into the Helens. Yeah, should I do it? Yeah. It's not 10:47. I'm gonna do this. So now the Helens start to come in. The Hellenistic conquest and of ancient Kemet marked the end of the Pharaonic era, right? And it began the 300 years of Hellen dominance. All right. Now, the conquest led to the nature of a new kingdom of ancient Kemet called the Ptolemaic kingdom. This is where you get the Ptolemies. From the ancient Kemet had pharaohs. Now the Hellenists, what would be called Greek later, come in with this Ptolemy. All right. And they put Ptolemaic social and administrative structures in place. And they made a cultural fusion. And this lasted until the Romans conquered them. A fusion between all the Hellenist gods of Hermes, Hades, Zeus, Periphones, Poseidon, right? All these, and it was all Diddy. We showed that last time, right? All their gods. They made a cultural fusion. Okay, now, the conquest of Persia, because Persia ran Mudraya, what they called the Egyptians, Egyptos, ancient Kemet. So when the Hellenes came, they were conquering the Persians, not Egyptians, right? Ancient Kemet was already conquered by Persia. They was conquering the Persians. So Alexander the Hellenist of Macedon, he entered the Persian kingdom of Egyptos, okay, ancient Kemet, in 332 BC. That's when he defeated the Persian forces. He defeated the Achaemenid Empire. Now, he was crowned after he conquered it. He was crowned as Pharaoh, and Alexander the Hellenist, and he performed traditional Egyptian religious rites. And that made him legitimized into the eyes of the ancient Kemites who was under Persian. They got a new conquering enslavers coming in, and he got crowned as Pharaoh, and it showed that he wasn't trying to stamp out the ancient Kemet Egyptians culture, but he was going to do a fusion. He created a new capital in 331 BCE, and he named it Alexandria. And this would become the heart of this new Hellenistic culture, trade, and learning for 400 years almost. Now, okay. Then after, I'm gonna go, we going somewhere. Y'all let me go there. After his death, Alexander, in 323 BCE, his generals, after him, divided ancient Kemet. It used to be Achaemenid under the Persian Empire, right? Now, they're calling it Aegyptos, the Hellenists, what would later become the Greek, Aegyptos, right? The Persians called it Madraya, and the original Nile Valley inhabitants called them Kemet, the land of blacks. Now, after Alexander the Hellenist died in 323 BCE, his generals divided the ancient Kemet Empire. And Ptolemy the First, okay, Sota. Ptolemy is Ptolemy. Ptolemy the First, Sota, Soter. He was one of Alexander the Hellenist's most trusted generals. He was the one that locked down Egypt, right? Now it's going to be called Aegyptos. And he declared himself the pharaoh in 305 BCE. And he was the one that established the Ptolemaic dynasty. This is replacing the pharaoh dynasty. Now, this is where you get the whites, the Hellenist, Greek, white people with the Egyptian pharaoh. See, that's why they make these movies, right? And they put, but that's a whitewash, because they'll make the movies and they'll put the pharaohs like the pharaohs were white. No, the Ptolemies was white later, right? So when they show the things, when they try to show, right? Yes, these are the white look, because they're the Hellenists, they're Greek. Well, and they white looking. So the Hellenists were mixed too. Remember, they mixed with the tribe of Dan. Remember, there was the Demoid people when they came to ancient Macedonian. And I showed y'all in this series, the Macedonians were the blacks. We showed you all the pottery. They worshiped the snake goddess with the boobs, right? The black with all the big lips. I showed you all the pottery, all the writings, all the relics. I showed y'all the frescoes, the paintings, everything, right? The Macedonians. Then the Demoid people, they were a clan. Then the tribe of Dan conquered them, mixed his seed with them. Yes, from the Israelites tribe. They were the sea people, right? The ancient Kemet called them the Danayans. Homer wrote about them. He called them the Denoi, the Danayans, right? The tribe of Dan. Now, tribe of Dan went and conquered them, mixed the seed with them. So now they got Hebrew plus mixed seed. That's why I showed you all the frescoes. They got the long locks, right? Long wavy locks and stuff, right? Now, then after Dan taught them trading, bartering, warfare, and all of that, the Demoid clan became the Phile tribes. Dan taught them tribal living, and they became tribes. Okay, so they were under the Macedonians, which is another so-called black culture on the island of Crete, Knossos. This was the land that would later y'all would call Greece now, right? These are the blacks, the Macedonians, right? So now the Phaloi people, which would later become the Greeks, now they lived there for hundreds of years in tribes, the Phalai tribes. But then the sea peoples started to invade the whole Aegean Sea region. And when the sea people came and invaded, that's the Frisians. These were Viking. They were savage. And the tribe of Dan came back and protected its descendants, the Phalai tribes. So Dan came back when the sea people invaded the whole Asiatic region. The Hittite Empire, they conquered it all. And that whole Asiatic Empire's region went into a dark ages for 400 years, right? But Dan went and protected the Phalai tribe, which these would be later the Hellenes, Greeks, because that was his descendants. And once he protected them from the sea people, they were still on the Macedonian islands, which are going to later be called Greek, and the island of Crete. But the original Macedonians, the blacks, they all fled from the sea people. So this phyloid tribe under Dan that got protected, because Dan came, protected them from the other sea people. Once they was protected, Dan went on his way, right? Coming to America and stuff. Now listen, then once everybody fled, and for 400 years, that region, those people went into a dark ages. All right, the Phyloid tribes. These what would be later be called the Hellenists. And they went to a dark ages for 400 years. We showed that, right? Yeah, we showed everything on the last. You would enjoy that on the last live, right? So let me just do it this way while I'm doing this, because newer people will be coming, so I can just do it really quick because I still got the tabs, right? So let me do this one, right? So I can do stop share, right? And then I can do and then I could do this while I'm teaching this, so it'll be better. I can show the presentation, because newer people who don't didn't see the other lives, this would help them a lot better. All right, so go here. So I go to share screen, right? And I'm not gonna go over all the stuff we went over, but this would be better. All right, invasions. Let's see if that's the one. Window. Oh no, not window. Chrome tab. Share. Right. Make it smaller. See what. Oh, there it go. All right. So now I want to come out of that. Close that. Oh, this the invasion. All right. So good. See, the sea people, including attacked, and they attack. So that's when they attack the area, right? So this is, hold on, let me see what y'all see. Yeah. So this is perfect. So this is what I was talking about. This is the island. This is what you call Greece now. That's wrong. That's wrong. This before these people, right? So all of this, these Mycenae, Knossos. So this is the Adriatic Sea, right? And this is where the sea people, so right here you see all the sea people, including the Peliset, the Shekeles, Shekeles, that's where you get shekels. That's going to come up later, right? The Dinyan, that's the Dayan tribe, right? That's Dan and all them, right? So that's where they all attack, right? So now, let me go back, close that. There you go. So this right here, you can just look this up. The Greek Dark Ages, right? A societal collapse where the palaces of the Mycenaeans, right? This is when they went to 400 years of their Dark Ages. Okay. From the attack, right? They became, the Mycenaean palaces began to come to an end around 1200 BC. All right. So this is all history. You can go look it up, right? So that's why Jake is correct, right? See, the sea people attribute the fall of the Mycenaean and the Bronze Age collapse was attributed to the sea peoples, right? And then when I broke down the sea people, I got to show y'all who they called, the Egypt called the sea people, the Danaans. Homer called them the Danaians, the Danoi under the Greek, right? All right, and then it's a lot of them too. The Frisians, all of them. These were crazy. These dudes was nuts. These sea people was was crazy work. Everybody was scared of them, and they was destroying, right? So look, they got a Greek after the Dark Ages. The Greek came out of it. They formed a new writing system from the Phoenician, okay, and Abjad, right? All right, attested in Canaanite and Aramaic inscriptions. All right. So now that's cool that because we about to go somewhere. All right. So anyway, just for newer people who find this. So right. All right. So now the hold on. Where's that one? There you go. Share this tab instead. All right. So these are the sea people, right? And we showed this last time, right? And they talk about, right, the Equus, the Shekeles, right, under Ramses II and King Tut as well, right? See, Danaan, right? And then we showed all this last time. It's in the series. So y'all can go back to the other series, and it's all broken down. I even showed the pictures of what they look like and everything, right? So this was the invasion, and this is when they went into the Dark Ages. Okay, right. So now these people, the Phoenicians came and helped them out the Dark Ages, and that's when they got Linear B script. And then they came out of Linear B and they started to make the Greek, what they call now the Hellenist alphabet, the Greek alphabet, right? See, Ugarit, some sea peoples appear in the Ugaritic text, right? That's where you get the Baal stuff from. So anyway, all right. So now these are some of their tribes. All right. So now let me go back to that one, share this tab instead, just so that'll be on the screen. All right, while I break this down. Right now, let me go back, because all right. So now, let Now, I forgot where I left off, but it's okay. Let me continue. So once the Hellenists came to ancient Kemet, to, go ahead.
You said let me share some stuff in pages.
Hold on. I can't, Yasha, I can't hear you clear. I can't say it again.
You hear me now?
Uh-uh. Say, try to talk. It's like you breaking up every word. Maybe write it. Hello? Hello? Yeah, he was breaking up. I thought he was breaking up. Do somebody know what he was trying to say?
I'm not too sure.
Okay. All right. So, Yasha, when you get a chance, try to come back in and tell me what you was trying to say. All right. So maybe you could write it to Hakyama, and then she can. No, we can't hear you. It's breaking up. And you're frozen. Okay, so it's his Wi-Fi. It's his Wi-Fi. All right, when he come back in, Hakyama, make sure he interrupt me and explain what it is he wanted to say. All right. So now, when the Hellenists came to conquer, I wish I remember where I went there. I was going somewhere, but it's okay. Maybe the Most High will bring it back. When they came to conquer the Persians, ancient Kemet, that was under Alexander the Hellenist. Then he died. His generals divided the empire. Vladimir I Soda, one of Alexander's most trusted generals, he established himself the first pharaoh of this white pharaohs. Oh, that's why I was explaining, because they were kind of a mixed people, right? They were whiter skinned, but they were still had a little bit of the tribe of Dan mixture in them. All right, now, but they were what you would call a white people. All right, go ahead. Somebody want to
She
say
asked
something?
if you were sharing the correct screen.
Yes, the Greek. Yeah. All right. So now, because I wanted to see Greek Dark Ages. All right. So now, once the Pharaoh established the Ptolemaic dynasty, right? And the Ptolemies ruled ancient, what they call now Egyptos, right? For almost 300 years, right? But then their defeat ended under the last Ptolemaic ruler. This is where we get the story of Cleopatra and Mark Antony. All right, we're going to go there later. So a lot of these things that we learn in history, you're going to learn the truth of it all. I mean, the unadulterated truth. All right? All right. Now, when the Ptolemies took over ancient Kemet from the Achaemenid, the Persians, they established a highly centralized bureaucratic system. And it gave privilege to the Hellenist Macedonian elite. This is their taking over of Egypt. The Ptolemaic society was rigidly stratified, with ethnicity determined the social and legal status. So this is now ancient Egypt, Kemet, coming from under the Persian rule unto this new Hellenist rule. And this is how the Greeks established what we now call Egypt, all right, under the Ptolemies. It was ethnicity determined your social and legal status. And this was the class status. The first class ethnicity under this new, what you call Egypt kingdom, right, would be the Hellenes, right, what they now call Greek, or the Macedonians. They were the ruling class. They were the administrators. They were the soldiers and the settlers. That was their description. Their roles was they held all high administrative and military posts. This is Egypt under Greek rule, Hellen's rules, not Greek yet, Hellen's. Okay, this the one Ptolemies is ruling it, right? Now, the blacks lost their total domination years ago under the Persians. Now, under the Hellenists, what they call Greek, the Hellenes held all the high administrative positions and military posts. The Hellenes were exempt from any taxes. They didn't have to pay no taxes. If you were Hellen, you were the ruling class in ancient Egypt. They lived primarily in Hellen cities like Alexandria and Ptolemais. So the Ptolemies, the pharaohs, the Greek Hellenist pharaohs built their own Hellenist cities where they had gymnasiums and bathhouses and diddy and smashing and walk around with nothing. They kept their culture smashing, okay? So, and they held all high administrative and military posts. And they lived primarily in the Hellenist cities like Alexandria and Ptolemais. Now, the second class citizen was what they call Hellenized natives. All right, these were the ancient Kemet, the black Egyptians, who actually adopted the Hellenized culture, language, names, and customs. Listen clearly. These were the Egyptians, the ancient Kemets, who got down with the Hellenist ditty, served the god Helen and Zeus, and right? They spoke the Hellenist tongue. You got extra citizens, you had a higher class in ancient, all right? This is under the Hellenes, Greek rule of ancient Egypt, not the Persian. Now, the Hellenized natives, right, who were the Egyptians who adopted the language, the names, the cultures, yes, they assimilated. And that comes, they doing the Greek gymnasium, bathhouses, smashing the young, right? They doing all the culture, serving the gods. They, by becoming Hellenized natives, they served as lower level administrators. So they would have positions in like the government, they got good jobs, right? They become like, working in Congress, they worked in the White House and stuff like, I'm trying to make it analogies where y'all can really understand, right? And I'm getting there, Hebrew Jamaican coolie of this Christos, right? And they served as lower level administrators. They also was able to be trained in skilled workers. So they had higher pay. You understand? These were your upper middle class. These are the boule, right? They Hellenized natives. They walking around. Yep, come on. Hayazak is on it right where we at. The boule, okay? They are the ones who accept the ditty. They playing the game. They the gatekeepers, right? And they became the bridge between, you welcome, Zaziyah. They became the bridge between the two cultures. See, these boule, they call Hellenized. They was the bridge between the Hellenists, Macedonian Greeks, the ditties, and the native Kemet, right? Because under Persia, they still let them have their culture, right? And some bridge, some even under the Persian, they became Zoroastrians, Hellenists, right? So they became the bridge. These are your Al Sharptons, Jesse Jacksons, right? These are your, okay? So they became, and they served as lower level administrators, skilled workers. Then you have the ones who wouldn't sell out. They called them the native Kemet, native Egyptos, right? They didn't become Egyptian until that's English. The Egyptos, Aegyptos, or Aegyp, they spell it two different ways. Now they called them the native Egyptos. And this was the vast majority of the population that did not want the Diddy. They did not want, they didn't. These are the ones who told the Persians, y'all could keep Zoroastrianism. They told these Hellenes, y'all could keep your Zeus, Diddy, Greek fallen it. Y'all could keep the Diddy booty, the homosexual gods that y'all served, right? They called them the native, right? Those would have been the ancient Kemetes who wanted to keep their culture. Now they had their own gods that they worshiped, but the Greeks had a whole different deities. They had a whole different here, share this tab instead. See, list of Greek deities, right? Hellenists. So they served. Look, let me get you scroll. Look, Aphrodite, Apollo, Ares, Artemis, Athena, Demeter, Dionysus, Hephaestus, Hera, Hermes, Hestia, Poseidon, Zeus, right? And these are all, sorry, but these are all Diddy guys. They smashing each other and stuff. Then you got Hades, Persephone, Pluton. Then you got Alethea and Isis, right? So they got Hecate, Pan, right? Remember I showed Pan? Nastiness, bro. Look at Pan. Come on, see, it's the best way to do it. Look at Pan. Look, he's smashing a goat. Pan copulating with a she-goat. I'm sorry, this is very rated, everything. He is a Baphomet, half, look at the horns on his head, and he got the she-goat and he's smashing him. So again, this is their gods. Come on, Zodiac. So the native Egypts who didn't want nothing to do with these gods, right? So these are their gods, right? All right, so anyway, that was a good one to be able to show, right? So this is the stuff that they serve. These are their gods, right? See, Pan, the god of shepherds and goat herds, right? And see that Arcadia? Y'all gonna find out later that this is actually from the Akkadians, all right? It was home of the gods Hermes and Pan. So you see? So this is the Akkadians. So the Greek, that's why I tell you, all their gods comes from the ancient earlier gods, okay? That's what I said. They didn't make none of these up. Even Christos. That's why I was told Hebrew Jamaican. We're going to get there in a second. That ain't theirs either. They, right? So look, he was venerated in caves in conjunction with the Hermes and the nymphs. That's where you get nymphomaniacs. See? All this naked. This is their deities. All this is it's all perversion. Bestiality, perversion. It's just, so, right? Then you got Prometheus. He's supposed to be slaved in the Caucasus Mountains, right? And all right, and then Leto and look, it just goes on, right? So anyway, then look, Achilles, Ammonite, Gaia, Helios. That Helios, y'all gonna find out about these. This is where you get the sun and its god, the Helio, the sun god. Okay, all right. So anyway, so all right, and it goes on. Then you got your river gods. Right? And it keeps going. Look, Asclepius, Kabiri, Charities, charity. That's where they get these words from. Okay? These words, these English words, the and Heracles, and that's where you get the muse from Muses. And then you got Adonis and Ammon and Cybele. And we went through all this. See how they got Isis? Look, their god Isis came from, see, the ancient Kemet deity. That's where you're going to find out later, Helios, Serapis, Isis, Christos, right? Y'all going to get more understanding tonight. I'm going to do that really quick, and then we're going to get to the other stuff, right? Before it get too late, right? You got Meneses and Sabaoth. So in it, Serapis, there we go. A god derived from syncretic Egyptian figure, Osiris. So this is where you get into this Serapis Christos. So this, the god Serapis, right? Now look at Serapis' face. See him? And then later they put, what's the name? He will have a halo around his head, right? All right, so this is the statue head of the god Serapis, right? This is the image that this Jesus Christ character came from, right? See, that's aether, eros. That's where you get erotic, minx. So anyway, all that stuff is sex gods, right? Hedon is a god. It's hedonistic, right? So anyway, let me close this. So Serapis derived from the syncretic Egyptian figure of Osiris mixed with Apis, the bull. In ancient Egyptian religion, Apis or Haspis, alternatively spelled Hapi Ankh, the Ankh, was a sacred bull. And for all those who want to understand, the Hebrews, this is what they were worshiping when they got into slavery in Egypt. They was worshiping Apis, Serapis, bull. Understand? They became Hellenized. Listen clearly. Now, when they came out of Egypt, when Mashiach, Moses, went to go get the commandments, the first thing they built was a golden bull calf, and they wanted to go back to Egypt. This is what they was building in Apis. Come on, Jake. A golden Apis. We'll get there another time, right? Now, it was a sacred bull or multiple sacred bulls worshipped in the Memphis region, identified it as the son of Hathor, a primary deity in the pantheon of ancient Kemet. All right, now this is the ancient black Kemet commissions, the Hamites god, right? Apis. So the Greeks mixed, remember, they did a fusion of the gods. So the Greeks mixed Osiris with the Egyptian Osiris, the god of fertility, of afterlife, the god of the dead, and resurrection. So I'm going to show y'all this is where they get this resurrected Christos, Serapis Christos, Jesus Christ. You're going to understand because they used Osiris, the resurrection god, the god of resurrection life, right? From the ancient Kemet religion. He was classically depicted as a green-skinned deity like Thoth is, and Pharaoh's beard, partially mummy-wrapped at the legs. All right. And then this is the Hellenists. They mixed this Osiris god with the Apis god. Okay? This Egyptian had a cult in Memphis where he was a sacred bull figure, a cult. You're going to understand about the mystery cult religions. All right. That's why my title, the other one is Christianity Occult. You got to understand where it was coming from to really understand what that Christian religion is. I ain't talking about the Safariyah from the ancient Hebrews culture. I'm talking about what the Hellenists, what became the Greeks and the Romans did. This religion started from a cult. Now, the Egyptian antecedent had a cult in Memphis where he was a sacred bull figure, the Apis, the Serapis. Was a cult in Memphis. Memphis was the Meneta was the ancient capital of Ibn Hedji, the first name of Lower Egypt, Lower Kemet, Asmara, and located in the vicinity. All right. Anyway, so the Egyptian antecedent of Serapis, him. See, look at him. That's him. Okay. He is a Greco-Egyptian. Now, everybody, listen. I got you now, y'all. You heard of Greco-Roman, but most they won't teach you Greco-Egyptian. This is the Hellenizing of the mixture of the ancient Kemet gods with the Greco-Roman, and these are all Akkadian, Amorite, fallen angel gods. Mixture. They made their own set of gods. Now listen, Serapis is a Greco-Egyptian god, a syncretic deity, synchronized, derived from the worship of the Egyptian Osiris and Apis. Serapis. Osiris, Apis. Serapis. Osiris. That's even why they got that Israel name. Israel. That's why I said, guys, you got to understand this English language. That's Isis. The Kemet Egyptian god Isis, the Egyptian god Ra, the sun god, and the Canaanite god El. That's why they kill me, boy. But understand, we gotta come out of her, right? The original Hebrew Habariah never called themselves Isis Ra El. They were Yasha Al. You gotta know the original tongue to know what Yasha mean and what Al is. Al is the Alayam. Al is the Alayah. That's the Most High in the singularity form. Do you understand? Come on, Courtney. That's why I'm going to teach y'all to come out. And what I'm about to show, I'm going to try to hurry this up and get through Serapis. I'm trying to get in. And then I'm going to go right to the other stuff because I'm going to bring it to America. And you're going to see what I'm talking about. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you literal proof. All right. Now, this is why we got to keep coming. We got to keep emptying the wine. We got to come out. Come out of her, my people. And that's the Most High bringing us along back to the original. Okay. Now, our people never called themselves Israelites. Never in a day in their life. Just like they never called themselves Ooish or Ooze, Jews's. They call themselves Yads from the tribe of Yaada, Judah. Yads. Do you not know that ye are Yads? That's in the Bible. Okay. Now, all right, so this Serapis is the Egyptian Osiris and Apis. Serapis was extensively popularized in the 3rd century BC, okay, on the orders of the Greek pharaoh Ptolemy I of Soda. That's the one, after Alexander the Greek died, he the one who established the Ptolemy. All right. He the one who established. So when he established, listen, when Alexander the Greek died, they weren't worshiping Serapis. Ptolemy Soter I merged Osiris and Apis and made a new deity, Serapis. Now listen clearly. They gave him a Hellenized face, a white face. This is Egypt. All the other Egyptians had, you'll see how their gods look. And then they put, attire on him. This became a deity that they created for the cultural assimilation to try to Hellenize the native Kemet who kept their culture and their gods of Annis and Ra and all the ancient Egyptian gods, right? So this was Sodom of Ptolemy I, Soda, who was trying to establish a new deity that can have all the new generations that's going to come, because remember, they're going to conquer for 400 years, that they would grow and make this the deity that would be the head of this new Egyptos, under the Hellenist kingdom. And they made him white looking, put the hair, and they put Greek dress on him, but also they gave him the Egyptian name. So it was familiar because this is Sarah, which is Osiris, and Apis. So the ancient Kemet, they would receive, okay, we see ourselves in this deity, in his name. Unlike what they did to the Hebrews, they took the name, the identity, everything. We don't see ourselves in none of no Jesus Christ at all. And then the Romans later, they made Caesarea Borgia, but that's later. This is the first Jesus Christ, okay, under Hellenes. The Romans later made a new image of Caesar, but it still looked just like this, okay? So it's before Caesarea Borgia. All right, so now this became popularized in the 3rd century BC because the ancient Kemet can see themselves in this deity. It was emerging. All right. So it says the Egyptian antecedent. So Serapis, a god derived from syncretic Egyptian figure Osiris and Apis, the Egyptian antecedent had a cult in Memphis where he was his cult became big. These worshippers of Serapis was no joke, and it bled over into Rome. Rome just changed it. That was the war. You're going to find out the war. A sacred bull figure. This cult was adapted by the Greeks into that of Serapis. The first 3 Ptolemies had a Serapeum. This is a museum that they constructed in Alexandria to the god Serapis. They created this deity. This is the Serapeum. This is where you get the museum. A Serapeum is a temple or other religious institution dedicated to the syncretic Greco-Egyptian deity Serapis, who combined aspects of Osiris and Apis into a humanized form. So they took, this was your first humanization, well, not first, but this was the first major humanization of this deity. They created it, right? Same way they created Helens, their ancestor. That was in the last series. Now, they took Osiris, which is not human, and Apis, not human, bull, fallen angel gods, and they made him into a humanized form. And they was accepted as the state like god of the Greeks of Alexandria. All right? And they built these religious centers. So the first three Ptolemies, that's three, like hundreds of years, they had serapeums constructed in Alexandria. And Ptolemy the First Soter was said to have brought to the city a statue of Pluto. Listen, Pluto, which was given the name Serapis. Watch this. You see this now, y'all? Pluto. See, they're mixing the Hellenist gods, Greek deities, with the ancient Kemet, Egypt deities. So Ptolemy the First, that's the one who took over, the first Ptolemy. He took over. He brought us to the city a statue of Pluto. Pluto, in ancient Roman religion, Pluto is known as Dispater or Orcus, was the god of the dead, the king of the underworld, right? The name was originally an epithet for Hades, okay, in ancient Hellen religion. So this would have been actual Hades, but later they know it as Pluto. So when they do these writings, they'll say Greek. When they weren't Greek, they were Hellenes, or they might say Pluto, but it's before it, right? So this before. Later, the Romans, this became Pluto. Okay, so it's said that Ptolemy brought to the city a statue of Hades, which was given the name Serapis. The god was identified with the Greek deities such as Dionysus and Zeus. Okay, and Pluto. Now, so this is crazy because now you've seen that they are marrying, they created this deity, they took him from Osiris and Apis, and now they introduced him and made him a state god, built museums and temples of worship to him as the generations would follow. These were what we call Hellenized Egyptians, right? But they wanted it for the native Egyptians to follow because they created a deity that they can see their name, the ancient name in it. But you see, this is how they sliding it in, and they putting their gods under the radar. So it's brought to this, it's supposed to be the god was identified as Dionysus. And Dionysus, look, little wee wees, right? He was the god of ecstasy and eros, erotic, and he was the god, and Bacchus, he was the god of sexual frenzies and pharmakeia and ritual madness, the god of insanity. Okay, religious ecstasy and taking drugs and smashing. Dionysus is nasty, right? And Zeus, and in art, it was depicted as wearing a calathus upon his head. A calathus is a basket resembling a top hat used to hold wool of fruit, often used in ancient Hellen art as symbol of abundance and fertility. All right, this is gonna come out later. This thing on his head, that's crazy work. That's a basket, and his worship was propagated with temples that were built in places such as Athens and Corinth. Okay, Corinth. All right, now, okay, so then, all right, so let me, since we on Serapis, look, I gotta hurry up because I want to get to the other stuff. I don't want it to be too late. I know it's Friday night, but I'll get to it. It is what it is. All right, so now let me, do I want to do Serapis now? Let me continue where I'm at. I'm gonna leave that there. I was showing you all their gods, right? So now let me come back and let me continue my breakdown. Now, the native Egyptians, so the Ptolemy set up a social hierarchy. At the top was the Hellenists, the Macedonians, or what became the Greeks, right? And they held all the high positions. The second was the Boule, Hellenized Egyptians. The Egyptians, the Kemet, who adopted the Hellenist language, names, customs, deity, gods, served all these Pan. I showed you Pan smashing a thing, right? And they served as the gatekeepers, the boule, lower level administrators, and it was the bridge between the natives who didn't receive and the Hellenists. And then you had the lowest class of the social hierarchy, the native ancient Kemites. This was the vast majority of the population. So the vast majority of the Egypt did not receive the deity Hellenists. They wanted to keep their ancient Thoth and, Isis and Osiris, their gods. And these included the farmers who tended the ground in ancient Kemet and the laborers, the workers, your blue collar workers, right? The masses. And they were subject to heavy taxation. All right, this is under the Hellenist Greek running of Egypt. Those who did not want to be Hellenized deity and kept their Egyptian gods and culture, they were subject to heavy taxation, to forced labor. No, not lower middle class, the poor class. The middle class, there's no lower middle class. There was the ruling class, the middle class is the boule, the Hellenized natives, and then the poor. That's just three. There's no, right? These are the poor. It's us. These are the ignorants, the poor. Those who did not want to sell out. They were subject to heavy taxation, paying crazy tax where they couldn't afford a living, and they were pushed into forced labor. So they had to build labor, basically a level above slavery. Okay. Now, and they were excluded from any high levels of power. Period. Unless you become Hellenized. Take the ditty or be damned. Right? I would have been damned because I'm definitely a runaway slave. Right? Now, the Greeks referred the Hellenists, because it's before they were Greeks. Remember, they never came Greeks until Rome conquered them. The Hellenists referred to the native inhabitants as Aegyptoi, Aigyyptio. And then in Greek is A-I-we with a U, with a T thing, I-O-I, whatever in the Greek, right? This is where the modern English word Egyptian derives its meaning from. Aegyptoi. The Ptolemy had a policy, and the Ptolemy policy was that the Ptolemy used the Hellenized language for all official administration and record keeping, and they created a linguistic barrier that reinforced a social hierarchy. So the Ptolemies had the Hellenized, what you would call Greek language, that created a linguistic barrier. So it's like when we go into court, listen everybody, and the lawyers speak legalese. It's an administrative language, and we standing there, right? And they speak in this language, and you don't understand what they saying around you, and then the judge give you life, and you don't really know what happened. So the Ptolemies separated the Flamitic language, the Greek language, for administrative and record keeping, which created a linguistic barrier and reinforced the social hierarchy. The ancient Kemet language was called Demo. It was Demotic. D-E-M-O-T-I-C. Yes, demon, but they worship fallen angels, but they had to demote it. That's the ancient, I showed it before, the ancient Egyptian script. It's called Old Egypt text, right? You got to look for it. I showed it before on part of this series, right? And the language of the Demotic, non-Hellenized ancient Kemet Egyptians, they was only relegated to be used as local and religious use. Meaning they can only, it would be illegal for them to use the Demotic ancient Egypt if they went into administrative or if they go to court and stuff. They can only do it in their ancient Egypt temples and for religious use. Now, the Ptolemies These are the Hellenists who took over Egypt from the Persians. They promoted Hellenistic culture. Now, the Hellenistic culture is nasty work, right? We did this in this series. I ain't gonna do it again, right? Because it's nasty. We ain't about to go down the nasty hole again, right? But I do want to show it just for people who didn't know. So, homoeroticism is the theme. Homoeroticism is the sexual attraction between members of the same sex. So this is what their culture was. Okay? Y'all can look it all up, right? I'm sorry, I'm not gonna get too nasty, but yeah. So, and this is the intimate and romantic relationships between men, cross-dressing, androgyny, all of it, right? Apollo is the god of sun and music, and is considered the patron of same-sex love. Apollo had many male lovers, okay? And was often invoked and he was the god who blessed the homosexual unions. He was also called the champion of male love. Okay, it's Apollo. He's the champion of male love. All right? All right. So there you go. So all these gods, right? And so this is the list of the homosexual: Achilles smashed Anticlus, Achilles smashed Patroclus, Apollo smashed Admetus, Apollo smashed Adonis, right? Apollo smashed Boreas, Apollo smashed Carnus, Apollo smashed Hyacinth, right? So these are all their gods, right? They all smashing. Dionysus smashed Staphylos. That's where you get the staph infection from. Dionysus smashed Prometheus, right? Helios smashed. So this is all male. Hermes smashed Crocus. That's where you get Crocs. So people run around with Crocs. Hermes smashed your Crocs. Hermes smashed Perseus, right? And you see that. That's why they all naked, right? Right? See, they all got their little wee-wees out. This they gods. So we ain't making up nothing, right? I'm not going to do this tonight. And then it goes on. Look. This is the most insane Epstein list I've ever seen. So this is their culture. All right? So this is what they're saying they want you to follow. And then look at their god Pan. And look at Pan. Standing next to a naked boy. And Pan is a Baphomet thing. And I showed y'all where he was smashing the bestiality, the goat and all that. And the nymph, he has hindquarter legs and horns of a goat. Baphomet. Okay? So none of this. And that Acadia is the Akkadians. All right? And that's where you get your vowel sound come from. But anyway. All right? So anyway, look. So that's that. Okay. So we ain't making this up. All right? All right. So now, that's the smash list for their gods. All right? So, let me continue. So, they introduced the Ptolemies when they took over from the Persians. They introduced their Hellenistic culture. Now that is a hell culture. It's hell for me. Yo, Courtney, I'd be like, the hell, I'm out of here. I would have been like the Macedonians. I'm running from Egypt. I am running from these doggone Hellenes, bro. They coming for the booty. When I would have found out, I said, they doing what? I would have been, if I was Egypt, I'd been what? Osiris, I'd have been like, Ra, sun god Ra, heal me now. Take me now, Ra, right? Because, they believe in their gods, right? I'd have been like, Ra, sun god, somebody come get me out of here. Take me now. Yo, I'm out of there. They coming and want my baby's booty too. They want to enslave my daughter and make her just to make more pretty boys. They want the women, they want them just to procreate so you can make more pretty boys. No. You just don't want my booty. You want my baby booty and everything. Yeah, what in the serpents? I'm out of here. I would definitely been fleeing to the mountains. Shout out to the Maccabees. See, the Hebrews got done this way too. This is what the Maccabees is about. And then they said that they was a savage, the Maccabees, because they was fighting for the booty. They like, you ain't getting this booty. Yeah. Our father flee to the mountains. Okay, so now anyway, the Ptolemies, when they got there, they promoted the Hellenistic culture and they created a Greco-Egyptian syncretism, right? And the capital of this syncretism was Alexandria. Now, everybody listen. All they tell y'all, yo, Jake, you're a fool. He said, what is a fart? A Greek love call? That is actually really funny, bro. Jake, you're a fool for that one. now, listen. They'll tell us all about Alexandria, right? We'll learn Alexandria Library, yeah, trade in Alexandria, beautiful city. The Greco-Egyptian culture was particularly practiced in Alexandria. It was all ditty, togas. Alexandria must stink. It had to have a smell. Okay? All right. So the Hellenists, what we call Greek, they introduced key institutions because the Hellenist culture was about knowledge. They're pursuers of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? And this knowledge, that's why they built libraries and all this stuff and wanted all knowledge of tree of good and evil. And it was central to their way of life, all right? And so they used this as they Hellenized the population, they built learning institutions, okay? And they built gymnasiums, right? And these were not just for athletic facilities, but educational and societal centers where the young men of the elite, the youth, received their education. It was called paideia. Listen clearly. Paideia, does that sound familiar? Anybody? Don't write the word, because they'll strike us for that word. The pedo, yeah, pedo, I don't know if I can say that, right? But anyway, the gymnasiums was where the young men received the Hellenized education called paideia, okay? Now, this was crucial for maintaining the Hellenist identity over the ancient Kemet identity. And it was a prerequisite in order to get citizenship. Now listen, in order to get citizenship in the ancient Hellenized Greek cities in Egypt, like you want to get citizenship in America, this was the requirement. You had to get paideia, the Greek education, the Hellenist education, and that took place in the gymnasium. Okay, so in order to get citizenship into the Greek cities, Alexandria, Ptolemais, this is where you get the job, this is where you get the status. You had to partake in the gymnasiums. Okay, yes, pedestry, thank you. That's a good one. I got it right, pedestry, right? And as we did in this series, we did the gymnasiums too, right? I think I got a tab. Do I got it? Hold on, I'm not going to show it all, but I got it. No, that's Circe. I will, Dark Ages, Greek deities, Minoan, Mycenaeans. Go ahead.
I think that the word flatamy is confusing some.
Ptolemy, P-T, I spelled it. Ptolemy is Pharaoh. I spelled it. What is this confusing? What do you think they're confused about?
It's pronounced Ptolemy.
Oh, Ptolemy. Thank you. For that. Well, yes, correct me. Yes, I keep saying Ptolemy because I'm a Hebrew. So that P in here, Habariyah, anywhere you see a P, it sounds like an F. All right? Thank you, Jake. So y'all gotta understand, I speak Habariyah. So you're gonna have to give me a little grace. So because I'm learning our original tongue, whenever I see a PH, I know that's a F. In our tongue, it's a Fa. So the P, we don't have Pa, we have a Fa. So that's why I would say Ptolemy. So thank you. It's Ptolemy. Thank you, guys. and the funny Jake, some people don't know, they be saying Ptolemy, right? So I would say Ptolemy because thank you. Thank you, Hakyama, for doing that. All right. So it's Ptolemy. Yes, but the P is silent, right? All right, so that's why I spelled it. So I apologize. All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Hakyama. So when y'all hear me say flatter me, just understand Unc is just mixed speaking. I got the Hebrew tongue on me. All right? It's okay. Thank you, Jake. He said he was grinding my teeth. That's hilarious. Yes. And I don't mind being interrupted and corrected. I would rather be corrected, right? That shows humility, right? I don't care if I ever, because I'm going to have, none of us are perfect, right? So I'm going to make little and I teach for hours on end, right? So I might say a word like, oh, this is funny. Everybody who watched the last live, right? It was shadow banned, so most of y'all there's only about 400 people watched it now, right? Because it was crazy shadow ban. It was a good one. Y'all let me literally say, this is hilarious. Listen to this, Jake. These fools let me, I'm calling y'all foolish. Everybody foolish. You know, I could be foolish. I could fool, right? These fools let me say, what's the P? The pinto beans. Y'all crazy, but let me say green pinto. There's no green. I don't know. Maybe it is a green pinto bean. Maybe I'm tripping. But pinto beans ain't green. Everybody, I kept calling from that little Rabbi Pinto. I kept calling him Pinto. And remember when I gave the story and I said my grandmother, I used to eat her beans and my fingers was in her beans, right? She'd like, get your little fingers out of my beans. And I said her green beans. And I said, Pinto, I was talking about lima beans. And everybody let me literally talk about these pinto beans for the longest. And nobody said, Unc, pinto beans ain't green. Then I would have been like, huh? I was like, oh, lima. I was talking about lima beans, you fools. Yo, when I watched it back, I just bust out laughing. I said, boy, these Hebrews are no, they crazy. They just let me go on and on. I kept calling. And then one time I slipped and said lima bean, and I didn't even catch it. I was talking about my grandma lima beans, and that's what's green, the little lima. And I said, hey, everybody don't like them. They taste kind of funny, right? And everybody like pinto. I'm like, pinto beans ain't green. And even Yaron was like, yeah, it tastes good when you season them, right? No, listen, Roberta. I was calling them lima pinto beans, but I was meaning to say lima beans, and everybody let me say pinto beans because the rabbi name was Pinto. Right? And so I was saying it reminds me of that bean. And I said, I used to like those beans when I was little, but I was thinking of lima beans. And I told a story about my grandmother used to have the lima beans, and I'd be in her, I'd be all in her beans, eating them. She said, boy, get you in my beans this year, make me some. And I said, most people don't like them because they taste kind of funny. And I usually, I'm really picky eater. So I was, my grandma surprised that I would like a lima bean because they taste kind of funny, but I used to like them. There was the green ones. And I kept calling them green. Everybody let me keep saying pinto beans. So anyway, I'm glad I just thought of it because I said, wait, I'm going to remind them that y'all. But so if anybody catch me making error as I'm speaking linguistically or whatever, just interrupt, make Hakyama interrupt me, say, you meant this. I have no problem for correction. We're called to righteously correct one another. And I'm going to make errors. Praise Yah for my election, my oration, my gifts, but we're not perfect. You understand? We're going to make we're going to make errors. You're not perfect. So I don't mind open correction, even open rebuke if I do something wicked, right? I'm a man of the Most High. I'm humble, right? Lima toes. Right? Everybody I mean talk about some pinto bean. Pinto beans I don't really like, they're okay. Pinto beans they don't really got no flavor. That's why Yaron said you got to season them. I was not talking about no pinto, but little Unc wouldn't have liked pinto beans. I wouldn't. I don't know why I like llama beans. I usually didn't like stuff like that, but I don't know. I just liked them. I was just eat a llama beans. My little fingers all in shit. Boy, if you don't get those little nasty fingers out of my llama beans. All right. So anyway, yeah, I meant llama beans that whole time, and that rabbi name is Pinto. So anyway, that's two different beans. I don't know if lima beans make you fart either. That's the funny, because I was talking about farting. I don't know if lima beans make you fart. I don't remember. I ain't ate none recently. Maybe, I don't want to try. So my boy, beans, when you get older, they make you fart. All right, so anyway. So let me get back focused, But thank you for correcting me. Ptolemy. Ptolemy. All right. She said you ain't like him as a kid. I know most people didn't like. I was surprised I did. I was the pickiest little kid in the world. I ain't eat nothing. My thing was no. You know how you want that? No. I was this little kid. No. No, my girl, well, you ain't gonna eat nothing then. And then she'll go away. My grandma's so mean, but so nice. And then she'll come back. You better eat this. She'll make me something that I like. And you eat it. I better hear nothing. I better hear nothing. Or so I'm going to knock your head back to Egypt. Or something, right? I'll knock you back to knock your block off your face. She said, curse at me and everything. I'd be like, whatever. Whatever. Love my grandma. Praise Most High for giving me my grandma. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had nobody. All right, let's continue. Love you, grandma. R.I.P. All right, now the Greeks. So the gymnasiums. Okay, so yeah, they introduced the culture, and in order to get gymnasium on the screen. In order to get entrance into the city, you had to partake in paideia, Greek education, and it took place here. The gymnasium. It functions engaging in intellectual pursuits. Ancient Greek term gymnos, meaning naked or nude. Only male citizens were allowed. And then later, and this is how they served their gods. So they got blessed by Heracles, Hermes, and Theseus. And Theseus got a little black boy on his feet, hanging on his foot, naked. See the little boys, they got him naked? Right? This is how they serve their gods. Right? Gymnasium, which means naked or nude, gymnos, to train naked. You heard? And then they would rubbing oil. They train naked and rubbing their bodies with olive oil and then cleaning it with this metal stringel thing that looked like a doggone tool from hell, right? And then they made, the gym used to exercise in the communal bathing, a therme. You see all that olive oil, nasty, diddy dookie juice all in this water? This one in ancient Rome, a therme. See? Public baths and philosophical pursuits. This is where you learn, right? So they had the babies and they had them bathing and putting oil on them and scraping the oil off with this thing right here, right? This metal thing to scrape the oil. What the crap, right? This is their culture, okay? So, again, no, not that one. Okay, where's my gymnasium? There, share this tab instead. All right? So gymnasium. Okay? Now let me continue. Now, they introduced that their key institutions into Egypt, Hellenists. And in order to get a prerequisite to get citizenship into their cities, is you had to take part in paideia, getting you and your youth, your young men. You had to send your little boys into this gymnasium naked, and they would give them a mentor, a tormentor, and your little baby boy would be a mentee to some old Hellenist diddy booty servant Hermes and all this stuff, and he want to rub his little naked body down with olive oil and all this stuff. And that's how you would get prerequisite for citizenship. Then they had the thermae, the bathhouses. It was Hellenist public bathhouses were built all through the cities and even in the villages. So the ancient Kemet, the ones who didn't want to be Hellenized, they had separate villages, the poor. They actually took some of those gymnasiums in thermae and put them in the villages. And these served as recreational and social spaces, reinforcing the Hellen lifestyle. Y'all know what the lifestyle is now, right? Bathhouses, Men, that's where you get sauna, gymnasium, bathhouses, naked men sitting there, and what's the other pool? Hot pools, sauna pools, all this hot oil stuff. Now, the Ptolemies did not force the ancient Kemet to worship the Greek gods. Instead, what they did was they practiced something that they call religious syncretism. They created a synchronized culture, and it's called the imperial cult. Everybody listen and learn, right? I'm going too long. I really want to get the other stuff. Maybe I'll save it for another study. I don't know. We'll see. I'll see how late it is once I finish this, but I need to finish this, right? I should have just started with the other stuff. I don't know. Maybe I'll save it for next Friday. We'll see. I apologize if I don't get to it. It is it's called the imperial cult. This is where we get the modern cults, lifestyle cults, CULTs, that's so popular with all this psycho stuff. This is where it started under Helens. So they created new cultures it's called religious syncretism. And they did it to say it's going to establish political stability in this new region that they have conquered of ancient Kemet, which huge. Now they had other conquered kingdoms too, right? Because after Alexandria, the Hellenists conquered the Persians. He immediately went and started conquering the rest of the ancient Persian empires in Syria and stuff, right? And then after he died, the Ptolemies, there you go, the Ptolemies took over. Now, they didn't force the ancient Kemites to worship their Greek gods, the Hellenist gods. They did religious syncretism. They took the ancient Kemite gods, Egyptian gods, and mixed it with the Hellenist gods. And they established something called an imperial cult, C-U-L-T. The Ptolemies adopted the title of pharaoh. So this is how they synchronized themselves into the ancient Kemite culture. They adopted the title for the Ptolemies of pharaoh, and they funded the construction and the renovation of the Egyptian temples. So what they did, that was under Darius and them. That was Persia. Under the Ptolemies, I'm gonna keep saying Ptolemies. Under the Ptolemies, that's okay. I go to the gym, but guys, you got to understand. I wouldn't go to a gym if everybody was naked and smashing, right? So remember, we can't run from the serpent. You know why? Greetings, Brother Michael. Welcome to the house. Welcome to the channel, Brother Michael. We can't run because this whole daughter of Babylon world is worshiping all fallen angel gods. So we are the light in the midst of the darkness. So I still go to the gym. Now, when I can afford to get a gym in my house, then I probably won't go to no outside gym just because I won't even have to drive nowhere, nothing. So I can be a light amongst the darkness. Like you got to go to work, right? If some of you got jobs and your boss, you got people worshiping all type of gods, deity, atheists, whatever, right? So we can't run. We got our link. We got our driver's license. We got a social security number. We marked of the beast. They put it in the food. Praise the Most High for grace over us, right? So you don't gotta. Now, if you feel like you're too disgusted by going to the gym, then that's a personal decision, right? And then if you can have a gym at home or something, but I still go. I don't like it, honestly. What I don't like is everybody so naked, the women. I don't like because it's temptation for seeing women with these big butts and boobs and I don't want all that. I want to just go work out. You get it? I don't want, if I ran a gym, I would have, I used to have, it was one that back in New York, back in the days that had that, I would have it where the women would have to cover themselves. I would have a gym. You can't walk around with take yoga stuff, your butt hanging all out. But it's become a sex show. It's right. It's for that's the only thing I don't like, that I got to see all that. So I try to just walk with my head down and not look and work out and then leave. Right. I stay focused. I got my music on, and I'm just screw face, and I'm just focused. Right. And I'm out of there. But I understand. So I get it. I know y'all like, I'm done with the gym, but well, unless you got somewhere else to work out, you still need to take care of your temples, right? Yeah, the serpent is everywhere. So we are to be the light in the darkness. We can't really run from the darkness because it's everywhere, right? It's even in some of our children, right? Our family members, right? Our auntie, our mama, right? So the darkness is everywhere. We ain't to be scared of the darkness. We are to be the light in the dark. Then we ain't to allow that darkness to contaminate us, but we still got to be amongst it, right? But all right, so praise y'all for balance. Praise the Most High for balance. All right, now let me continue. So the Ptolemies, I got you, Jake. The Ptolemies did not force the ancient Kemet, the Egyptians, to worship the Greek gods. Instead, they did a religious syncretism. They took the cultures and merged it into imperial cults. Now, the Ptolemies, one of it is they took the title of pharaoh. So this is how they did this merge. They know that in order to have the populace of a people to receive you, they got to see themselves in the culture you're trying to make them adopt. If you just wipe all of them, then you got to do what they did to us, the so-called blacks in America, those who ancestors went through slavery. You would have to initiate that, to wipe a people's culture and then give them a new culture, religion, Christianity that don't got their image at all, right? Worshiping a white deity and a white this and a white that. When you can't do that to a people unless you subjugate them into a brutality system of slavery and chattel and degrading, and just unless you break them down till they're not even humans no more, reduce their literacy, their education, and then give them your religion, because they have nothing else as a life, right? That's a form of Stockholm syndrome, that later when those people even come out of it, they still gonna hold on to this God. That's why you can't get black people off this Jesus thing, right? Even though it's like, I'm showing them this ain't real, bro. That his name wasn't Jesus, and he wasn't this character. He was a Hebrew. He was a black man. Like, I'm sorry, not sorry. What do you want me to do? It's the truth. All right. So anyway, that's the only way. So the Hellenists, what you call Greek, they knew that the way that the native Kemet Egyptians, the only way to make them receive their culture, Hellenist gods, was to synchronize, to merge them, assimilate them, to assimilate the cultures, and they created cults. So the first thing they did, the Ptolemies adopted the title of pharaoh, right? And then they put their money, mammon, where their mouth is. And they gave the ancient Kemet, the ones who didn't want to be Hellenized, they rebuilt the Egyptian temples. All right, they put money. So the natives, so remember, the mass populace didn't receive it. So in Alexandria and Ptolemais, not Ptolemais, these the Hellenist Greek kingdom cities of ancient Kemet, right? The rest of the villages, the most of ancient Kemet was still following the Demotic ancient Egyptian script and the ancient gods of Ra and Osiris and stuff like that, right? So what they did was they renovated Egyptian temples through the villages. And then the Ptolemies had their upper class administrators and stuff participate in the ancient Kemet religious festivals. All right, here we go. These are where you get these festivals. That's where we get our holidays from. Your Christmas and all that type of stuff, right? New Year's and all that, right? Because New Year's is not in the dead of winter. I am sorry for everybody's husband fool, but there's not the new year. The new year starts with a new harvest. Every culture of antiquity know that. Only a fallen angel culture can make a people celebrate a new year in the dead of winter, in the dead cold January Boy, you got to be crazy. Boy, I swear Christianity is the biggest, ditty of all. I say that's the ditty of all ditties. All right. So you call them hollow days. I know that, Michael. I call them hella days, right? Hella, like hell, helly days. That's what I call them. But hollow days, I know that's right. Now listen. So they participated. The ancient Hellenes, they made all their administrators, the Ptolemies, to participate in the ancient Kemet religious festivals, their times. This is to make them assimilate with the ancient Kemets, right? It's like, we want you to serve our deity gods, so what we're going to do is merge them into your culture slowly. And then your generation, see, they were looking at the big picture. You know how they're playing a long game, the long con? Oh, yeah. Your generations after, you know what I mean? This is all they'll know. And so they created a new god. And this was the god called Serapis. We just broke it down. They took the ancient Kemet god Osiris and the ancient Kemet god Aspis, and they created Serapis, or Serapis. And they gave him a white Greek face. And that's the face, same face that they do for this Jesus. Later, this before some, right? They create some Jesus character. Now, the actual Habariah Messiah is a man, right? Actual Hebrew from the tribe of Judah, right? Ya'ada. But this is the Hellenist doing Greek. Now, they created a new god Serapis to create a common deity that both the Greeks and the Egyptians could worship together. So Ptolemy I engineered a cult, a new cult culture, and it's called the cult of Serapis. Listen now, y'all. This is what people don't know. I have my other, is Christianity a cult? You got to understand where this stuff comes from. So now, he created a new cult, the cult of Serapis. The god was a fusion of the Egyptian god Osiris and the sacred bull Aspis with Greek attributes, like the appearance of Zeus. The cult of Serapis had its center of worship at the Serapeum in Alexandria, and it was highly successful, and they spreaded the cult of Serapis all throughout the Mediterranean region. All right, now, this is where we get some breakdown of the understanding. Do I want to do all of this? Yeah, that's okay. Let me get through it. Now, there was a letter called the Hadrianic Letter. And the Christians, the modern day Christians, they don't like this letter. This is the history they erase from you. There was a Roman emperor named Hadrian, and he reigned about 117 to 138 CE. And he wrote this letter, and they hate this letter. All of Christianity, all of these people that try to make this theogony, this theological thing, they don't like when you go tell the truth. Hadrian is called the Hadrianic Letter. He wrote this letter to the consul at Servanus, Servanus, Servanus. Now, it was preserved in the later historical work called Historia Augustus. Everything I give you, I tell you what it is so you can look it up. Don't follow nothing I'm saying. Study to show yourself approved. Now, I'm going to read from the historical work called Historia Augustus. And Hadrian described the religious confusion going on in Alexandria. All right. This is a quote from Historia Augustus, a letter written by Hadrian, the Roman Emperor Hadrian. It says, I quote, "I have become perfectly familiar with the Egypt of my friend Servianus, and I have found it to be wholly unstable and fickle." All right, Egypt. "And I found it to be blown out by every breath of rumor. He wrote, the worshippers of Serapis are in fact Christians. Now listen clearly. This is the Roman Emperor Hadrian. Now this is 117 to 138 CE. He's writing this Hadrianic letter to his friend Servanus. He says, I'm perfectly familiar with Egypt. I have found it wholly unstable and fickle and blown out about by every breath of rumor. The worshippers of Serapis are in fact Christians, and those who call themselves bishops of Christ are in fact the devotees of Serapis. There is no chief of the Jewish synagogue, there is no Samaritan, there is no Christian presbyter who is not an astrologer in astrology, a soothsayer, or a charlatan. What Hadrianic, they hate this Hadrianic letter. I'm giving y'all fruit. Go look it up. Hadrian, the Roman emperor, he says this is the foundation of them writing the Septuagint. He's talking about Alexandria. He's talking about the Jewish synagogues there, the Samaritans there, the Christian Presbyterians there. He said they are all soothsayers, astrologers, charlatans. He said they are all devotees of Serapis. All right. This quote is often interpreted through all scholarly realms as proof that in the 2nd century Alexandria, the distinction between the two religions was blurred to the point of them both becoming indistinguishable. The cult of Serapis, the Romans later named it Christianity, Christians. All right, that was the letter verbatim. Now, the Ptolemaic rule, do I want to end? All right, let's do that. The Ptolemaic period, because I'm going to get to Serapis. The Ptolemaic period was characterized by a powerful cultural duality. While the Hellenist Greek elite enjoyed political and economic supremacy, they were also forced to engage and accommodate the ancient Egyptian culture. This fusion created the vibrant cosmopolitan world of what they call Hellenistic Egypt, which was ultimately inherited by and transformed by the Roman Empire after the defeat of Cleopatra VII in 30 BCE. We'll get there next time. Christianity as the religion, what they call Christianity, did not exist at all during the Ptolemaic period, 305 to 30 BCE. However, the culture that made its creation possible was established during this kingdom. It was Serapis. It was the Hellenized, dittied culture. And the tribe of Judah, Jewish that was there, that was Hellenized, they contributed to the community. Alexandria was home to one of the largest, most influential, I'll do that next time, because then we go into the Septuagint, right? The transliteration of the Hebrew scriptures into the Koine Greek, right? I'll do that next time, all right? All right, now, let me do this really quick, and then I'm going to show y'all the thing I wanted to show y'all, right? Let me do this, right? Since we on it, let me get this out the way. Let me show y'all just a common, share this tab. See, Serapis. Serapis is a Greco-Egyptian god, a syncretic deity derived from the worship of Egyptian Osiris and Aspis. See Serapis? That's him, right? That's Osiris. Appended a Serapis likeness, right? Which would have been worn by a member of elite Egyptian society. So this the pendant that they would have worn, right? It's the image that became Jesus later, right? So there go some sculptures, that's Serapis, sometimes depicted as a mummified man with the head of a bull. That's the hat. That's the they got a pants hat dude, right? Right, head of Serapis. This is in Carthage in Tanzania. Okay, it's all over. This is in the Brooklyn Museum. Head of Serapis. Okay? Statue possibly of Serapis. But note, he is in the Herculean club. He got the Club of Hercules. This is in Afghanistan. You see? See how they gave him the Serapis Osiris Aspis, but look, they gave him the Greek. You see? It's a Greek deity. He got Hercules club. You see his little naked wee-wee? Yeah. They don't understand where Christianity comes from. Oil lamp with a bust of Serapis, flanked by the crescent moon and the star. This is the Roman era in Ephesus, 100 to 150 BCE. You see? The sun, the star and the sun. Serapis. Head of Serapis from Salonika, 150 to 200. Head of Serapis, this is a 12-foot statue found off the coast of Alexandria. Serapis. That's that big statue that they built. It was 12 foot tall. All right? Yep. Crescent, sun, and moon from Islam. Serapis on Roman Egypt, on money in Alexandria. That's the money. Serapis on the coins. Head of Serapis, Roman era terracotta. This is in Munich. I guess that's Germany. All right? There you go. Y'all remember the last study? The other one, the thumbnail, when I said, who is this? Y'all remember? And y'all was trying to guess? Everybody, I was like, who is this? It's Serapis. Kushan ruler with seated god Serapis, wearing the modius, 2nd century CE. So this is the Kushan on the front. Kushan ruler, Hushavita, on the front of the coin, and this is Serapis on the back. And that's why I said this is a halo over his head. Now, y'all said I knew it was Serapis. You ain't say it. You don't get the cheat sheet now, y'all. I only give you the credit if you would have said it. Because I asked everybody. But he probably scared to say it. I know how that be sometimes. I do that same thing. I'll be like, I knew it. I should have said it. I do that a lot when I'm watching movies and stuff. I'll be knowing it and then I don't say it. And later when it come out, like, I knew it. Right? Now, so that was Serapis on that image that because this was supposed to come out back then, but I went too long. Right? I know some thought it was the Baphomet. This is Serapis. Okay, good. If you knew it, you ain't want to ruin it. You did good. I'm glad you didn't ruin it. So if you really did know and you didn't, I'm glad you didn't ruin it. That was good. But that was Serapis on the back of the coin. All right? And, all right, this is supposed to be, now this is supposed to be an image of Anubis, Hippocrates, Isis, and Serapis from Pompeii in Italy. So they're supposed to be drawing Isis and Serapis. This is just the relics. Now this is a well-preserved painting of Serapis. Look at that. Who that? Who that image right there? Right? We know who that image come from. Okay? That's the bust of Serapis. That's in Alexandria at the Serapeum, the museum. That's the bust. All right? All right. All right. So now, that's, look, Serapis. Practices, deities. Let me see. Well, do I want to bring out anything? Because I already broke it all down. Right? Just want to show you. This is an inscription of Serapis written in this. Serapis was depicted as a Greek god in general appearance with Egyptian trappings. Sometimes Serapis was identified as Pluto, Hades, Osiris, Dionysus, Amun, Zeus, Jupiter, and Pan. Now that is crazy work. That Serapis is this Pan, all right? And Dispata. Look, Dispata, known as Rex, a Roman god of the underworld, all right? This is, all these are supposed to be Serapis. Yeah, that's crazy now, y'all. I knew you was going to trip off that. That Serapis is actually Pan. I'm like, that is beyond. That's crazy. You see how it's purple, pink? Because I mean, I clicked on it. I knew it. I'm like, this is crazy. All right? Now, the Greeks had little respect for animal-headed figures. right? So what the Greek did is they took the Aspis bull and put a male figure. And this, they call it anthropomorphic. Anthropomorphism is the attribution of a human character or attributes to a non-human entity. So it's the act of putting a human face on another God's character. Anthropomorphism. All right? All right, it's a personification related attribution of human form and characteristic to abstract concepts, right? So this was the anthropomorphic God that they used from the bull. And it was chosen as the idol and proclaimed as the equivalent of the highly popular god Aspis. It was named Usahapi or Osiris Apis, which became the Greek Serapis. It was said to be Osiris in full rather just in life force, Ka. The ancient Egyptians believed that a soul was made up of many parts. Right. Now, the cult of Serapis that Ptolemy I erected enriched the texture of Serapis' conception, portraying him in combination with both Egyptian and Hellenist styles. The statue depicted a symbol resembling Hades or Pluto, both being kings of the Hellenist underworld. And it was known enthroned with a modius. That's that thing over his head. Modius is a type of flat-top silicone headdress or crown found in ancient Egyptian art. All right? And it was the symbol for the dead. So its Greek underworld was enthroned with a modius, a basket grain measure on his head, since it was a Hellenist symbol for the land of the dead. For the land of the dead, he also held a scepter in his hand. That's Serapis. He had a scepter in his hand. Y'all know the image they do of Jesus, right? Indicating his rulership with Cerebus, another god, Greek god, right? Gatekeeper of the underworld, resting at his feet. The statue also had appeared to be a serpent at its base, fitting the Egyptian symbol of rulership, the uraeus, a serpent, the Egyptian cobra used as a symbol of sovereignty. So this is the fullness of Serapis, right? Now, let me go down. Serapis, rulers Egyptian, who was set later by the Hyksos. The common assertion that Ptolemy created the deity is derived from the sources with statue of Serapis in Alexandria, and he was been instructed in the. So Ptolemy stole the cult statue. Now listen to this. Watch this. The common assertion that Ptolemy created the deity was derived from sources which describe him erecting a statue of Serapis in Alexandria. So everyone, Ptolemy the first Soda, he was given credit in history as he created Serapis, this deity. Found out he didn't even create it. He stole that too. They steal everything, right? Listen. So Ptolemy, we're gonna get to the hat. And what I'm about to bring out, Elder, if I bring it out, it's crazy. The hats even come out. Even that hat, right? Even the one that the Moors, what's the name wear? The Noble Drew Ali, those, what's the name? The Fez, all that. But anyway, now the common assertion that Ptolemy created Serapis because he put this statue up. But according to Plutarch was a Hellenist, Middle Platonist philosopher and historian. Plutarch said Ptolemy stole the cult statue. A cult image is a human-made object venerated or worshipped as a deity. So Plutarch, the Hellenist, said Ptolemy didn't even create the statue of Serapis. He stole it from Sinope in Asia Minor. Sinope, known as is a city on the isthmus of Insi Burun on the Bosnia Peninsula near Cape Sinope, which is situated on the northernmost edge of Turkish side of the Black Sea. So he said he stole the statue from Sinope in Asia Minor, which they conquered, having been instructed in a dream. So Plutarch wrote that Ptolemy the first, in a dream, sound like Constantine, in a dream, he was instructed by the unknown God to steal the statue from Sinope in Asia Minor and bring it to Alexandria, where the statue was pronounced to be Serapis. And he was instructed in a dream by an unknown God. Shout out to Pastor Joint. Watch this. Unknown God. The unknown God, look at this, or agnostos, theos. All right? Theology, everybody, is a theory by Edward Norton, published in 19, that proposes based on the Christian apostle Paul's speech in Acts, in addition to the 12 main gods and innumerable lesser deities that the ancient Greeks worship. We're going to go there another time. When Paul, he was speaking, he was telling them, stop serving these gods, the 12 main gods, the Greco. The Hebrew was telling them, they called them unknown gods, the gods Zeus and the deities. All right. So he was instructed in a dream, right? And he went and took the statue, stole it from, but they had conquered Asia Minor, took it and brought it to Alexandria. And it was pronounced to be Serapis. All right. One of the experts was of the Yuma Panay, was that a family of priests of Eleusis who maintain the illusion mysteries. You're going to understand the mystery cults. That's going to come out next time. I was going to do it tonight. Sorry for Hebrew Jamaican Coolie. I don't think I'm going to get to crest. Maybe. Do y'all want me to continue with Christos and to Christos to finish Serapis, or stop and do the other thing, the crazy stuff about the craziness? I don't know. Y'all let me know. I'll do what y'all want me to do. All right? Because I know if I finish and go through Christos, then I won't get to the other stuff. Because the other stuff is going to be, it's insane, really. All right, the other stuff, because I could come back to this. All right, maybe I will come back. Let me, all right, so anyway, maybe I'll come back. All right, I'll come back. All right, so anyway, Pluto with his son, wife Isis, Horus, all right, all that. So anyway, then they talk about whatever. We'll come back to this, right? So this is Serapis, right? Now, you said, Talmud, said, I want Christos. All right. So let me do a little bit of the Christos. Let me do that, right? And if I got time, then I'll go into the other stuff, right? And if I don't know, if y'all stay up late, we can go into it. I just didn't want people to be too late. So maybe I'll just do it anyway after this. Let's just do it. Let me finish Christos, right? And then we'll get to the other stuff. I'll still do it. I mean, we'll just go to 2 o'clock in the morning. It is what it is, right? All right. So let me go to Christos. All right. Now, yeah, some crazier work because it's all crazy, but it's this is some real head blown stuff I'm about to show. I'm still blown away what the Most High allowed me to find. All right. So now, so I'll come back into the Hellenistic rule because I'm gonna go to the conquering, right? So let me do Christos. All right. So I think I'll put it here. My Christos. Let me see. Make sure. Yep, Christos. So I'll come back to the real breakdown of Serapis, right? I'll do that next time, right? Because I did a lot of it, right? I brought out the syncretism, right? The cult of Serapis, all right? The fusion, and the cult was to appeal to the Greeks. So the cult was to merge. He incorporated attributes from major Greek gods, from Zeus, from Hades, and Asclepius, right? And the role of the cult's primary purpose, Serapis, was acts as a unifying force in the new multicultural Ptolemaic kingdom by creating a god that was recognizably Greek Hellenist in appearance, but fundamentally Kemet in origin. Ptolemy the first sought to legitimize his foreign rule and foster the religious syncretism. Now, then he put the Serapeum, all right? Now, let me go to, I'll come back to that next time, to the spread, the decline, the destruction, but let me do Christos. The concept of Serapis Christos is a theory, right? And it suggests a significant syncretic link, synchronizing, all right? Or even a direct identity between the Hellenist, Greco-Egyptian god Serapis and Jesus Christ. All right, let me do this now. I got you now, yeah. This is where you get the Serapis Christos, right? It's scholars and historians tying the Greco-Hellen Egyptian god Serapis with the Roman creation god Jesus Christ, right? That happened, all right? And it came about because the Romans conquered Egyptos, when they conquered the Hellenes and named them Greeks as a slur, right? And then the Romans created Jesus Christ. But historians understand that they got it from Serapis, the Hellenist god Serapis. They just took the same image, same halo, same change the name as conquerors do, right? So this raised many arguments, debates, and discussions of early Christian origins and the development of the Christological doctrine. All right, now, Alexandria was a melting pot of cultures. You had Hellenists, what they call Greek. You had Kemet, what they call Egyptian. You had Jewish, what they call the tribe of Judah. And later you had Roman, later when the Romans got there. All right, this was a melting pot, meaning all of them had become Hellenized, all of those cultures, even the Uish, the Judah, right? This was the Hellenes. That's why Shaul Paul was going to them and telling them to come out of that. Now, this is the place, Alexandria, where all religious cultures was mixed into a cult of mystery. We'll do that next time. I'm break down all the cults. It's crazy stuff, right? But the cult of Serapis was the biggest, all right? It was deliberately created by Ptolemy the First Soter, right? All right. Now, I read the Hadrianic letter that said it said again, I'm going to quote it again. The Hadrianic letter from the Roman emperor to his friend Servianus, he said, I have become perfectly familiar with the Egypt of my friend Servianus, and I have found it wholly unstable and fickle and blown out by every breath of rumor. The worshippers of Serapis are in fact Christians, and those who call themselves bishops of Christ are in fact devotees of Serapis. There is no chief of the Jewish synagogue, of no Samaritan, no Christian presbyter who is not an astrologer, a soothsayer, or a charlatan of this culture. All right, now I'm going to break down the alleged connection between Serapis and Christ. It relies on the interpretation of the Hadrianic letter and also linguistic confusion between the two Greek words. Now, there's a linguistic confusion between the word Christos from the later Greek Christos versus a word that most of y'all don't know, Chrestos, Chrestos. Listen up now, y'all. Christos in the Greek is spelled X-P-I with an O, T-looking thing with an O with a slash over it, and then some curvy C-looking thing. Okay? That's Christos. Then you got a word called, in the English, Chrestos, C-H-R-E-S. That's an X, I'm doing it in the Greek, X, a P-looking thing, a N-looking thing with a long thing, a O-looking thing, a T-O-C. So one has an I-looking thing and one has an N-looking thing. Chrestos has an N-looking Greek letter and Christos has an I-looking Greek letter. All right, this is where the confusion comes in at. It's a linguistic confusion. Now, Christos was the title given from the Romans to Jesus, right? That's the Roman making this Christos word because the Roman got their culture from the Hellenes, okay? They've married it. That's why they changed Zeus to Jupiter. They got the same gods, they just gave them Romanized names. Then the Romans made Latin the frangua lingua once they conquered Egypt, the Romans, and created Christianity. We're going somewhere. Now, the title that the Romans gave to this creation of this character named Jesus from the Hebrew Messiah, meaning anointed one for Christos, Christ, right? Or Messiah. That's the Roman definition for this Christos. But it's a linguistic error, as the Roman, not error, Romans do it deliberately. Romans change stuff, right? They named them Greek. Romans are not. That's why remember that I said the Romans are real gangsters of this whole thing? When we finish this whole back creating of Christianity, you're going to see the Romans are the real Debos. All right. So now, yes, Christus is another title. Right. Now, the semantics. Now, the title given to Jesus is Christos, right? Now, another Greek word, where the Romans got this Christos word from. Let me explain this way, because you got to understand that they're using another person's language. So the way that the Romans came up with this word Christos or Christus is from the Greek word Krestos, transliterated if you're going to translate it to English, Krestos. The Greek word Krestos meant useful, good, or kind. Like kind meaning nice. So the Greek word XP, N looking thing, O, T looking thing, O with the slash, C looking thing, the way the Greek write it, is the word Krestos, and it means good or being useful or being kind. And the Greeks, the Hellenists, also used it as a proper name. Okay? So they would name their Hellenist children Krestos, but you would say it in the Greek tongue. And it would be a name that mean good, useful, or kind. So later in the Greco-Roman, okay? Remember, we in Greco-Egypt, Hellen Egypt. Later, when the Romans conquered Egypt, conquered the Greeks, they named them Greek, they conquered the Hellenists. And when they first conquered Greco's Island, that's where they named them Greek, because they conquered the first Hellenist kingdom on the Greco's Island, slaved them, called them Greek, right? And then went off and conquered all the rest. And then they went to Egypt, finally to Egyptos, and conquered it and named them Greek, right? That's a slur. The Hellenists never called themselves Greek. It's just like Christian, the followers of the way never call themselves Christian. That's a slur. That's igor, basically. Okay? So it's crazy work that the Greeks are now calling themselves this word. Crazy. Just like the Christians are calling themselves a slur. Crazy work, right? That's why I said the Romans are the true savages. Romans are the true Debos. I give the Romans the gangsters of all gangsters. And the Romans was the ones that put exonyms on people. But when I break down Romans, the Romans named themselves Roman. Oh, that's some gangster stuff. That's why I say, to me, that's real gangster. That I'm going to name everybody a slur and a byword and a proverb, right? But then we going to name ourselves. That's gangster. But anyway, now, so once the Romans conquered Egypt, Egyptus, and they named it Egypt, they created what was called the Greco-Roman Empire, because they took the Greco gods. They did another fusion, and they served the mystery cults. But the Romans just changed the language and they named it with their euphemisms, right? So Krestos became Christos. Listen clearly, because the pronunciation of the two words became indistinguishable as the Greco-Romans took over the Hellenist language and culture and started changing the words into their writing. So the word Krestos, which meant good, useful, or kind, became used as the word Christos for this new deity that they made. that they took from the Hebrews and named it the anointed one of the Messiah. This is where you get Christos. It's a linguistic error from the word Christos. Now, it led to frequent confusion of ancient historians. So most of the followers of the cult of Serapis Christos, the original, when you go into ancient history books, the proponents, the followers of Serapis, some proponents of Serapis Christos, that's a whole, now they're removing it too. It's hard to find online now. I couldn't find my old Serapis Christos info. They erasing everything now off the internet. They're erasing stuff, bro. That's why the Most High got me breaking everything down, because and saving this on my hard drives, because they're erasing all history now. I can't even find the stuff I could find 3 years ago. It's gone, bro. It's white. I'm like, Dag, I tried everything. It's gone. I used to have a good Serapis Christo breakdown stuff. It's all gone now. So some of the proponents of this Serapis Christos, they say that Serapis, was actually referred to as Christos. That's where it was taken from, which meant the good one in Greek. The kind, useful, the good one. And this is why later, from people doing linguistic error, the followers of Serapis started calling them Serapis Christos. It really meant from the good one, from the Greek word Christos. All right, now y'all have the understanding of where Serapis Christos came from. The linguistic confusion from the good one, the useful, the Hebrew word Christos. All right, now the image and cult parallels. This is the parallels. Serapis, the origin. His origin of Serapis, he was created to be a universal savior god by the Hellenists, merging the cultures of the Greek and the Hellenists and the Kemet, Egyptian, of Isis, Osiris, and Aspis, a universal savior god for a diverse population. The Romans they created Jesus Christ, right? Hellenists had Serapis Christos. They had Jesus Christos, the Romans, Christ. The origin of Serapis created to be a universal savior god for a diverse population. The Roman origin of Jesus Christ believed to be the universal savior god for all humanity. I'm showing the parallels. The iconography of Serapis, often depicted with a beard and flowing hair, resembling later artistic depictions of the Roman Christ. The image of that they wrote of Jesus Christ, depicted with a beard and flowing hair, later in Byzantine art, later Roman kingdom. The early Roman kingdom did not depict their Jesus Christ with a beard and flowing hair. That's how you find the original Afro blocker Jesus Christ. But later, in the whitewashing of the Roman Byzantine era of Roman kingdom, is when they depicted him with flowing hair. Now, another parallel, the image of the cult parallels. They call it cult parallels. Christian cult, Serapis cult. Serapis was the god of healing, fertility, and the afterlife. The Roman god Jesus was the god of the great healer and the giver of eternal life. Okay? The parallels. All right. So now y'all have the understanding of Serapis Christos and Serapis Christos. Serapis and Jesus Christ. Next time, I got way more. I'm going to go into the cults and all of the religion. We're going into the Greek, we're going to the Romans, we're going into all the mystery cults, we're going into the Hellenistic conquest, we're going into, we're going to continue the series. Now, let me go to what I want to bring out tonight. The crazy stuff, the mic drop. All right? Still 69. Okay, not bad. Still almost 7 years here on the live. For those who fall asleep, you'll watch and learn this on the replay. Now I got to do the mic drop. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is crazy. Through the series, I taught y'all about how the Hellenists came about from the tribe of Dan. We taught y'all about the Canaanite, the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic Canaanite. I taught y'all that the native indigenous Native Americans, the original ones, were actually tribe of Dan, Danites. Dan was a wild man smashing everything, going around. The Hebrew Israelites became Hebrew Canaanites. You got to understand that the Afro-Asiatic Shemitic group of languages is a Canaanite language. All right? I'm breaking all this down because what y'all about to see is going to blow your mind. Gonna blow your mind. Now, this gonna really slap them, Elder Tama, y'all. Now, I'm breaking this because what you're gonna see is gonna tie it all up. You're gonna see the receipts that the original inhabitants that came to North America were actually Israelite and Canaanite. Watch this. Watch this. Praise y'all. Now, this ties into the Titanic. The Titanic is from the god Titan. It all ties into the Greek Hellenist gods. That's why America has what on the back of the dollar bill? They have the Egyptus pyramid. They got the Greco-Egyptian. America is Hellenist Egyptian, Greco-Egyptian culture. That's why it's all on the dollar bill. It's all in the Senate. It's all in the government. It's all in the maritime language, the maritime law, and the money, the currency, and these marine. That's Poseidon. We going there. Let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Let's expose y'all. Expose them all. Expose the truth, y'all. Let's go. He just gave me this. I had to do this work right before this study. I had this whole, I could keep going. I had this whole study finished. And I sit down and he says, no, you're going to teach this. I'm like, what are you showing me? Now, look, these are some of the gods, right? I want to show y'all this one, right? That's supposed to be Zeus, and the Romans call him Jupiter. Hades, the Romans called him Pluto, right? The god of Ray, the god of death. This is what America's built. This is what the world, they conquered the world. This is Hellenist and Roman. These who created Christianity, right? Poseidon, they call him Neptune, the god of the sea. You see him? He has a trident in his hand, right? I'm doing this for a reason. Then you got Ceres, Demeter, and all this other stuff, all these other gods, right? These Greek Greco-Roman deities. But Poseidon, remember that, because America was built on him. Marine kingdom, the sea. We going somewhere. All right, let's go. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. I don't own rights. We don't own rights to this video. Stop sharing. For educational purposes only. Yep, that's why it's ran on maritime law. Let me grab the video. We are for reactionary and educational purposes only. All right, hold on. Let me grab the video. Where is it? Is it there?
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Akiama.
Hayazak Roberta asks Emperor Hadrian, what was the name of the document he busted them out saying that they were a cult?
The Hadrianic letters is the something I said, the Augustus something. All right, give me a second. Let me find my video. Let me get my video first. Where did I put it? There you go. There go my video. There she blow. All right, I'll try to see if I can find it really quick because I got so many stuff open. You might have to wait, Sister Hayazak. It's in there. You just gotta, well, you can see it after the study is over. Because I would have to try to find in where it's at. But it's the Hadrianic letters, not called the Augustus something. It's the, we'll get it for you. All right, so let me continue. Thank you, Akiama. All right, so I got to come back to y'all. Then I got to go share screen. Share screen. The tab. Why it didn't just show up? Where is you? Where are you? There you go. Bang. Share. They make it full screen. Bang. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. This exposes everything. Watch this. For y'all that don't know, everybody, this involves Jekyll Island. Jekyll Island is actually an English word from Jekyll, jackal, Jekyll, and the Hebrew word shekel. Shekels, which is money. Mammon, Marine Kingdom. On Jekyll Island is where they created the Federal Reserve, Kingdom of Money. Watch this. Matter of fact, let me do this. Let me show you. Let me do one better. Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Stop share. For those who watch this, you're blessed. For those who don't, whatever. That y'all's will be done. Here it is. It's this one. We about to learn about some ancient, listen clearly, ancient, what they call Indian tribes that is now went extinct. I can't make it bigger. It is what it is. This is the Guale tribe. The Guale was a historic Native American chiefdom of Mississippi culture. The people located along the coast of present-day Georgia and the Sea Islands of Spanish Florida established its Roman Catholic missionary system. So these people, look at that, Yamasee. Listen, during the late 17th century, early 18th century, Guale society was shattered by extensive epidemics of new infectious diseases. Y'all remember what the Europeans did to wipe out the ancient, here we go, we getting started. Y'all what? Listen clearly. The ancient Indians, native, now the Mongoloid too, listen clearly. You're going to find the Canaanites and you're going to find the Israelites. Listen, these Guale were wiped out from infectious diseases and attacks by other tribes. Some of the surviving remnants migrated to the mission areas of Spanish Florida, while others remained near the Georgia coast, joining with other survivors. They became known as the Yamasee, an ethnically mixed group that emerged in process of ethnogenesis. All right? Now here go another tribe that they wiped out. The Timucua. The Timucua were a Native American people who lived in northeast and north central Florida and southeast Georgia, where it connects. That's where, right here, is where Jekyll Island is. Y'all listen clearly. They were the largest indigenous group in the area and consisted of about 35 chiefdoms, many leading thousands of people. The various groups of Timucua spoke several dialects of Timucua language. At the time that they came in contact with the Europeans, Timucuan speakers occupied 19,000 square miles in the present-day states of Florida and Georgia, with a population of 200,000. Millinack notes that the population density is calculated from the figures or whatever, is close to the whatever. Now, they have extincted this group. These are Israelite Canaanites. Watch this. This is Jekyll Island. This is Rothschild, what's his name? Morgan, Warbugs. These are the dudes that created the Federal Reserve. This is when they created it. They at the dinner table. Wicked photo, right? Look at them. When they got to Jekyll Island, it was the Tamakea Island. These Indians, natives. All right? Mongoloid, as I'm going to show you the original Tamakea and the Mongoloid. Watch this. All right? See that photo? I'm going somewhere. These are the people who created the Federal Reserve on Jekyll Island. Warbug, House, Wilson, Aldrich, Morgan, J.P. Morgan, Vanderbilt, Schiff, Rockefeller. All right? Just some of them. All right? That's them. This got to do with the Titanic, all that. The Federal Reserve, new currency world order. They doing it again right now, digitally except. Now listen. Here we go. Here we go. Look. The Black Seminole. Now they be called, this is history say Black Seminole. No. Original Seminole. Watch what's coming out, Jake. This is going to be crazy what's about to come out. Now, the reason why they're talking about he's over 6 foot tall and muscular, that's what Columbus said when he got here. Y'all remember? He said the indigenous, they were black. He showed the picture. He said they were muscular, big calf muscles. They were all over 6 foot tall. You're going to find giants. There were giants here. And it was the natives. 8 feet tall is what the inhabitants, the French, when they came to Jekyll Island, they inhabited the Tamaqua natives. They were 8 feet tall. Oh yeah, we exposed them, Brother Steve. Now listen clearly. They'll say Black Seminole. No, don't put that on there. Seminole. Now look clearly at the Seminole man. Okay? Now you got Mongoloid too. We're going to show it, right? And Canaanites were mixed. Mongoloid, right? Mixed. Now listen. And they always say they were surprised that they were so big. The average height of Europeans at that time was about 5'6" or so, right? So 5'6", 5'7". So when they would see these, when they came to America and see these, they were like giants, these 7 foot tall native, what they call Indians, right? They were like 8 feet tall too, but 7 feet tall, over 6 feet. They look like giants to them. So that's why they say over 6 foot tall, and they said they was muscular. Columbus said it, talking about their calf muscle and all that. All right, now watch this. So now remember this face, right? Because they're going to whitewash a lot of the images too, right? Now this, look, a Seminole chief, Chief Tallahassee. That's why Florida is all, we got Seminole County, Florida, Tallahassee, we got Kissimmee. These are Indians, natives, right? You got all this. You got the Okalachi, Ekalanhachi. See, I know these names because these are streets. Everything here is native. This is where the original, and I'm going to show y'all literally Israelites came. This is crazy what we're about to show, right? Now, I'm going to get to the video. I just want to show y'all stuff before we get there. This is the Seminole chief of Tallahassee, or they called them Chickasaw later. They call the Tallahassee Indians or Chickasaw. 6'2". So they tell their height because they was shocked at how tall they were, right? And then this is a Charlie Peacock. He's 6'6" in comparison. Now this is a Mongoloid native. And look what's on his head. Y'all remember this. This is where the Ashkenazi convertites get that hat. The fur round one. Oh, it's going down. I said, this is crazy, y'all. This ties into the Kanye West thing with that dude with the hat. Okay, watch. We're gonna get to the things, the hats on the head. This is gonna be crazy. All right, now they were surprised by their height. That's why they keep talking about 6'2" and 6'6", right? This is the tribe of I think I wrote it, so Timucua. Thank you. I wrote it so I don't mispronounce. Right, Brother Jake? I'm trying. This is the French when they came and to this part of Georgia and Florida. So Georgia and Florida right there is the connection of the end of, when you leave Florida and go into Georgia, that's where Jekyll Island is. So this is Jekyll Island. This is the French when they came to Jekyll Island. This is the indigenous that they met there. You're going to meet this dude covered with tattoos. Now these are Mongoloid. The men wore their head on a bun tied up on the top. And the women and the hermaphrodites wore their hair down. We're going somewhere. Y'all listen clearly. Hermaphrodites. Okay. There's a culture there. Right? And the hermaphrodites had a rule, had a law. Okay, hermaphrodites. Remember the Greek gods, hermaphrodite. All right, now listen. Now, these group of people, right? These are Mongoloid natives. They are over 8 feet tall. They're giants. They're Nephilim. Listen clearly. They're Canaanites. I'm going to show you. We're going to show the proof. Let me just walk it on down. These are Canaanites. Right? Listen. And they do Canaanite burial practice. They worship Baal and Moloch. They do child sacrifice. Now, when these Europeans came, look at his face, they were surprised. They scared. They all scared. Because look what's happening. This is a burial altar, a sacrifice altar. They would put the babies, your firstborn son, and sacrifice it here. So this person is probably praying to Baal. Y'all see later, because they about to sacrifice the child. This is a ritual. Look, there go the baby. You see the woman? Or whatever, maybe a hermaphrodite. So the hermaphrodites and the woman wore their hair down, and the men wore their hair up in a bun on the top. See? Now they're all over 8 feet tall. Now they're doing the dance, the frenzy. This is the natives there. This is Mongoloid, but listen clearly, they're not all Mongoloid. The chief, I'm going to show you the chief. See, they do a lot of whitewashing, but you know the Most High have us find everything. So they're doing this ritual because they're going to sacrifice this baby. Okay? And this is probably the parent of the baby worshiping, and they're going to sacrifice it on the altar. And the French is witnessing. That's the chief. Right? Now, he looks scared, but they got their guns. Now, they know they about to they going to massacre all. Now, that's one thing about those doggone Europeans. They like, yeah, y'all got y'all sacrifices in clubs, so they use the club, right? Just like Hercules' club, the Greeks, right? Because the Greek god got from them, from the Canaanite. Remember, this is Amorite, this is Akkadian, all this, y'all going to see, right? Now, this is what they witnessed on. This is Jekyll Island when they got there. These are the inhabitants of it, right? All right, now, let me continue. Oh, the nails, you'll find out the nails were strong and sharpened to a point. The nails are weapons. So their nails, you're going to see that later. Their nails were weapons that if they grab you, their nails are like knives in your eyes. They're strong, strengthened, and they're sharpened as daggers. They were weapons. All right. Good eye on, Yasha. Good eye on. All right. Good eye. Look at this. See, this is what they try to hide. This is a Temecula chief, crafted in 1724. The Mord. They call them, they always say this Moor stuff, right? Shout out to the Moors. But this is a native Temecula chief. Look at him. See, they always try to hide. Look at all the jewels. Look at the jewels. Hold on. I got more. Look at the jewels. All right? This tribe is wiped. Look at what he's holding. Look at the emeralds, the jewels. All right? And they always talk about black people ain't never had nothing. Black people ain't. This is America. All right? Todd said, I'm telling y'all, I went to school with that dude. Right? This America. Okay. Right? Now listen clearly. Before This is what the Europeans seen when they got here. Look at his plate of jewels he's carrying. Okay? Watch this. All the way down to his feet. Look at his legs. Look at the jewelry. And look at that feet. Burnished brass as if it was burned in the furnace. All right. We going somewhere, Brother Saudi. It's going to be crazy right here. I got some receipts that y'all, praise the Most High. All right, again. Now, everything else you're going to see, they're going to keep showing the Mongoloid Tamakua. Now, they were there too, right? No, they call everything Moors, all right? So let me explain, Sister Hayazak. Another way that they do history to replace the Israelites is they call every black a Moor. Wrong. In Spain and Portugal, it wasn't the Moors, just the Moors. It was the Moors and the Hebrews, right? They both got protection under Dan. Before the Moors established Seville and everything, it was the Hebrews that had the art of textile and building that we worked together. And then the Moors sold the Hebrews out. The Moors sold us out and became, what's the name? What's that dude name? Sorry, that was the other part of the lesson. I forgot his name. Not Commonwealth. I forgot his name now. But anyway, the Moors sold us out, the Hebrews, right? And then later they turned on the Moors. And that's when the Hebrews went into the Spanish Inquisition and they shipped them from Spain and Portugal to Loingo Coast, the west coast of Africa, later to be gathered from the west coast and sent to the Americas and the Caribbean and stuff, right? Those are the Israelites in that. They came from the Babylonian captivity to Moors. We did that in this whole history. So what they try to do, they try to make it like there was no Hebrew history, only Moors. And then they tried to say there was no Moors, but they can't. Blackamoors, right? They've been trying to wipe that too. So they erase our history by just saying only thing is Moors. No, there's Moors and Hebrews. All right? All right. Now, here we go. This is, y'all watch the chat. All right. So this is the ancient indigenous Tamakua chief. All right? Now just remember how he looked, because all you're going to see from here is just the Mongoloid ones. Right? This is another one, called him the Tamakuan King of Florida, right? Mongoloid looking, I don't know, all right? This is Dorian and Amelia Island in Florida, these dig sites that they find the cranium skulls of the elongated skulls of these ancient indigenous Indians, the ones, they already exterminated them, right? But this is what's here. You're going to see this. So they got these skeletons and they put glass, they got tombs, and they build houses over these tombs, the Europeans that came over. All right, listen. This is the skull showing artificial front and flattening from the Sowell Mound, Washington County, Florida, right? The New Florida coast, right? And then this is them excavating, right? The skulls and stuff. These are the remains of these indigenous. Now this is an indigenous native. It says when the French and Spanish came to Northeast Florida in the 1560s, they were met by this man, Satariba. He was a principal chief of the Tamakua, right? His elaborate tattoos made him stand out among all others of his nation. Tattoos spoke about a person's life and position. In Florida, it was too hot to wear much else. Visit the Tamakuan exhibit at your Fountain of Youth Archaeological Park. This is in Florida now. And this is his image, covered with tattoos. That tattoo is ancient fallen angel inscribing. People don't know that, but it's not about that, all right? So this is the Tamakuan chief, the one, right? We're talking tattoos. Visit the Florida Historical Coast, Stories of Florida Historical Coast, right? They got all this stuff everything I'm going to show y'all is I'm going to show y'all the stuff that is actually here now in museums and stuff and in the land, all right? This right here is in Newport Richey, Florida right now. This is an ancient altar, Tumac. They would lay people and sacrifice them. And this is in a literally on display right now in Newport Richey. My actual brother lives in Newport Richey. The Tamukian religious stone. Welcome to Fletcher's Tavern. It's in a tavern in Florida, and right there it's guarded. It's actually historic. And so all of this is literal receipts, not people's stories and books. It's physical, the altars and stuff, still here. All right, we going somewhere. This right here is that stone, Newport Richey. For 8 years, people have walked the 8-foot long limestone rock in front of the Sea Market restaurant, not really paying attention to the two faces that are carved in the stone. Like everyone else, Assistant Mike Watkins thought it was just a big rock with two funny looking faces that stared into the parking lot. On Tuesday, a local archaeologist confirmed that the two faces were carved by an ancient tribe native to the area. John Robbie, a state-certified archaeologist who lives in Hudson, said the faces were authentic carvings made by the Tamukuan tribe sometime between 5000 BC and 600 AD. This is very rare. Robbie said the rock looks like an altar, probably used in religious, right? All right, so anyway, we'll do that another time. I just want to, this is hundreds and thousands of sites of the time frame. So the Mormons, even though Joseph Smith and all, they got a lot of the truth of the Israelites coming to America, the Mormons, in their history. So even though, so this is the Mormons, what's the name? They got the all through Collier County, Horace Island, Bay West. So the moment, even though they try to take our culture and say we not, but even when people try to steal our identity, they actually preserve a lot of the truth. All right? Prophecy of the, yes. It's good, Jake. What you're about to see is going to tie in. You're going to be blown away in a second, Jake. It ties into the Aztec, Mayans, all of that, of the Mongoloid ones and all of it. You're going to see it. All right. So anyway, let me continue. So this is them all up in Florida and Georgia. Let's continue. Look. This is the Tamukian, ancient, native, Indian. Now you're going to find out that these were Israelite in a second. And that's the headwear. Now watch this. The ancient Seminole headwear. You see the round? Right? Look. Hold on. You know, Unc. Look. Ancient Seminole headwear. Right? Look. The cone with the, okay? And the hat. They got this hat too. We're going to explain that later. Look. Now watch this, Marawa. Where did you see this headwear at? Who mocks this headwear? Shemitic headwear. Now these, they took the original Israelite culture. Remember, these are convertites. Our ancestors, the Israelites, wore this because they were Canaanite, Afroasiatic, Shemitic, Canaanite group of languages. The Most High told us not to mix with Canaan, and we did. So, of course, their culture come from ours. And it's crazy because I just showed it with that dude. Look, that's these. Remember I said, and they made this hat cost $10,000 to $30,000. I just broke. It's crazy because when I broke this, I said, yeah, you giving me the thing I just taught from a Kanye West video. Go watch the last one with that dude with his hat on, right? Matter of fact, I could do it real quick just to show everybody that I'm not tripping. That's why watch this. Share screen. I came prepared. Window. Where you at? This is my thumbnail. Y'all remember this thumbnail? Right? And I'm like, That's this dude, the black dude. See? He's a cosplayer. He over there selling us out. He a boule. He over there talking about he converted to his own culture, fool. But anyway, I just broke down this hat. All right, so let's get back. Stop share. Share screen. Right? Window. Bang. Share. Now, this video going to show everything. All right? I just want to prepare y'all for it. All right? Yeah, and I think it's more than that too, Jake. I think it's like 10 to 30,000, something crazy that they pay for this. And they wear this thing. It's a lot of money. But now they call it Shemitic headwear. Now y'all see a semi, semi, right? Now, look where they look. All right? It's going to tie in. Right? This is ancient Canaanite headwear. And the Israelites were Canaanite. That's where you get the paleo. This is why they found the paleo in script from the ancient indigenous Indians here. All right, let's go. Sorry, I need to calm down. All right? So now, okay. Now let's continue. Look, it's the Shetramil. That's what they call it. Shemitic Shetramil, whatever. That would be Shatramayah, right? But it's wicked. Don't even worry about that because our ancestors got it from the Canaanites, right? And they got it from the Canaanites too because they followed the Babylonian Talmud, right? And our ancestors was following this mess, right? And look at the Seminole. You see? Right there. Yeah, all they do is steal everything. Well, they were the serpent people. That's what they do. Now watch this. This one's even darker. Look. You know how they do their side curl? Right? Look. Right? Watch, look where they got it from. The ancient Seminole with the hat. Look at the ancient manner of wearing the hair. The ancient Seminole. Now this is not righteous. You're going to find out that this is Israelite Canaanite because it's Canaanite headdress. All right? And they would wear, the ancient Seminoles would wear this. Their headdress, the hat and the hair. Okay? And once you find out, you're going to find out actually where this genealogy comes from. Amalekites. It's going down. All right, here we go. Let's continue. Look, Seminole hats. Right? Look at the Seminole Indians. Look at their hats. Right? And look at the Hoshi hat. It's going to tie in when you find out who these are, these natives. Here we go. This is the Bat Creek Stone. 2,000-year-old. They found it in Tennessee. Look at the script on the stone. For those who know Paleo Hebrew. All right? Now watch this. This is a Bat Creek stone letters. They are translated to Phoenician script. That's a yod. That's a yod, hey. Look, that's a Paleo aleph. Okay? So that's a kaf. So they're trying to say in other time, I got some real receipts for them now, that they try to say that, oh, that ain't such a script that's on the in Georgia, in Savannah, the church, that script. The Phoenician, I'll show it next time. I done did it plenty lesson. The Phoenician and the Hebrew is a Shemitic group of languages. It's both characters. That's where our ancestors became Canaanite Hebrews. That's where we get the Paleo. That's why we come out of the Paleo. All right? In America, the stones written Y'all see it? A decalogue stone that they found in Los Lunas, New Mexico. Same paleo script. Look, everybody, that's an aleph. Same paleo. This is Hebrew writing on a Newark holy stones they found in Ohio. This is more modern Hebrew writing in America. Look at this. This is called sequoia. Y'all see it? This was the Cherokee script. They named them Cherokee. That's an English name. The Cherokee made a syllabic script called sequoia. Do y'all see this? This was the Cherokee syllabic script that they created. All right. See, Cherokee had Orthodox Jewish beards. See, that's the side they write that. No, they had Tribe of Judah beards until about 1750. This is talking about the invention of the Cherokee people. All right? Cherokees used to wear beards. Anciently, all the Cherokees wore long beards on the chin. That's Hebrew. Right? And grandmother of George Hicks told missionary, all right, so it's the first half, the final chapter, more real proof the geneticist wrong. All right, so anyway, all right, so now I'm going to get to my video. So I showed the Akkadian Empire. That's going to come up later. I think that was my last one. Oh, this is one. The reason why that French, when they went to Jekyll Island, was scared, these are the giants. Remember the ones who was doing the child sacrifice? I showed the image. This is that same time when the French came to Jekyll Island in Georgia. This is the Timucua chief, right? They're Mongoloid. Now listen, remember when he's looking scared? This is another one of their rituals. See, the women wore their hair down, the men wore their hair on a bun. The woman and the hermaphrodites. Now watch this. They're doing they're doing ritual sacrifices. That's a sacrificial stone. In that club, they would put a baby and club the baby as a sacrifice. Also, human sacrifice, right? So I don't know what that in his hand. It looked like some type of voodoo doll, or I don't know what that is, right? Now they're doing their worship. But look what Timucua Indians of Florida and Georgia. Yep, like the Aztecs. Now watch this. Look what's on these poles. A hat. Look at that. That's an arm. Look at this pole. Another hat. And a leg. You see, that's why in that other image, that French dude it looked like a baby. Maybe it's supposed to symbolize the baby that they bring into the sacrifice. That's what I think too, y'all. But look what's hanging on the thing. That's why he was so shook and scared. Now, they knew they had those guns. They like, well, we scared, but we about to shoot all y'all. And they did, and killed them, right? And look what's on the other pole. Another leg. Right? And then another hat. And then another arm. Right? And they got so this probably supposed to symbolize the baby that they about to lay on the altar, and he's going to smash it with the club. All right? Now that's the Timucua. Now remember, I showed the black dude with all the jewelry. That's the Timucua. He was a chief too. All right? All right. Now let's get started. Here we go. Stop share. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. Now y'all got all the understanding. Watch this part. Share screen. Praise the Most High for unveiling all the truth now. All the truth. We in the end times because the Most High is bringing out all the truth. I'm like, bro, he just let me find everything. He just give me copyright disclaimers are in effect. You're going to see the hermaphrodites in a second. For educational purposes only, we don't own rights to the video. We're doing it for reaction and educational purposes only. Introducing the Tumakua, Jekyll Island, the Europeans, the Israelites, the Canaanite Israelites, and the indigenous Native Americans in America. Copyright disclaimers in effect.
During our visit to Jekyll Island, one of our very first stops would be the Federal Reserve Room, but it...
All right, let me explain. This is the video that this documentarian went to Jekyll Island now. Jekyll Island is still there. They call it cottages. These houses that Goodyear, J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, that they built, they call it a cottage, but they got like 15 bathrooms, but they call that a cottage. You know, these are the elite wealthy serpent seeds, right? So this documentarian went to Jekyll Island now, and he was allowed to go into what this is called the Federal Reserve Room. This is the mansion on Jekyll Island where these wealthy got together to create the Federal Reserve. Listen clearly. All right. So now he's going to go into the Federal Reserve Room. Watch this.
happened to be locked. Fortunately, during our visit to Jekyll Island, one of our very first stops would be the Federal Reserve Room, but it happened to be locked. Fortunately, we befriended a concierge by the name of Chris, who ended up treating us wonderfully. He permitted us access to the Federal Reserve Room, and was even nice enough to give us a private tour. Chris was more than receptive to some of our perspectives, and even allowed me to film our encounter.
Wow.
It's a setup for a meeting, but this is the room.
So the guy took him into the great Federal Reserve Room on Jekyll Island, where they made the Federal Reserve, these serpents. We're going somewhere. Y'all just pay attention.
Kind of small, but kind of big.
That's his girlfriend. It's him and his girlfriend all through the documentary.
We got these.
Howdy, Chris.
Hey there.
Yasha, the spirit over this place is going to get darker than you can ever imagine. It's worse than we even think. Watch this.
We are in the Federal Reserve Room at the Jekyll Island Club Resort, which formerly the Jekyll Island Club. We're standing on a building that was finished in 1886, and we are standing currently in the Federal Reserve Room, where meetings were happening regarding finishing and penning the Federal Reserve and pushing through Congress, which I heard was on Christmas Eve when all their friends were there, but all their enemies were.
Did y'all hear when they did it? Christmas Eve. Sol Invictus. Remember. All right, everything has a meaning. Let's continue.
Home with their families. And it finally got pushed through in 2010, maybe. And then these gentlemen up here are, at least the face.
Well, he's not that red. I saturated a color, I made it saturation for the other clips to pop. So unfortunately, he looked red. So if I turn off my Lumetri color effect, he's regular white skin. All right, so everything, it's because when you see the other images, everything's gonna pop. The green, the yellows, right? But I ain't have time. Remember, I had to rush this. Usually I color correct and I can take his color and bring him down, but I had to put all this together right before this study because the Most High gave me all this right before the study. So I had to learn everything he given me and put it together. I made all the things. I'm like, and I had to hurry up. That's why I was a little late starting this live. All right, so that's why he's red like that. All right, let's continue.
Of their families. and it finally got pushed through in 2010, maybe. And then these gentlemen up here are at least the faces of helping push it through, and Senator Nelson Aldridge of Rhode Island, the majority leader of the Senate and the best informed man on financial matters in Congress. And you've got 5 other gentlemen from the elite of the banking and financial world, 1910. A couple of pictures of Ben Bernanke, Alan Greenspan on the Centennial, 2010. Probably a bit of a meeting, but also just ceremonial photo op day. I believe they're just here for one day. And this is the First Name Club letter at the train in New York. And then on Jekyll, some information, basically how to travel without letting the press or anyone know. Who knows?
All right, so I'm gonna he's going too slow for me. Let me break it down. So these are the relics. So when they initiated the meeting on Jekyll Island, they made all of them take a train. They made them hide their identity. Not nobody know that they was coming to the island. When they got on the train, they had to tell the conductors and everything. They had to make up a false name or just use only their first name so that nobody can recognize that's Goodyear. Oh, that's J.P. Morgan. Oh, that's such and such. And seeing them together on the train. Where y'all going? Because the media will report that. So they kept it a secret. So this is a document that broke down how they instructed them to travel and use false names. Okay. And then later, the earlier pictures he showed that Greenspan and other presidents, they still be coming to this place. This place is a temple, fallen angel temple worship. You're going to see it in a second, right? They got stuff that they worship here, all the way back from when they created the Federal Reserve. All right, because he's talking too slow, right? All right, so let me go here. That's what I want y'all to see. All right, let's go.
And how about, I just had another question. Is this supposed to symbolize fish?
I only know what my design background tells me.
So he said, I got another question. This picture, is this supposed to symbolize fish? All right. And this person said, I only know what my design background tells me.
I see a trident, and I see 2 fish.
Right.
Facing each other. Seashells. Maybe water. Water.
And how much is this symbol used around the club, around the island?
You know what? I think I've only seen it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like a shrine to Poseidon or something.
Yes.
He said a trident. The author said looks like a shrine to Poseidon, the god of the sea, marine kingdom. All right, this is in the Federal Reserve room. Okay, right? Listen.
Neptune. That's actually where we get the word finance. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
He said the Neptune, Poseidon, the Romans called them Neptune. That's where you get the English word finance from. Okay? A breakdown from the fish, from the fish's fin, finance, from the fins of the fish. Let me let them.
Around the club, around the island.
You know what? I think I've only seen it here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like a shrine to Poseidon or something.
Yes.
Neptune. That's actually where we get the word finance. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
The twin, or double fish, is the chief emblem of Pisces, the 12th and last sign of the zodiac. Pisces gets its name from Poseidon, which is the Greek word for the Roman god and planet, Neptune. Neptune rules over Pisces, and is unmistakably symbolized by the trident. Pisces is the sign of the zodiac which rules over finance and banking. Thus we get the word fiscal, meaning financial, but also fish. We get the word finance from the same root, fin, as in the fin of a fish, or to finish, and thus Pisces is the final sign or finale of the zodiac.
That's where they get the zodiac, astrological, okay? Bingo. Let's just, it's going to be so much about to come out. Y'all just hold on. It's going down right here, right? Now, it's all Marine Kingdom. That's why they had that trident, okay? Yes, that's where the pitchfork from the devil comes from, that trident, right? That's Marine Kingdom. They know that that's who they worship. That's the powers of the darkness. Okay, so he broke down Pisces is the 12th zodiac, the last one. Okay, now let's continue. I know Jordan Maxwell.
Being a water sign, is responsible for the unmistakably symbolized by the trident. Pisces is the sign of the zodiac which rules over finance and banking. Thus we get the word fiscal, meaning financial, but also fish. We get the word finance from the same root, fin, as in the fin of a fish, or to finish, and thus Pisces is the final sign or finale of the zodiac. Pisces, being a water sign, is responsible for the endless associations between water and money, as in the banks of a river, cash flow, currency, liquidity.
The banks of a river, river banks, cash flow, currency,
debt being depth, and so on.
Debt being depth, depth to debt, debt.
Pisces and Poseidon also rule over psychology, and thus the medical symbol for that field is the trident. Interestingly, Jekyll Island resident and co-conspirator to the Federal Reserve, John D. Rockefeller, is the direct reason why over 99% of pharmaceuticals are made from petrochemicals.
I just saw a trident and a couple fish and some seashells, but that is maybe an homage to Poseidon, which I just learned is all financial language.
Although G. Edward Griffin gave the most complete and revelatory description yet of the secret meetings held at Jekyll Island in his book, there were a few major elements which he did not cover. The largest of these matters is the sinking of the Titanic. Many have argued that the Titanic was sunk on purpose to eliminate opposition to the creation of the Federal Reserve Bank. Some of the wealthiest men in the world were aboard the Titanic for her maiden voyage, several of whom, including John Jacob Astor IV, Benjamin Guggenheim, and Isidor Straus, were allegedly opposed to the creation of a U.S. central bank. All three men died during the sinking. According to these theories, J.P. Morgan, the 74-year-old financier who set up the eponymous banking firm, arranged to have the men board the ship and then sunk it to eliminate them. There are also many who believe that the ship that sank was in fact Titanic's sister ship, Olympic, disguised as Titanic, as an insurance scam by its owners.
I had it backwards. Listen, they said that the ship that they sank wasn't the Titanic. It was the sister ship, Olympic. Titanic come from Titans. Olympic come from Olympia. Remember, we back, we never leave Helen. We never leave Helen, who come from Suma, Anunnaki, fallen angel, the gods. It's always the same. Watch this.
There are also many who believe that the ship that sank was in fact Titanic's sister ship,
Olympic,
disguised as Titanic, as an insurance scam by its owners, the International Mercantile Marine Group.
This is the picture of the Titanic and the Olympic. They said they think the Olympic was the one that was sunk, disguised as the Titanic. All Hellenic. So it's time. See how this ties right into the series? I'm like, wow. All right.
Controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan. There are also many who believe that the ship that sank was in fact Titanic's sister ship, Olympic, disguised as Titanic, as an insurance scam by its owners. The International Mercantile Marine Group, controlled by American financier J.P. Morgan, that had acquired the White Star Line in 1902. Griffin would also neglect to consider Jekyll Island's Native American history and all spiritual reasons for why the island was selected as a meeting place for such an evil endeavor.
So, make long story short, when I was...
All right, so now y'all listen to this. This is Rob Skiba and Tim, what's his name? Tim Baines, I forgot his name. And Rob Skiba is gone. Rob Skiba used to expose a lot of stuff, and they unalived him. They said allegedly from Ovid during the pandemic stuff, and anybody who knows, they don't believe that. But he used to expose a lot. So this documentary that you're going to hear, I chopped it and put the most important piece that's relevant to where we at in this study, but I got the full one. I'll play the full one day. What you're about to hear is so hard to find because they chopped it and they hide stuff. And it's like, it's a treasure if you can find the full, and I got the full clip. All right? Right? Yeah. Well, that's what he was talking about, J.P. Morgan. That's what they was just talking about when they said the Titanic is owned by J.P. Morgan. That's Chase. So I listen clearly. Listen to the clip, right? So you got to listen to what they're saying, right? And I it's a very long one, but I condensed it to the most important parts that we need for this clip tonight. On the further video, we'll go through the whole thing because it's all good. But let's continue.
Spiritual reasons for why the island was selected as a meeting place for such an evil endeavor.
So they chose Jekyll Island to do this place, to do this new financial currency world system. This place that was, this island is basically cursed from all the worship, Canaanite worship that went on there. You're going to see. I'm not going to say it. Watch what comes out. Let's continue.
So, make long story short, when I was over in Europe and we had dealt with some of these, I came back from this trip where the big Canaanite altar had been done, and I just had been gone for 3 months.
So he said, I think it's the Tim, he's interviewing him. He said he was over in Europe during a during a trip. I think he said 3 months. Let me say it again.
Over in Europe, and we had dealt with some of these. I came back from this trip where the big Canaanite altar had been done.
Where Canaanite, so he had recently, yes, Tim, been to Eurasia where he researched ritual human sacrifice that was in the Bible. Canaanite ritual altars to the god Baal. He went and he just followed, he just seen a ritual they tracing, this is archaeological stuff, tracing, now listen, Israelite ritual human sacrifice from the Bible. Now listen clearly. Then he's going to say when he was leaving, driving, he says the Most High, he called him God, told him he needed to stop at Jekyll Island. And he says, I didn't want to stop there because I was too tired. I wanted to go home. But when God tells me something, I do it. Right? That's me. But against what I want. I might be pouting. I might be like, but yeah, but I do it. I advise y'all to do it too. So he did it. And this is what happened.
And I just had been gone for 3 months. That whole trip was a 3-month ordeal, and I was ready to make a beeline home and take some rest. And so I tried to just pray in the Spirit all the way down there. When I got to the hotel, it was about 9 o'clock at night.
All right, so now this is, you're going to see the literal Jekyll Island right now. You're going to see it. This is Jekyll Island. So that's why I say it goes long and kind of boring, so I chopped and got right to the funky. That's why I'm filling in. When I stop and say I'm filling in the stuff, right? So he didn't want to do it. He was like, come on, yeah. He's like, go there. He's like, okay, I'm going. So he drove all the, he tired. He wanted to go home. So now he gets to Jekyll Island, right? All right, so that's where he at. So I clipped it. Now he's on Jekyll Island. See, I think that's the building where that Federal Reserve is in. You're going to see all the houses, but let's go.
When I got to the hotel, it was about 9 o'clock at night. And one of the things that I've learned is that whenever God's doing something territorially, he almost always has someone on site that's ready to open the door to him. I call them gatekeepers. In Chronicles, David ordained 4,000 gatekeepers as king, and we need to understand that anointing a little better. That's another story. But I often come into a place if it's the first time I'm there.
Hold on. I like what he said. He just dropped a spiritual warfare tip. I know that. He said, I like to believe that when the Most High wants you to go do something, he has someone there that's going to open the gate for you. Meaning he's going to ordain someone. The Most High use people. It don't got to be nobody who following him. It could be a whole devil. It could be a whole, he could use a raccoon that'll open some, bring you a key. And you'd be like, what is this? Right? I agree with he's saying. When you do what the Most High instructs you to do, he makes a way for the thing to be manifest. He said, I call them gatekeepers, meaning the Most High is using somebody to open the gate for you, right? I like what he just said. That is the truth, the whole truth. I know that because I live a spiritual walk with the Most High, and that happens.
4,000 gatekeepers. That's king. And we need to
And he
understand.
said, David, something in the Bible said he did something about 4,000 gatekeepers. Anyway, hold on. Let me go back a little.
And one of the things that I've learned is that whenever God's doing something territorially, he almost always has someone on site that's ready to open the door to him.
Facts. So you'll be trying to figure out how is this going to get done? I don't know nobody. I don't just do it. He said when y'all doing something territorial, he'll always have someone that's going to open the gate to him because it's his will. Come on.
I call them gatekeepers. In Chronicles, David ordained 4,000 gatekeepers. That's king. And we need to understand that anointing a little better. That's another story. But I often come into a place, if it's the first time I'm there, and I'm asking, Lord, connect me up with who you already know or who you got your hand on that's able to open the door to your spirit and what you want to do. And so I expect God to order my steps, and I try to go with my ears and my eyes open, looking for the local that God has his hand on. And they're not always hard to find if you're praying that way. So I walked into the hotel, and the lady behind the desk calls out my name. She says, are you Mr. Benz? And I said, boy, you're really good at your job, because I hadn't said anything yet. She said, well, you're the last one to check in. I just kind of figured that you must be Mr. Benz. And so it was just a little bit of an exchange that was odd. It was not a normal way to start a conversation on her end. I was a little bit impressed that she was up to speed on her job and she knew who I was. So I asked her, I said, do you like look at all the names? How did you know I was the only one left? And she said, well, I was actually here last night when you booked your reservation. I assigned you your room last night. So I realized that you had not checked in yet, so I was looking for you. So I said, well, okay. And then she got this real funny look on her face. And I know if that kind of looked like she's sitting there like she wants to say something else but isn't sure if she should. And I asked her, I said, I'm here for a real interesting purpose, and if you know something else, please tell me. She goes, no, I don't. I'm not sure I should say it. And I said, no, I want to hear it. So I looked at her and I said, look, I'm a spiritual man, and I believe God's doing something with me, and I need to be here, but I don't know why I'm here. So I looked at her and says, you work here. You live in this area. Why am I here? And she said, well, I did hear something really strange when I booked your reservation, but I don't have that kind of experience very often, so it's uncomfortable for me to say it. I said, well, please tell me just whatever you know. Don't worry about it. I experience this kind of stuff all the time. She said, well, I was sitting in the office and I was booking the reservations, and when your reservation came in over the internet, I assigned you your room. I said, well, that's not unusual. So what did you do? What made that different? She said, well, I heard this voice inside me, and that's never happened to me before. I said, what did you hear? She said, I heard this voice said, he's an ambassador. I'm sending him. Give him the presidential suite. And she looked at me. She says, are you a real ambassador that's kind of incognito or something? Because I looked up your name, and you're not an ambassador of a country. I said, I kind of laughed. I said, I'm not an ambassador of a nation that you understand, that I was sent by the Lord Jesus. He's the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and the word ambassador is one that's sent on an errand. I'm representing him. I don't know personally yet why I'm there. I'm just hearing and obeying what I do know. And but I'm rested and I'm well fed and I've been taken good care of, and the presidential suite was fabulous. And it was like, Lord, why did you give me this? I didn't ask for it. I didn't ask for a special VIP treatment. Why are you doing this? So when I asked the lady at the desk, the one that I had met the night before was not there. So I said, this is a pretty nice room, what you guys put me in. And she looked at me, she goes, no one has stayed in that room since 1948. It's been totally remodeled. You're the first guest that actually has stayed in there since it's remodeled. She said, the last person that stayed there was the actual president. And I thought, well, that's interesting. So I'm sitting there just pondering the idea that, not getting caught up in the luxury of the room, but just thinking, what is it about that room that God was wanting to invade? And thinking it's not about me having a nice king-size bed and some luxury. It's about him coming in and doing something himself. Why did he need the presidential suite? Why does he want to do something in Jekyll Island? And those are the way I'm questioning and praying. So I go meet with the museum gentleman. His name is John, and we went out, walked around, and he showed me some of the cottages that had been restored, and the club itself, and the tennis courts, and they had a pier where the boats would come up, and he's just kind of showing me the grounds, and then we go to the museum. And he's talking a lot about the financial stuff and the guys that built it, and each cottage was, marked and named. Some of them had been restored, some of them didn't exist anymore, but they had like a sign that this is where this one was, and that one was built by J.P. Morgan, that one was Rockefeller's, and that one was they had each one of them named. Well, they're all kind of native names.
They name a lot of them after the Indians. Cherokee Cottage.
And then they're all, got some kind of plaque on who the financial mogul was that had built them. And they're not really elaborate, luxurious mansions. They're just simple cottages for the most part, which was kind of interesting to know that the richest people in the world built them, and they were very
good year,
low key, and almost like a.
Well, if you call that a cottage, then you must be rich. He must have bumped his head.
Cabin in the woods instead of the luxurious.
That's a cottage. You talking about they not all luxurious? I'm like, I beg to differ. Okay.
Like you'd expect. And they all had Indian names. So I started asking him about the Indian history of the island, and he lit up. He just was like, that's what he really wanted.
Indian Mound, Rockefeller Cottage. This cottage was built by the younger brother of John D. Rockefeller, William Millionaire, members of the Jekyll Island Club, built about 1900. It was called Indian Mound because of its adjacency to the old Indian Mound. That's Tumakua. Now remember what the Tumakua was doing on this island. You're gonna, because it's 2:00. I'm going to fast forward, and I'll come back to this, because this goes long, and y'all might get tired, right? But I want to get to the Israelite Canaanite part.
Something about the natives that I feel like I need to know. So,
okay,
let's look at the museum. That sounds, don't get to. He said, oh, no. They were Latindia because they're well established. I said, well, yeah.
Indian Burial Ground, Fountain of Youth Park in St. Augustine. We'll come back. The oldest city in the United States is St. Augustine. I know that. I drove through it. And they have an Indian burial ground with all the tombs, right? These are the natives. And a lot of them were giants. But the new Jekyll Island Museum, let me go.
It did basically the same thing with the museum.
Let me get past them. I'm going to get to the part.
Folks that came over to try to establish. I'm looking at the picture and I'm going, is this an altar? Is this stone like something they're sacrificing on? Because this guy's whole Native American history, but he's starting to question, maybe I need to.
Let me go.
I said, who?
Let me go
and to
forward.
pass it.
Because I'm going somewhere. So he
happens when an altar is
we'll
not
get
built.
this another time because it's so late. Now y'all see why I said I wanted to do this earlier, because he does this prayer over this. They got this. So the place where Rockefeller, where they built, okay, so the place where they built the finance room, that museum, that place where they did the Federal Reserve, that place was built over an ancient Tamakua altar where they sacrificed the babies. Let me explain. The literal room of the Federal Reserve room where they had the picture of the trident. I'm about to show the other stuff, but let me get this part, right? Where they had the picture of the trident, that literal Federal Reserve room, under that room is the altar where the Tamokians sacrificed the babies to. And it's preserved under, they built it on top of the tomb. So I'm gonna show it another time. We'll show it next week. He actually, the guide showed him the plot of everything, and he said a prayer. That brother, he said that's why the Most High sent them there, and something crashed, and everybody was sound like somebody knocked a wall down or something. And he said he think the Most High broke whatever they got from that, whatever those people did on Jekyll Island, those serpent seas, it broke with that. All right. So it's called J.D. Rockefeller's Indian Mound Cottage. So they build their cottages over the altars, the native Timucuan altars that they were sacrificing. These were Canaanites, tribe of Dan in Israel. I'm about to show you that. So I'm fast forwarding because I'm about to get to that part, right? Because I don't want it's getting late. It's almost 2 o'clock.
And you're using that money. You're coming into the house of God, and you're laying that.
He really dropped something right there. Let me play this.
Not do spiritual warfare the way he tells us to. Right.
All right. I'll come back to that.
Using that money, you're coming.
Because that's exactly what we're doing. We're circulating
things that God has promised his people as best they know, is because
we're trapped in a.
Let me go forward.
The pastors and ministers.
I think it's this one. Is it this one?
But one of the questions, take that to Scripture in one. And the fact that we are subject to that says there's something wrong in the land, not just something wrong with our hearts. There's defilement in the land, and then there's defilement in our hearts. And
so this image right here, this is the Tamakuans. They would when they would kill. See, look, they got arms and legs that they're carrying, right? It reminds me of the Transylvania when they put the heads with Dracula on stakes. And they would, listen clearly, they would mutilate the genitals. You see what he's doing with that? He's stabbing this man in his penis. And then they would cut it off, and they would also, what's the name? Look at the body parts all around. They would also, what do they call that? Necromancy. They would smash, after they would kill them, they would have sex in the anal with the dead body. And look at them, he cut off his arm, he cut off his leg, he's stabbing him in his genitals, and they would, right? And this is Jekyll Island. This is where they built this island and all these. See, look at this body and look what's sticking out his booty. There's a thing sticking out his booty with his arm, legs cut off. Then they had the fire, right? And they got a head over the fire pit. All right?
Either we didn't resist and say, no, we don't want that. We didn't elect our representatives to represent us correctly because they deviated from right.
They ate them too, and that's going to come up. And they called it barbecue. but that's going to come up.
Wisdom when they passed this bill to allow idolatry to become the circulated means of exchange.
So later, when I do part 2 to this, it's going to break down why they did the Federal Reserve and did it over this ancient Indian Canaanite burial tomb ground as a sacrifice to the mammon, the money, and have all of us owing a debt and using this Federal Reserve debt note, paying a debt to the marine kingdom god of Poseidon, right? And that's why they got all the Egyptian, the everything, Osiris, the Eye of Horus on the back of the dollar and all of this, and that's why they use the island. So we'll get to that next time.
That we are subject to that.
So now he's breaking it like the fact that we're subject, that we got to use this money. And every time he said something like, people are taking that money and going into the church and trying to make an offering to the Most High with this currency that's to Baal, to another god. And then the other brother said, that's why the Most High says he don't even want he wants your obedience over sacrifice. He said, I don't even want your, right? And but that's what they do. Pastor Pork Belly, give me your money, give me your money. Now watch this. They're gonna show this about to get crazy. That's why I'm fast forwarding.
Says there's something wrong in the land, not just something wrong with our hearts. There's defilement in the land, and then there's defilement in our hearts. And all right, now to relate that to Scripture in one way, without deviating too much from the story, I want to tell you the rest of the altar part. But when I was in Israel the last time, I was studying out with some of the rabbis that I know that passage of Scripture on Jesus turning over the tables. And I was meeting with some Orthodox rabbis, but they were respectful of the fact that I believed that Jesus or Yeshua is the Messiah, and I asked them some hard questions, and they asked me some too. But one of the questions I asked them was, why did Yeshua need to turn over the tables at the temple? What was going on? I assumed and had been told by other pastors and ministers that they were probably cheating people at those tables. They weren't giving them a fair exchange. They were, using dishonest scales, and Jesus knew they were cheating, so he threw their tables over. I got quite a different answer from the rabbis. One of them pulled a coin out. And he said, this is an ancient coin. I carry it around because it was minted here in Jerusalem. And it was discovered and found by a friend of mine when we came back to the land in 1948. It was found in the vicinity of the Temple Mount.
You hear all that? We came back to the land in 1940. Just ignore all the convertites, but they do be finding, again, those who steal the culture and identity, the Most High hides the history in their theft also, right? You got to understand, the Most High use lemons and make lemonade, right? So we understand that they will say, when we came back to the land, well, y'all did come back because I don't even know that was them, because that's Canaanites. But their ancestors did come and become Pharisees and stuff later, but they followed the Babylonian Amorites, right? They made the Talmud and stuff. So anyway, listen clearly. He says, shows these coins, right? The rabbi told
He said this was called a Jerusalem shekel. It was minted from the time of David all the way up to the time of the temple being destroyed in 70 AD. Only it was changed once during that period. He said when David ordered coins to be minted, it had a menorah on it. But during the days of Herod, this coin had the same weight, the same, constitution. It was mostly silver, and it was a set weight exchange. But he said they changed the picture on it. It was no longer menorah, it was the face of Baal.
Now listen clearly. He said when he was there, he showed the coin, right? And he said he's talking the story of Mashiach, the Messiah, knocking over the temples and stuff. I know what they was doing with the sacrificing the goats and the animals, the blemish. But he's pointing out that the actual money that the money changers was using, when King David issued the money, it called the shekel, Yerushalayim shekel, Shayaka'al, it had a menorah on it. But when Herod and them, the Romans, Greco-Roman, when they took over, they reminted the coin and they put the Lord, Baal, on the coin. So when Mashiach was there, they was trading, the money changers was trading the Baal coins from the Romans, the Greco, with their gods. Okay? So, let's continue.
Yeah.
And so he had the one that had Baal's face on it.
Wow.
And
so he had the coin that had Baal's face on it. I wonder if this is it. Because I look like some type of, this is definitely it. This is it. Because it don't got a, because King David had a menorah. And that's why these Israelites with this star of Remphan and Moloch, right? David ain't never have a star, right? Their symbol was a menorah. Okay? So this must be an image of the coin.
I said, you're a holy man. I can tell you love God with all your heart. Doesn't it bother you to carry that coin around? He said, yes, but that's why I carry it around. It reminds me how easy it is for Israel to become subject to idolatry.
Yeah, us too.
Well, that's what Israel is. It's Israel, right? And that's Baal, right?
Doesn't it bother you?
Baal. We're going to get that next time. The meaning of Northwest Shemitic, the Levant antiquity, our ancestors, the storm god of fertility and all that. All right? Now, this is what became Yahweh. These are related to Zeus, gatherer of the clouds, and Yahweh's rider of heaven. Okay? But anyway,
we'll carry that coin around.
This about to get crazy.
Said, yes, but that's why I carry it around.
Y'all hold on, it's about to get nuts.
How easy it is for Israel to become subject to idolatry.
Yeah, us too.
Because he said it was priests that minted this coin with the face of Baal.
Wow.
Yes, the priests, the followers of Baal. We know that all through the scripture.
And it was a wicked king named Herod who ordered us to do it. And it was Rome's influence that gave us a benefit for doing it by making it something circulating that would make us wealthy but not holy anymore. And so he said, when he said, I'm not going to try to tell you that I think Yeshua is the Messiah. He was pretty adamant that I don't agree with you on that.
Right, because he's a convertite and he follows Baal too. So I don't know why you was calling him a righteous man. That's your foolishness, right? That's these people worshiping these Canaanite serpents who took their identity, these convertites, and he's like, you're a rabbi. The Bible said, don't call him rabbi. Why are you calling him rabbi? Saying you're a righteous man and everything. And he just said, I ain't going to agree with you that Mashiach is no Messiah, right?
But I'm searching that out because my best friend lived his whole life trying to prove that that was not accurate. And he died telling all of us in this room that he had come to the conclusion that Yeshua was the Messiah. And because he was my best friend, I'm searching that out in the scriptures now for myself. But he said, however, whether that's the case or not, historically, if that's accurate, what Yeshua did, he did Israel the greatest service when he turned those tables over.
Everything he did was the greatest service. He told you, come out of Moses worship, come out of all this stuff, right? All right, so let me get to
at the table.
Listen, I need to get, he's talking too, so I need to
get
to
the face of Baal in the temple of Jehovah.
Yes.
Wow.
So Jesus was saying to the whole city that day, stop giving your money to these priests. Stop putting it in that offering plate. Wow. Don't do this anymore. You're robbing your sons and daughters of their souls because you're trying to bring something idolatrous in front of the face of a living God.
Oh, man. I mean, I've been saying that without even knowing what I'm saying, because this is what you're saying is new revelation for me. But I mean, I've been saying for over a year now that I hate carrying at least a dollar bill in my pocket, because that's the whole thing is to Baal. It's Nimrod. I mean, I call them Nimrods.
Well, it's easy to get out of shape over it. I mean, it's really easy to get up. When you learn the truth, it's easy to just want to move somewhere else or want to just give all your money away. It's worthless anyway.
So I should have did a clip so I could find it. Because I thought I was going to do this earlier and we could have just let it play, but I got to find, there it go. Does it start here? So this is one of the, so look, this is one of the cottages, right? Or it's the main museum one, right? And that's
what does that mean? What's going to happen
air
now?
conditions
I'm not really sure.
Right?
But I know there's going to be a great change that comes with everything that relates to this.
Right here, with this back part where they got all the ACs,
so
they left.
Finished our talk.
This right
walked
here.
Out.
These are these altars, right? Now let me still get to. I need to get to the part where. Okay, there you go. There you go. I should have just fast forward further. Here we go.
Timucua warriors wore lavish plumes.
Here we go. This is the part. I should have just started right from here. All right, watch this. So I guess the Most High wanted people to pay for this. I mean, pay for it with time and energy. All right, here we go. Elder Tamayah, if you're still awake, this is the part.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. You made our day.
Me too.
The Timucua warriors wore lavish plumes, tall enough to make a 7-foot man appear as though he were 9 feet tall. Both sexes were tattooed, but the men especially.
So, in the Timucua warriors, both men and women were tattooed, but the men especially. All right, listen.
According to some sources, about a third of the adult Timucua population were actually hermaphrodites, who opted out of warfare and thus were responsible for the manual labor.
So a third of the Timucuan Indians were hermaphrodites. Here we go, hermaphrodite. We know Bible. Listen, hermaphrodites. They opted out of warfare.
About a third of the adult Timucua population were actually hermaphrodites, who opted out of warfare and thus were responsible for the manual labor. They also acted as receptive sexual partners for the men and bore a ceremonial significance.
Did y'all hear that? They also acted as significant sexual partners for the men of this. These are Indians, native to Timucua. Now listen clearly. For the men with hermaphrodites. That's some real nasty stuff. But anyway, let's continue.
Appear as though he were 9 feet tall.
Check. It usually refers.
Sexes were tattooed, but the men especially. According to some sources,
hermaphrodites, Roberta. Hermaphrodites. Hermaphrodite is both sexes. All right. So they're not talking about women. They said the hermaphrodites.
About a third of the adult Timucua population were actually hermaphrodites, who opted out of warfare and thus were responsible for the manual labor. They also acted as receptive sexual partners for the men and bore a ceremonial significance.
Interestingly, androgyny, hermaphroditism, or a third gender, serves as a further link between the Timucua Indians and ancient Canaanites, Israelites, Akkadians, and so on.
You hear? The ancient Timucuan hermaphrodites bore the relation to the ancient Israelites, Canaanites. Okay. Y'all remember this picture from my image? The goddess Inanna. Okay? That's the part. I should have just started with this and then went back to the other part. But let's go. Listen.
Partners for the men and bore a ceremonial significance.
And them
Interestingly,
smashing the hermaphrodite bore ceremonial worship to gods. Hermaphrodite. Remember, Hellenist Greek god is Hermaphrodite. Okay? Here we go. All right, Brother Leonard. All right. All right. Now, here we go.
androgyny, hermaphroditism, or a third gender, serves as a further link between the Timucua Indians and ancient Canaanites, Israelites, Akkadians, and so on. Tumtum is a term that appears in Jewish rabbinic literature. It usually refers to a person whose sex is unknown because their genitalia are hidden, undeveloped, or difficult to determine. In Babylonia, Sumer, and Assyria, certain types of individuals who performed religious duties in the service of Inanna/Ishtar have been described as a third gender. They worked
Third gender, hermaphrodite. In Babylonia, Acadia, Sumer. All right? Listen.
as sacred prostitutes or hierodules, performed ecstatic dance of Inanna/Ishtar to determine. In Babylonia, Sumer, and Assyria, certain types of individuals who performed religious duties in the service of Inanna/Ishtar have been described as a third gender. They worked as sacred prostitutes or hierodules, performed ecstatic dance, music and plays, wore masks and had gender characteristics of both women and men.
This is where Dionysus got his name from the Greek god. Ecstatic, ecstasy, what's the name? Ritual dancing. That's what was in the Bible, what Jezebel and the Phoenicians and then the Levites was doing in the temple prostitution. They said to Inanna, a third gender, the hermaphrodites were served another ceremonial purpose to serve. All right? This is actually Israelite, Canaanite, Akkadian, Sumer, all of them, Baal worship. Okay, listen.
In Babylonia, Sumer, and Assyria, certain types of individuals who performed religious duties in the service of Inanna/Ishtar have been described as a third gender. They worked as sacred prostitutes or hierodules, performed ecstatic.
All right, let me explain. No, Roberta, the men, the warriors, would smash the hermaphrodites. So a third of their population was hermaphrodite. The men, the warriors, the men who killing everybody, the warriors, they would smash the hermaphrodites too in a ceremonial ritual type of thing. And that goes back to Akkadian, Amorite, even Israelite culture, but all worship, Inanna. So that's what it. All right. So hopefully you got that tie in now. All right. All right. So, and they saw it as ritualistic. It was a sacrifice thing that they did. All right.
Dance, music and plays, wore masks and a gender characteristic or difficult to determine. Hermaphroditism, or a third gender, serves as a further link between the Timucua Indians and ancient Canaanites, Israelites, Akkadians, and so on. Tumtum is a term that appears in Jewish rabbinic literature. It usually refers to a person whose sex is unknown because their genitalia are hidden, undeveloped, or difficult to determine. In Babylonia, Sumer, and Assyria, certain types of individuals who performed religious duties in the service of Inanna/Ishtar have been described as a third.
And Inanna/Ishtar, Easter, everybody, Easter, Christian, here we go.
Third gender. They worked as sacred prostitutes or hierodules, performed ecstatic dance, music and plays, wore masks and had gender characteristics of both women and men. The Ineri were the Scythians androgynous, or effeminate, priests and shamanistic soothsayers who played an important role in the Scythian religion. The Anayu were affiliated to an orgiastic cult of the goddess Artempasa, and of the Scythians' ancestral snake-legged goddess in their forms strongly influenced by Near Eastern fertility goddesses, and the rites of the Anayu thus combined indigenous Scythian religious practices of a shamanistic nature, which were themselves related to those of indigenous Siberian peoples, as well as ones imported from Levantine religions. As with the Timucua, this class tended.
So he's breaking down from the Levantine region, the Levant region. We're talking Babylonian, we're talking Persian, we're talking Akkadian, we're talking ancient. So he broke down the snake goddess, right? And then he broke down this culture of androgynous.
Duties in the service of Inanna/Ishtar have been described as a third gender. They worked as sacred prostitutes or hierodules, performed ecstatic dance, music and plays, wore masks and agenda characteristics of both women and men. The Inari were the Scythians androgynous, or effeminate, priests.
The Inari were Scythians or androgynous.
And shamanistic soothsayers who played an
They were shamans, shamanistic soothsayers, sorcery, shamans, seers, who
important role in the Scythian religion.
Who played an important role with the Scythians religion.
The Inari were affiliated to an orgiastic cult of...
The Inari were affiliated to an orgiastic. These are where the Greeks get Dionysus and Bacchus. The ecstasy that's what I'm showing you now is where the Hellenists get theirs. It come from ancient Sumer, Acadia, Ugarit. That's why I tell you, and the Israelite. Come on. That's what I'm telling y'all to come out of this Paleo-Canaanite Hebrew. Come out of our ancestors were the crash house. They were wicked. The Most High told them have nothing to do with it, and they became one with it. That's where you get this Paleo tongue. That's where you get Yahweh, you get El, you get Elohim, you get all these A-E-I-O-U's. That's not of Yah. That's when they become Canaanite Hebrews. I've been trying to tell y'all to come out. Okay, that's why I showed earlier the stone in America written in Paleo. The Tamakuas was writing Paleo Hebrew on the stones. They called it Phoenician Hebrew. All of this is Canaanite, Phoenicians, Asiatic Canaanite group of languages. All right, now listen. Yeah, these hats, right? Now listen.
The goddess Artempasa, and of the Scythians' ancestral snake-legged god.
Of the Scythians, hold on.
Priests and shamanists. They worked as sacred prostitutes or hired duels, performed ecstatic dance, music and plays, wore masks and agenda characteristics of both women and men. The Inari.
So what you're seeing and hearing, this is where the Hellenists got all their gods from. When they was on the Mycenaean island during the Dark Ages, the Phoenician came and all the Mesopotamic region cultures came and gave them all their gods. That's why they got this pantheon of gods. And then they did the cult of mixing gods from this, from the Akkadians, from the Ugaritians, from the Phoenicians, from the Sumerians, from all the different gods. They mixed them. That's why the Greek have, and then the Rome got theirs. And then they created this religion. Okay? Come on. It's about to get even crazy. I'm glad you're still here, Jake. We're about to close out. This about to get nuts. This ain't the nuts part. It's about to get real crazy in a second. Hold on.
Were the Scythians androgynous or effeminate priests?
So whether the Scythians were androgynous,
to the third gender. Okay. They worked as sacred prostitutes or hired duels, performed ecstatic dance, music and plays, wore masks and agenda characteristics of both women and men. The Inari were the Scythians androgynous or effeminate priests and shamanistic
The Inari were the Scythian androgynous priests and shamans.
Soothsayers who played an important
and soothsayers who played
role in the Scythian religion.
Who played an important role in the Scythian religion.
The Inari were affiliated to an orgiastic cult of the goddess.
They were affiliated into an orgiastic cult of the goddess Inanna.
Artempasa, and of the
Artempasa, that's Artemis, Artempasa, Shira, Ashtoreth, and
Scythians' ancestral snake-legged goddess in their forms strongly influenced by Near Eastern fertility goddesses and the right.
And they were strongly influenced by their snake-like goddess was strongly influenced by Near Eastern. That's the Mesopotamic Afro-Asiatic region. We saw the Mycenaeans had the snake goddess woman with the boobs, right?
Of the Inari thus combined indigenous Scythian religious practices of a shamanistic nature.
And they combined all the other religions of Scythianistic practices of a shamanistic nature, sorcery.
Which were themselves related to those of indigenous Siberian peoples, as well as...
Which themselves were related to indigenous Siberian. This is where you're going to get the Mongoloid. Y'all listen, Roberta, From Dan, it's going to tie up in a second. They're going to bring it to America. This when you get the Mongoloid Indians. You understand, native? That's why I said, you have the black indigenous as well, tribe of Dan. Do you have the Mongoloid Canaanite Indians? Canaanite coming from this, okay? All right, Siberian. Where did they come from? Across the Siberian Strait. The Iberian Strait. But they talking about Siberian. They're talking about all of the Mongoloid, not Negroid, right? The Mongoloids, right? So those natives. All right, let's continue.
Ones imported from Levantine religions. As with the Timucua, Scythian religious practices of a shamanistic nature, which were themselves related to those of indigenous Siberian peoples, as well as ones imported from Levantine religions. As with the Timucua, this class tended to the sick and dying.
So they said they got their culture from these religions, all as well as those from the Levant region, right, Mesopotamic, okay? And he says these cultures dealt with the sick. So as you see, these hermaphrodites are carrying the sick and injured in this picture. The Timucuan hermaphrodites, right?
The fact that the Timucua would sodomize and distorted from Levantine religions, influenced by Near Eastern fertility goddesses, and the rites of the Anaya thus combined indigenous Scythian religious practices of a shamanistic nature, which were themselves related to those of indigenous Siberian peoples, as well as ones imported from Levantine religions. As with the Timucua, this class tended to the sick and dying. The fact that the Timucua would sodomize and dismember their defeated enemy after a battle serves as an unexpected further link to the Levant. According to the Encyclopedia of...
Did you hear what he said? The fact that they would sodomize
after a battle serves as an unexpected further link to the Levant. Iberian peoples, as well as ones imported from Levantine religions. As with the Timucua, this class tended to the sick and dying. The fact that the Timucua would sodomize and dismember their defeated enemy after a battle serves as an unexpected further link to the Levant. According to the Encyclopedia,
it shows that there's a further link to the Levant region, the Mesopotamic. All right, listen, who these people come from. Listen clearly. Now, that they would sodomize and dismember their dead after they're dead.
Of homosexuality by Wayne R. Dines, the ancient Egyptians were also accustomed to, quote, sodomize enemies after their defeats on the battlefield.
According to that book about whatever they said, homosexuality, the ancient Egyptians would sodomize after as well. That's why we tie it into ancient Kemet, the Greek gods, right? The sodomy and all of it. All right.
The Encyclopedia of Homosexuality by Wayne R. Dines, the ancient Egyptians were also accustomed to, quote, sodomize enemies after their defeats on the battlefield.
The warriors wore their hair in a bun.
And where did you think the ancient Egyptians got that from? Hellenists. When they taught the great, remember, because they was in Egypt before that. And it was sodomized. All right, let's continue.
On top of their head, while the hermaphrodites and
their defeats on the battlefield.
The warriors wore their hair in a bun on top of their head, while the hermaphrodites and women let their hair grow down. Their nails were so strong and kept so sharp that the men could use them as lethal weapons on the battlefield. Their skin color ranged from dark to light, as Timucua was a language group, not a single tribe. That being said,
So their range went from dark to light because Timucua is a language group. Okay? Not right? So so you have a mixture of ethnicities. That's why you have the Mongoloid. You have all of it, right? That's why people don't understand that Hebrew is also a language. Okay? As
their
well
skin
as the
color ranged from dark to light, as Timucua was a language group, not a single tribe. That being said, they covered their skin with bear and alligator grease to protect against the harsh sun and relentless insects. The noblemen and noblewomen were richly decorated with jewels and precious metals, along with colorful animal pelts dyed in a fashion that rivaled the finest clothing of Europe. The common women crafted impressive clothing from the Spanish moss, which abounds in the American Southeast. The Timucua women, like the Seminole who would come after them, were regarded as among the most beautiful on earth. We should also address the connection which Bentz made between the Timucua of Florida and Georgia and the Israelites or Canaanites from the Middle East.
Here we go. This is where I should have started. Listen up clearly.
We should also address the connection which Bentz made between the Temukua of Florida and Georgia and the Israelites or Canaanites from the Middle East, as described in the Old Testament. There is considerable evidence to show that Canaanites, Israelites, or Phoenicians did in fact cross the Atlantic in ancient times, perhaps bringing practices such as sacrifice of the firstborn with them. It has long been theorized that much of the high-quality copper which fueled the Eurasian Bronze Age had to have come from the United States, with the Phoenicians, of course, being the most likely suspects for its transfer. Many Americans are also ignorant of the fact that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, better known as the Mormon Church, is largely predicated on the belief that ancient Israelites traveled to the United States, landing in North Florida.
Bingo! Let's go. Hold on. Let me read this.
Along with colorful animal pelts,
That took me
dyed in a
about too far.
fashion Middle
Watch
East,
this.
as described in the Old Testament. There is considerable evidence to show.
So it's showing that all the Israelite worship, passing for Moloch, but all worship. That's why our ancestors became Canaanites, right? Their sons and their daughters, they sacrificed to the idols of Canaan. This is Moloch. The Israelites did.
As described in the Old Testament.
He defiled Topheth, which is in the valley of the children of Hinnom, that no man might make his son or daughter pass through the fire to Moloch. This is the barbecue. We're going to get there. Y'all listen clearly.
There is considerable...
They would barbecue the babies in Moloch's belly.
Excuse me.
Go ahead.
We have a question that's relevant.
Go ahead.
Jake asks, I know it's late, but quick question. When the Israelites/Canaanites migrated to America post-ulated, after Assyria conquering Israel or Babylon exile, were even the Bronze Age collapse? ?
Oh, he's saying when. So it was different times. So after the Babylon, so let me try to explain it this way, Jake, and nobody will have the full, but from our other series we did, because we went back to the ancient books of ancient Iberia and all that. We went back to the books from the 1500s and stuff. We did it in a series of months ago. It's on one of our live streams. According to those records, because it talked about when they went into Europe from the Babylonian exile, even from the Moors and the Hebrews, but the tribe of Dan was already there. All right, let me explain. Now, so Dan started to flee. Dan transgressed, and Dan was moving. Dan became what they call a sea people. So Dan came over here so early that someone would actually have to try to find the earliest record, because Dan was always, so even remember, Judah was the one that was constantly going into the captivities, right? So they all, with the Babylonian captivity, they all went into that. But when they came out, Dan was already had his descendants still traveling all through Spain, all through Alaska, Dan traveled everywhere. So Dan made his way over here. So Dan came over here so early, and then you got different sections that came over at different times too, right? After the Babylonian captivity. So Dan was all through Europe, all through Spain. He had kingdoms and stuff, and then establishing temples, and that's why the Denmark and the Dutch, that's all Danaan, right? All these lands. So, and then America is there. I've been telling everybody that's been the tribe of Dan. I've been saying it for the longest. Yes, the snake with all of it, the sacrificing. But watch what they about to show. It's crazy. Okay? All right. So Dan is the most seafaring traveler of all tribes. All right? They was the sea people. That was the Danaans, the Imhotep and King Tut called it the Danaans. Homer wrote them. The Danoi, the Greek called them. Those were the ones, right? One of the sea people. All right? So anyway, and he defiled and made his son and passed through the fire to the
evidence to show that
thou shalt not do so unto that their sons and their daughters they have burnt in the fire to their gods. Now, these are the Israelites. So what the what the archaeologists and the finders are saying, that all the traditions of the original Tamucuans, all the original natives who got here, the ones that was first, okay? And as well, now remember, everybody listen, Dan was all in Iberia, Siberia. Dan was all in what you call Alaska. So these Inuits and these, what's they call them? Incans and the Aztecs in them. That's Dan mixing his seed with, with people from other lands. That's why they have melanin. That's why they are melanated, and that's why they building temples and they got all of this stuff. So Dan was mixed with the Hellenists. That's what that's why they wrote Dan. That's why the Most High wrote Dan out of the tribes. That's why he wrote them out. And everybody's so worried about Esau. You're like, Esau ain't never have nothing on Dan. Dan was the wildest of them all. I'm talking about mixing his seed everywhere. But Dan was different. Esau mixed his seed, and Esau's seed would blend and mix and hide itself. Dan mixed his seed, but Dan would always come back and make his seed prosper. That's what he did with the Hellenists in Mycenae. When the seed people was coming to invade, Dan went back to Mycenae, to the Philae, and Dan protected them, lest they would have got wiped out. And Dan protected them. And then after they were protected, he went off, and then they went through their dark ages. They were safe. They went savage there, and they was taking all the other gods from people who visit. And then the Phoenicians came and brought them into civilization, and they made up this ancient deity Helen. And they became the Hellenists, but still got the pantheon of these gods. That's where they came up with Zeus and all this stuff. Okay? All right. So now, let's continue.
Canaanites, Israelites, or Phoenicians did in fact cross the Atlantic in ancient...
You heard what he said? He's right. He said the Phoenicians, the Israelites, that's Dan, what he's saying. That's Dan. They did cross to America.
Canaanites, Israelites, or Phoenicians did in fact cross the Atlantic in ancient times.
Yeah, they did.
Perhaps bringing practices such...
Look, the term Canaanite is historic geographic synonymous with Phoenician. Well, Phoenician, Hebrew, Canaanite is more than just Phoenician. Canaanite is used to designate the Northwest Shemitic people of culture of Palestine, Western Syria before Trump. Phoenician was more than Phoenician.
The sacrifice of the firstborn with them. It has long...
Timucua, for the Timucua of northeastern Florida, we have note of the sacrifice of the firstborn. According to Lemoyne, who once witnessed their ceremony, the firstborn son is sacrificed to the tribal chief. That's what I showed y'all on the picture, on the image. Sacrifice to the first, and this is child sacrifice like the Canaanite. Okay, all right. Now, yeah, that would make sense. I believe that, Rohan, that the Phoenician would be Esau mixed with Canaan.
Been theorized that much of the high-quality copper, which...
Of burial, in 4 cases, the bones show some traces of fire. Listen, the usual food and liquid vessels accompanied each burial. Jars were filled, and therefore the Canaanites followed the practice of sacrificing their firstborn children to their gods. So this is the archaeologists and the scholars tying in that the original inhabitants of America, listen clearly, the Tamakua, the other one at the beginning, the Gaul, these ones that went extinct now, they were actually Israelite, Canaanite, Phoenician. Let's go. Come on.
Fueled the Eurasian Bronze Age had to have come from the United States, with the Phoenicians, of course, being the most likely suspects for its transfer. Many Americans are also ignorant of the fact that the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, better known as the Mormon Church, is largely predicated on the belief that ancient Israelites traveled to the United States, landing in North Florida, where they were eventually absorbed into the Mongoloidal Native Americans of today. Evidence for these theories.
Now that's where some of their research is they tying it, but it's a little jaded. He's correct. So what the part that the missing pieces they're not tying in is that when the Mongoloid natives who came over was already tribe of Dan mix from their Mongoloid regions. Dan is a seafaring people. It taught its people when Dan would conquer the region, Dan would go to Assyria, to Iberia, to wherever these lands, right? These far also island lands. And when Dan would conquer them, just like he did the Hellenists, thank you, Yeshalayah. Thank you for the donation. Dan would also teach them maritime travel. Listen clearly. It would teach them tribal living, maritime travel, the worship of their gods, right? The Danites, the snake gods and all this stuff. It would teach them child sacrifice. It would teach them, but it taught them maritime travel. So when Dan would come and conquer a land of group of people, Mongoloid, whatever, Asian, whatever, Western, whatever, Akkadian, whatever it is, those people would now become seafaring people. And they would travel because Dan taught them this travel. And they would travel. So when the Mongoloids came from these Siberian coasts or Iberia or wherever these coasts, they were already the tribe of Dan when he got here. So when this author, what he's trying to bring out, when the actual other Israelite tribes of Dan got here, their people were here. Do you understand? So what he thinking that when the Israelite tribe of Dan got here, it morphed and mixed in and learned its practice. No. Those were already their people. Okay? That's why you saw the Timucuan black one that I showed with all the jewelry and all the thing. And they say he was a Moor because they thought that some of the Hebrews were Moor. Because the tribe of Dan, this is to Brother Jake, he received the Moors and the tribe of Judah when they fled Babylonian captivity. They fled into Europe. So when they was going into Europe, it was a lot of savage Frisian tribes, savage whites and stuff and blacks and stuff that was just headhunters and cannibals and right. But Dan is a warrior. So Dan had already established his kingdom in the wilds of Iberia, Spain, what they call Europe now, right? Japheth's land, right? And Dan already had his kingdoms and fortresses, and the savages went. So when Judah and the Moors, they got together on the island on the west coast of Africa, right? And they was traveling, and they traveled together. And because Dan was Judah's little brother, Dan was very protective. So Dan allowed his little brother Judah and them to come live in their kingdom to be safe as they established how to navigate and build war for these savages to build their own. And then the Moors, because they were with Judah, the Moors came with Dan, with them in. So the Moors and the Hebrews were together, okay, as they established what you call Europe. When later the Jacobites, the Spain and Portugal. It was later that the Moors sold us out. Well, under the threat of losing their family. Not that I can't blame, I do blame them because I'm not selling out, period. But everybody ain't as strong as everybody. So they sold us out. That's where you get the Spanish Inquisition, Knights Templars, all that. That's where that painting with the black Moors riding with the red cross, and they had the black things on, and then that old picture, remember the video? And then the Israelites getting hung and burned in the streets. That's the Moors, but everybody always keep talking about just Moors, just Moors. So that picture, that image, 9 times out of 10 wasn't a Moor. That was an Israelite king of the Timucuan. All right? All right. Now,
on the belief that ancient Israelites traveled to the United States, landing.
Look at that. Lehi arrives in the promised land, Florida. Lehi sails westward. Lehi leaves Jerusalem. Lehi leaves the land of bountiful. So these, what's the Mormons? See, as people, this is the Most High doing this. He leaves us breadcrumbs. As people try to exegete and excavate the facts of history, they don't have all of the spiritual pieces. So he thinks this is Levi, but this is actually Dan. Okay, the Mormons. But the Most High will have others do a lot of the research, but with your revelation from the Most High, the Ruach HaKodesh, And us having the inheritance of learning the truth, we know actually who it was. So it's like filling the gaps. He allows us to fill in the pieces. That wasn't Levi. That was Dan. So the Most High allowed these Mormons to give us more pieces to the puzzle. Y'all understand? Yes, the Inquisition, the Spanish Inquisition, Spain and Portugal, right? All right. So this was actually Dan, not Levi. All right? Levi didn't come over here then. Dan did. But anyway.
In North Florida, where they were eventually absorbed into the Mongoloidal Native Americans of today.
I kind of do agree with that. So when they got here, they actually, the Mongoloid, I'm glad he said that, Mongoloidal Native Americans, that's actually correct. The Mongoloidal Native Americans. But the first inhabitants weren't the Mongoloidal natives. It was the indigenous tribe of Dan got here before them. Okay? But Dan travels and Dan moves around. So when the Mongoloids start coming, they started flooding and breeding. All right? That's why most people think the blacks assimilated with them wrong. Okay? Now, over a time, there was different cultures where the blacks would assimilate into their tribes as well. That's why they say black Seminole. That's a Seminole, the original one. That was the tribe of Dan. All right, let's continue.
Church is largely predicated on the belief that ancient Israelites traveled to the United States, landing in North Florida, where they were eventually absorbed into the Mongoloidal Native Americans of today. Evidence for these theories comes to us in the following forms. Firstly, we find no shortage of cultural links between ancient Israelites and Native Americans.
You see that? Black Seminole woman? Seminole have a society. Now this is crazy that he's saying the ancient Israelites, right? And the natives, and he's literally showing the black natives, but then he says Judaism, and right? It's like, this is how these people mix our culture with the convertites, okay? But anyway, let's continue. We know how to rightly divide this.
Native Americans of today. Evidence for these theories comes to us in the following forms.
What is this? Native American DNA, Appalachia, Titusville, Florida, Appalachia, Orlando, Tampa Bay, radiocarbon dating over 3 seas of excavation. Wendover and Brevard County was one of the most intact cemeteries, 6,000 BC, that had ever been discovered. Haplogroup X is found in approximately 7% of native Europeans and 3% of all Native Americans from North America. Therefore, haplogroup X is found around 2% of some sacred wooden turtles, artifacts, fabric, Atlanta. I don't know what that's, or whatever.
Firstly, we find no shortage of cultural links between ancient Israelites and Native Americans. Particularly,
they found no shortage of cultural links between ancient Israelites and Native Americans.
From the Southeast United States.
Particularly from the Southeast United States. Look, Shrine of the Water Gods. Okay? All right.
For example, the natives of Florida and the surrounding areas were known to have their foreskin removed with a stone knife. I can assure you, this is no fringe theory, as it was officially remarked upon in the History of Circumcision by Peter C. Remondino.
So, the natives of America, the indigenous, did circumcision from the foreskin with a knife, which is Israelite culture. Okay, as I said, the receipt that the Most High gave me in this, with all my other stuff, now I got actual, like literal textual and archaeological stuff, proof of the connection. I knew it, but sometimes, people want, they want receipts. And I got crazy receipts now. Okay? All right. So the circumcision is an Israelite culture.
foreskin removed.
Now he's going to keep doing this Semitic, these convertites, but we know who the original, right? It makes no sense that he keeps thinking it's these people, right? Now, but the funny thing is, it's going to come out who they are. But anyway.
Moved with a stone knife. I can assure you, this is the southeast United States. For example, the natives of Florida and the surrounding areas were known to have their foreskin removed with a stone knife. I can assure you, this is no fringe theory, as it was officially remarked upon in the History of Circumcision by Peter C. Remondino, M.D., first published in 1891.
Look, circumcision has been performed by the Chippeways on the upper Mississippi, and its modifications were performed among the Mexicans, Central Americans, and some South American tribes of Indians, as well as among many of the natives dwelling among the islands of the Pacific Archipelago. There is a tradition mentioned by Donnelly in connection with the sunken continent of Atlantis that Uranos, one of the Atlantean kings, ordered her whole army to be circumcised that they might escape a fatal scourge decimating the people to their westward. However, the circumcision individually in different cultures, for example, found the many natives were already circumcised.
The native Muskogee, Creek, and Seminole people of the southeast United States were also known to wear their hair and fashion their clothing in nearly identical manners as so-called Israelites.
The Seminoles wore fez. And these ain't Israel. I wish I could tell this dude that these dudes are not Israelite. These are convertites. But yes, the Shemitic fez. So all they're doing is showing that the convertites were copying the tribe of Dan, the Mongoloid, the native, and they got this from Dan. That's what I'm trying to show y'all. All of these Israelite cultures, the Mongoloid natives, because they're mixed with Dan. Okay, and because of that, they actually are Israelite. I'm sorry, not sorry, because it's the male seed. And if Dan mixes his seed with this people, then those people become Israelite. I'm sorry, that's how that's biblical. If I mix my seed with anything, that child is now an Israelite. Now, if that seed, let's say I have a boy, and he mixes his seed with another nation of people, and he gives birth to a girl and no boys, and then the girl baby, which would still be an Israelite, mixes her seed with another nation of people, now that girl mixed with another man, white, Hamite, whatever, then that baby is no longer an Israelite. That baby just broke the genetic because that girl got another seed planted into her. Then that baby becomes whatever, Amorite, Yiddite, whateverite, Whiteite, Hamite, Roman, it becomes whatever. But as long as the male seed, all right? So a lot of those Mongoloid natives are actually Israelites because Dan smashed his seed with them. And they kept their seed within themselves. I need y'all to understand that. The Mongoloid natives their culture wasn't to mix out, because Dan taught them the Israelite culture, wasn't to mix their seed with other nations. So because of it, they kept the Danite genealogy, because Dan is a man. Do y'all understand now? So a lot of them now, later in America, they got $5 Indians. So you got these Europeans who stole the identity, not by mixing the seed, but by just taking the identity like the Ashkenazi convertites did to us, the ancient Israelites. Okay? By just taking the name and the culture, and they named themselves Cherokee, and my name is Cheyenne, and all this stuff. And they white as they European, all outdoors. They did it for tax purposes, for land rights. So you got all these $5 Indians running around saying that they are native. No, you're not. Sorry. You need to go study real history. But the Mongoloids mostly are. Now later you got some that started to smash with the Europeans, but not as much. They kind of kept themselves among themselves. And then some of the Hebrew black slaves hid in some of the Mongoloid tribes. But the European made sure it wiped out all the original indigenous Dan tribes, what they call Seminole, what they call, right? These ones, they made sure they exterminated. The Tamakayans, these are the native ones that went extinct. They made sure that as they was trying to whiten it and make it Mongoloid, remember, the people who were running this stuff was always these, okay? These are the serpent people who steal people's identity. They go in, and that's why every land that they ever went in the world, people always kick them out and all that. They claim, they always like, well, we were so innocent. No, nobody liked you because you would steal everyone's culture. And then, these are the serpent people. And they're Canaanite. That part. I think that's going to come out. All right? We going long, but I should have did this at the beginning. Now y'all see why I said maybe I should wait and make this another lesson. But whatever. It's Friday night, because I'm going to chop it up and make it a separate later anyway. But anyway, for those who still here, we getting some, I told y'all, that's why I said maybe I should do another lesson, because this is head-blown emoji stuff. This is the receipts actually that I needed. Because I got receipts, but I actually needed a lot of this receipt just for others to see. All right. Now, let's continue. So these Mongoloids, the reason why they got all this, because this is the circumcision, all the wares, because our ancestors picked up a lot of it from the Pharisees and Sadducees. And a lot of this, like these hats and the fur and all, a lot of this is Canaanite. That's why the Israelites became Hebrew Israelite, they Canaanites. That's why the Paleo is an Akkadian. It's a Canaanite Ugarit tongue. Okay? It's not Habarayah. All right? That's why they started worshiping Yahweh and El and all this stuff. Right? These are the gods. That's not Habarayah. All right? Now let's continue.
Of both today and the ancient world. The list goes on and on. Seminole people of the Southeast United, officially remarked upon in the History of Circumcision by Peter C. Remondino, M.D., first published in 1891. The native Muskogee, Creek, and Seminole people of the Southeast United States were also known to wear their hair and fashion their clothing in nearly identical manners as so-called Israelites of both today and the ancient world. The list goes on and on. Secondly, there is the overwhelming number of rock carvings and artifacts discovered in the Americas with either Hebrew or Phoenician.
Did y'all see that rock? I'm going to screenshot that because I didn't think I screenshotted that. I need that for my collection. The petroglyphs on Dighton Rock in Massachusetts. This is literally Paleo-Hebrew and Phoenician script. Okay? Again, literally the receipts of who these people are. Wow, this is crazy. Because they be trying to say, oh, those writings on that Savannah wood, that wasn't, oh, you got some explaining to do with all these receipts. See, this is the stuff that's hidden. Remember I told you, I said this documentary, the stuff I got, they literally took it offline. The Most High gave it. Listen.
Artifacts discovered in the Americas with either Hebrew. Secondly, there is the overwhelming number of rock carvings and artifacts discovered in the Americas with either Hebrew or Phoenician or a similar writing on them.
Oh, I need to screenshot that. Sorry, I didn't get a chance to do all my stuff because the Most High told me to put this together, grab it, edit it, do everything, and teach it tonight. And I didn't get a chance. Look at this. Locations in North America having evidence of Hebrew written language and culture Newark Decalogue Stone, the Bat Creek Stone, Los Lunas Decalogue Stone is an 80-ton bolter in southwest Los Lunas in New Mexico, inscribed with ancient Paleo-Hebrew characters translated as the Ten Commandments. The Hebrew petroglyph panel at Conquest Lake, New Mexico, which was found. See, we got to thank the Mormons for this. It's so crazy how the Most High works. He'll have, I swear, y'all, it's dope. He'll have the people who trying to steal and hide our identity and take it, find the receipts of who we are here, even though they're trying to steal it, for us to be able to find it and get our receipts. Y'all is dope. I'm sorry. This is crazy. I told y'all, I'm sorry. I'm excited because this is insane. Like, this is literally what I needed, right? Because soon we're going to go to the world stage, and I'm going to need, because you're going to have these adversaries coming, and they're going to be trying to deny this and say this, and now I got the actual receipts, stuff that they can't. These are actual stone writings, hieroglyphs. This ain't books. You understand? You can miss me with books that some man write. Now I can eat fruit and spit out pits, but that's why I show y'all frescoes, paintings, hieroglyphs, stone carvings, right? I need receipts. Look, the Hebrew petroglyph panel at Conquest Lake, New Mexico, was found by Ron Ronnie on his 10,000-acre ranch and examined as authentic by Scott Wolf, forensic geologist, American, unearthed size 10 lost relics of the Bible. The Tucson, Arizona lead artifacts with Hebrew inscriptions, which were found in Tucson, Arizona in the late 1800s and examined as authentic following the scientific investigation by Scott Wolf, the Hanukkah, right? Book of Hannah, earthworks, a massive southern mound structure erected by the ancient Hopewell Indian civilization in central Ohio. Ohio is a hot point for Israelites, which was surveyed by Squire and Davis and published the very first book of by the Smithsonian Institution, called Ancient Monuments of the Mississippi River Valley in 1848. See page 312. Newark keystone, the shape of the stone reminiscent of the keystone used at the top stone arches, anciently and inscribed on all four sides with ancient Hebrew characters, translated to such ritual phrases as the Holy of Holies, the law of God, the King of the earth, and the word of the Most High. And then you got the Newark Stone Bowl is another artifact discovered along with Newark Holy Stone. A collection of bowls of this shape and size were used in temple rituals in Israel, Yasharel, prior to the destruction of the Second Temple of 70 AD, and because of purity laws had to be made of stone rather than pottery, which was believed to harbor impurities and could not be used to hold sacred oils in temple ceremonies. Wow. That was a lot.
This would include the Bat Creek inscription, Los Lunas Decalogue Stone, the Newark Holy Stones, the Grave Creek Stone, and a number of others. The Cherokee are known to have had a complete phonetic alphabet, known as the Cherokee syllabary, and surprisingly, they bear much genetic affiliation with the Jews of Eurasia.
So the tribe of Judah, the Cherokee that they found out, they're writing, hold on, but look what it was called. See, he doesn't know. Watch this.
Known as the Cherokee syllabary.
So this is the Cherokee syllabary, and look what it's called. Sequoia. See, he doesn't know, but I know somebody done told you wrong, right? Look what it's called. All right.
And surprisingly, they bear much genetic affiliation with the Jews of Eurasia. American geneticist Donald Panther Yates, for example, has published ample findings which reflect such a migration. Then there are the multitude of ancient geometric earthquakes.
No, leave the Book of Mormon alone. You need to slow down with all those books you be reading anyway. You're doing too much. You've been picking up all type of spirits. But no, don't read that. That's not, and those Israelites that's a whole nother culture, talking about the Ephraim and all this stuff. No, we're not Mormonists. We don't read that. I don't care that, you let the Most High guys bring his fruit from their research. I don't need to read nothing from that fallen angel Joseph Smith crap. You understand? Because all thing you're going to do is pick up more spirits. The problem is, listen clearly, and you, Rohan, you need to listen really, really clearly. I don't get my stuff from books. That's what I need you to understand. I get my revelation from the Most High, not from books. So sometimes, like Rohan, I know you sent me a thing with some dude made a thing and it says Yah means the creation. You like, I don't need that. I got that. I didn't get that. He probably watched me and made that video or something. I don't know. But I need y'all to understand that I don't get my stuff from man. When I first awakened, I was following these channels and learning and then the Most High took me away from all of that. And now the Holy Spirit reveals the things. So when I got the revelation of Yah and Yah, and then Yah is his name, and Ayah means all that comes from the Rayakayaka, that's the Holy Spirit, not from man. So I really don't care what nobody else say, right? And I don't need nobody else's posts to make you think like, oh, Dad, you right. No. You got to understand, you can't go to the bird, the serpent, the beast, and everything to validate something that came from the Holy Spirit. That's the problem. So I'm not in all of those books. You pick up a lot of spirits by reading all this crap. That's why people so full of spirits, and that's why they get lost. That's why they get so full of old wines. Yeah, they said we ain't human. Exactly. So you have to pray for discernment. Really, you need to come out of all those books. The only book you need is the manuscript. And then you need to be under a righteous election that's circumcised, that it can be, the mysteries can be, the keys, the mysteries of it unlocked. So everything that I bring you and everything I do, it's in Yah's timing and what Yah says. Like this right here. I didn't have this. I had my whole lesson tonight. I come in here to get started, put it together, it was already together and he like, here, teach this tonight so I got to hurry up and put this together. So my stuff is guided by the Most High, not by man. I don't care. Now, when he takes me to some ancient book from the 1300s, a lot of those books are not watered down from man's doctrine and conquerors. They told when they tell about Abir and they talk about this stuff. So we let the Holy Spirit discern what part is of Yah and what part is not. So the thing, you got to come out of all those books. That's why you got a lot of people got so many dark spirits over them, because book words are portals, letters, writings. These are portals. They know that. That's why everything is a portal. Everything, because it enters you. Your eye gate, your ear gate. You eat words. Okay? So I don't eat from all these tables. Do not pick up. You need to come out of, and Rowan, you need to stop with all those books. Honestly. All right, it's going to really get you in spiritual trouble. I'm being honest. You need to fast from all of that. The Most High actually brought you to the truth, and you have to be patient and stop trying to learn so much, right? Less is more. That's the knowledge. That's become Greco, Hellenist, seekers of all this knowledge. So you'll be, I want to learn, I'm in this, No. My election didn't come from me seeking any knowledge. It came from the Most High guiding me and giving me. I'm receiving what and when he wants me to have, when and where. Okay? Yes, you have to stop that. He stopped me from the beginning. I went down that rabbit. I wanted to know, he said, no, silence. I'm in the stillness. That's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. You go down rabbit holes, you open a portal and all those spirits, and then you wonder why you're so attacked, all of y'all. That's why the people who find us and they come and they spewing all this stuff, I know that they full of spirits because they full of books, full of writings. And when people write, they're writing their spirit, guys. You got to understand that. Just like objects you buy, right? You bring it in your home, those spirits attached to the objects. So all those books, no. I don't read none of that crap. And the only thing that I do, like I'm doing this, the Most High gives it to me. And when he gives it to you, he covers you. Do you understand? He covers you. He hold on. Once you die. Very informative. Snow White doll on eBay. Woo! These spirits bring power and visions above it all. They speak truth about Mashiach while at the same time want you to die. Ace. That's a good word, Gregory. I received that. That is actually the truth. That's the truth. It's a will within a will. It's like, that's that pharmakeia. That's sorcery, right? Because everything that you think is, okay, he says their heart is, their mouth speaks to me, but their heart is far from me, right? It's like, just because something says, like, just because me and you say we God, or that still don't mean spiritually we serve the same thing. Because I don't know in your secret iniquity inward parts what you really serve. So you got to be very careful. All right. So anyway, praise y'all. Less is more, guys. We need to be doing less than more. Because the less that you receive from the outside sources, the more that the Most High can pour into you. Do y'all understand? The thing is to stop. The Most High said, I exist in the stillness, simplicity, less. We don't need, the Hellenist Greek is the seekers of knowledge, right? They want PhD, they want to know. That's why they built Alexandria Library, knowledge, the books, they want all knowledge. That's the knowledge of the tree of good and evil. We are supposed to receive the tree of life, and you get that in simplicity. Be still, silence, sit down and shut up, still the noise. Chaos is not of Yah, okay? Yeah, the rabbit holes. That's where people go down. That's portals. That's what that rabbit hole stuff is. It's crazy work. And we know the rabbits that's where they get Easter, Ishtar, right? That's the sexual gods. So when you go down the sexual, so the word rabbit hole is actually what you call that? Dionysus, Bacchus, orgy. It's the rabbits effing like rabbits. That's why they got Easter. Rabbits don't lay eggs. This all this English language is insane. The rabbit hole is Astarte. That's Asherah. That's Astaroth. Again, everything in America ties to the Canaanite. It's crazy. So anyway, let's continue because we need to close out. I'm gonna save the last part. We're gonna do the barbecue, and then I'm gonna save the last one for the next because I got a head blower. But we're gonna save that one because we're gonna close. It's already 3 a.m. So I'm gonna
scattered
do the
across the United States.
All right, so hold on. So Henekiah Mound described as having a 9-branch section resembling a menorah surrounded by an oil lamp. Each branch was noted to have been 66 feet apart in the base of the mound, 902 feet long in Claremont, Ohio, the East Fork of Little Miami River. So they find an ancient Israelite culture all through America.
Panther Gates, for example, has published ample findings which reflect such a migration. Then there are the multitude of ancient geometric earthworks scattered across the United States that employ standard units of measurement, like the stade, which were unknown to the American Indian, but more than familiar to ancient Israelites.
You hear what he said? Like the stade, who was unknown to American Indians, but the Israelites knew it. So where did they get it from? Thank you. Tribe of Dan.
You'll remember, Tim told a story about sacrificial altars having a link with ancient banking in the Holy Temple of Jerusalem. Any potential link between Jekyll Island and the ancient city of Jerusalem is greatly substantiated by the phonetic similarity between the words Jekyll and shekel. For those unaware, a shekel is an ancient Mesopotamian coin, usually of silver. The word shekel was originally a unit of weight, roughly equal to 11 grams, and thus became a term for currency in ancient Tyre, Carthage, and Judea, right up into modern Israel. The word shekel.
All right. Now y'all see this? Look at this. Shekel or shekel, Akkadian, Hebrew, Phoenician, all right, is an ancient Mesopotamian coin. It's Canaanites, the Hebrew ancestors. So Jekyll Island is Shekel Island, right? The word shekel is based on the iterate cognate to the Akkadian, and our answer, everybody listen, I keep telling y'all, the paleo come from Acadia. That's where the U from. We become Akkadian. Acadia come from the Summa. Akkadian, the first vowel was the U. Okay? Come on, Tamaya. You see? It's insane. And this is where the Federal Reserve and the maritime and the currency, and this was the shekel. Listen, David had the coin and he had the menorah on it. But what's the name? The Romans, they remade the coin and put Baal on the coin, the shekel. And this is Shekel Island. And what did they do on Shekel Island? They made the new coin. They made the new currency, the Federal Reserve. The world currency, the dollar bill, came from Shekel Island. And what's on the dollar bill? The Egyptian cross, the Eye of Horus, all of it. And all this, oh my goodness, Joe, come on. I told y'all. I wish I would have did it early, but I told y'all this is the craziest receipts of them all. Okay? All right. On the Canaanite sacrifice altar. Now listen clearly. Let's continue. We're going to close out with a bang. It's going to close out with a bang.
Carthage, and Judea, originally a unit of weight. For those unaware, a shekel is an ancient Mesopotamian coin, usually of silver. The word shekel was originally a unit of weight, roughly equal to 11 grams, and thus became a term for currency in ancient Tyre, Carthage, and Judea, right up into modern Israel. The word shekel has thus been used in and around the city of Jerusalem for thousands of years. Despite its historic and global usage, merely using the word shekel can land one in hot water due to its innate associations.
They got a shekel with their guys on it.
With global economic conspiracies. However, such a phonetic link cannot be ignored, considering the financial infamy of Jekyll Island. Pursuing this connection further, I was amazed to discover nobody had yet pointed out that both Jekyll Island and the city of Jerusalem in Israel are plotted precisely along the 31st degree parallel north. I kid you not. In fact, should one cross the bridge from Jekyll Island back to the mainland, you will find yourself in a town by the name of Jerusalem, Georgia, also plotted on the 31st degree parallel.
Here we go. Come on, Tamaya. Head blown emojis. Come on, Hayazak. This is what I was talking about when I said, I know y'all who like this stuff, even Rohan. Come on. I know Yashala. I know the ones who, I know y'all. Let's lay lines. It's on the 31st parallel. Jerusalem, Jekyll Island, and then 31st around, if they put a city, Jerusalem, Georgia. This is straight head blown emojis. Let's go. Come on. We're going to close out with a crazy bang.
Excuse me.
Go ahead, Hakyama.
There's just something going on in the chat. He said, Gregory said, these malevolent spirits have clearly told me that Linda Perry will be the next president. And just a couple other stuff.
Okay. Brother Gregory, we appreciate the info, but could you not spam the chat with we appreciate the info. We appreciate you as well, but we're doing the teaching. It's kind of like going into a classroom and the teacher's teaching the classroom and he's teaching mathematics, ABC, and you stand up and be like, Linda Perry gonna be the president. You like, okay, right? And then he goes back to teaching, then you stand up and you be like, such and such and such, right? So we welcome you Class is in session. Less is more. We appreciate your input though, but respectfully, please. All right. So less noise. They're trying to focus on the teaching at hand, right? And if you want to add into what's going on in the class, that's welcome. You know what I mean? But no distractions, please. But we welcome you. We welcome you, King. All right. So let me continue because I need to close. It's already 3:00 in the morning. I'm really excited. I think y'all still up, right? So anyway, this is crazy. That's why now y'all understand why I said I got so much receipts, physical artifacts, and everything to the tie-in of I knew it, but I didn't have this many, right? Of actual receipts. Now look at this. So Jekyll Island. Now these are Warbug. What's his name? Chase. What's the dude named Chase? Manhattan Bank. I forgot his name now. And Rockefeller and all of them, right? The reason why they did Jekyll Island is because they understood where they was going. The parallel, ley line. Okay? He said, all right, now watch this.
Pursuing this connection further, I was amazed to discover nobody had yet pointed out.
Thank you, J.P. Morgan. So look, Jekyll Island, let's start with the title of this magazine, 3181 Numbers, which identify land lubbers terms, the latitude and longitude of Jekyll Island, 31 such and such north, 81, seemed a little unleaded for the numbers such those guarded seafaring explorers to Jekyll for centuries. Now, do y'all see this? The numbers, listen clearly, everybody listen. The numbers, the seafaring guide numbers have guided seafaring explorers to Jekyll Island for centuries. Now listen clearly. Who was the seafaring people from the tribe from the Israelites? Who are the sea people? And why wouldn't they definitely follow the coordinates of their original land? All right, let's continue. Elder said, I'm usually asleep about now. All right, now I'm going to close you out with a bang, Elder.
That both Jekyll Island and the city of Jerusalem in Israel are plotted precisely along the 31st degree parallel north. I kid you not. In fact, should one cross the bridge from Jekyll Island back to the mainland, you will find yourself in a town by the name of Jerusalem, Georgia, also plotted on the 31st degree parallel.
So Chris, we were just talking about the 31st degree parallel north, and I didn't know what you were about to tell me.
Yes.
So what does the 31st degree parallel north?
Well,
all right, now this is the guide, literally on Jekyll Island, inside of the Federal Reserve room. Now listen clearly, receipts.
You said that I remembered, it's probably over 10 years ago, but there was a restaurant bar down there on the wharf, which is where all of the product came off the water to build this place. But I think it was just a marketing thing, and we realized what latitude.
So there was a bar on the wharf down there. He thought it was just a marketing thing where all of the materials came to build this temple. All this thing that they bid the Federal Reserve came from there. He thought it was just a coincidence.
And they called the bar Latitude 31. And now it's called.
And the bar was called Latitude 31.
The Wharf, but that was kind of a nickname that came out.
And now they call it the Wharf.
After it, but now it's official, but it used to be called Latitude 31.
Huh.
And so and of course we're on that latitude. That was the marketing name for it.
Very cool.
Yeah, and you mentioned Latitude 31.
So when the author thing mentioned that it's on the Latitude 31 and Jerusalem is and everything, it reminded this dude been doing this. He's a gatekeeper for the island. He like, that's what the what's name was called. They called it Latitude 31, where they got all the materials to build this place. Okay?
Connecting with Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Connecting it with Yerushalayim. So the Rockefellers, the Rothschild, and y'all know, listen clearly, who are those people descend from? All right? Jake said that dude looks sneaky. Jake, you a trip. All right? So anyway, and then I'm going to do another part of this. Oh, we got a serpent here too. So I cut a lot out. I'm going to show y'all, we're going to do another part of this where the person was trying to discredit everything. And it was nasty. This person was nasty. And it was crazy. It was long. I had to take it out to get to. All right, so let's get our close out.
Now it's official, but it used to be called Latitude 31. And so and of course, we're on that latitude. That was the marketing name for it.
Very cool.
Yeah, and you mentioned Latitude 31, connecting with Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Latitude 31 on the historic wharf on Jekyll Island is celebrating its 20th anniversary. 20 years of great service, fresh seafood, and amazing sunsets. Come celebrate with Latitude 31 on Jekyll Island.
You gotta be kidding me. Come on. How you Zach? See, I knew earlier when you was like, well, I know all this. I was like, well, you about to fire on some stuff you didn't know. You know how y'all does. All right. And I got a lot more. I just fast forwarded, right? So anyway, let's continue. I'm going to get this big closeout.
I started looking at the timelines and noticed some big connections. The country of Israel officially began to take form after Palestine was partitioned into a Jewish state by the United Nations in November of 1947. Up until then, Palestine had been under the rule of an English king named George. It was only a month earlier, on October 7th of 1947, that Jekyll Island was officially sold to the state of Georgia, named for an English king. One could almost make the argument that Jekyll Island was intended to be a sort of New Jerusalem, and judging by the Jewish population of Florida, it seems we may have found our new Israel. Although today most people associate the city of Jerusalem with the Lion of Judah or the Cross of Jerusalem, in ancient times, the lily was the symbol of that city and the nation which it entailed. Coins bearing a lily symbol nearly identical with the fleur-de-lis.
The devil's a lie. Look, under certain Persian Achaemenid king over Yehud, the devil's a lie. Ain't no lily. That's when our ancestors, so don't let this fool see how he keeps mixing these convertites and all. He's correct. They was making Jekyll Island line with Jerusalem, and they called it, he said, because King George had Palestine, and when they gave it over 1947, these serpents gave it to these Canaanite people, right? He says they made the Jekyll Island on the same latitude to be that new Jerusalem over. Come on, and they made their currency, the dollar bill, the Federal Reserve, right there. This is insane. Tie out. All right? All right. Now, let's continue. So the devil's a lie. Yeah, our ancestors, we ain't no lily, nothing. That's fallen angel. That's Canaanite. That's when our ancestors following some type of Canaanite stuff. You see it says under the Achaemenid.
And judging by the Jewish population of Florida, it seems we may have was intended to be a sort of New Jerusalem.
Yes.
And judging by the Jewish population,
it was their new snake control of the identity, and they made a new from that island. From the altars, they built everything on the Baal burial temple, Canaanite temples on Jekyll Island, and that's where they was going to run the new monetary system that would run the world. Yes, Baal worship the Lord. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yes, may the Most High bless us. Shout blessings to you, Robert Tucker. All right, now listen.
After Palestine was partitioned into a Jewish state by the United Nations in November of 1947. Up until then, Palestine had been under the rule of an English king named George.
All right, So the English was running Palestine, the original Canaanite land, the original Levantine, King George.
It was only a month earlier, on October 7th of 1947, that Jekyll Island was officially sold to the state of Georgia, named for an English king. One could...
It was a month earlier that island was sold, Georgia, okay? Maybe coincidence, maybe not. But we know that 1947 ain't no coincidence.
Almost make the argument that Jekyll Island was intended to be a sort of New Jerusalem. And judging by the Jewish population of Florida, it seems we may have found our new Israel. Although today, most people associate the...
I need to see, what did that say on that thing? Because they got a little naked boy by the pool. What? Hold on, I can't let that slide. What? Where's BB's boy? Something soldiers blast Benjamin's son for abandoning them by staying in Miami while residents... I don't know what's going on, but whatever. All right, we don't want to get flagged messing with those convertites.
Although today, most people associate the city of Jerusalem with the Lion of Judah, or the...
Because that's what it should be associated with. The tribe of Yaada, right? See, what he's pointing out now is the convertites stealing our culture. Yes, the city of Yerushalayim and the city of Yahadiah, that's Judea, is from the tribe of Judah. And they were never called Jews. They were called Yaada, and they were Yads in our original tongue, Habariyah. Not Yeds, not Yehudi, and all these Canaanite tongue, Yads. Okay? Right. Now, you're right. And the lion was a representation of the tribe of Yaada. But then he's right, he's correct. Later, because they got infiltrated and they start following these other Canaanite, Amalekite, and Amorite gods and Babylonians, then...
Cross of Jerusalem. In ancient times, the lily was the symbol of that city.
You see that? They got a lily inside of the star of Remphram and Moloch, that the Bible says that you made these images that you made unto yourself, to the Chemosh god. Right? Literally. Nah, the devil's a lie. All right,
and the nation which it entailed. Coins bearing a lily.
Yeah, so they started making coins. This is when the Ashkenazi convertites, those who converted. This is when we was in Babylon. The originals was in Babylonian captivity and stuff. When they started minting all this stuff, they took an identity and started making this Baal, this interlaced triangle, calling some star of Remphram that the Most High said you made up to yourselves, okay? And put some lily in between it.
Symbol, nearly identical with the fleur-de-lis, were common among ancient Israelites.
Canaanite Israelites.
The fleur-de-lis was also the chief emblem of the French Huguenots, who first settled the Jekyll Island area around 1562.
Here we go. So the French had the same symbol as the Canaanite Israelites, the convertites, the ones who stole the identity. And they came, listen, with that same symbol to Jekyll Island and unalived all the Tamukeans and took their altars and created the Federal Reserve on the 31st latitude. Come on.
In fact, when the French returned to North Florida around 1564, they found the Timucua there worship.
So when they came, the French came, that was the ones that you seen. And there go the Timucua. And look what they doing. Sacrificing. They done got their tribe of Dan. They done Baal worship going on.
Shipping and making offerings to a limestone pillar decorated with multiple fleur-de-lis. The pillar...
And they found, listen, the Tamucea giving offerings to that same limestone flower de lis, lily, fallen angel worship. Crazy work. Okay? Crazy work. That when those French, they found out that these Israelites was worshiping the same Baal worship. They were sacrificing the babies. They was head hunting. They was sexing the unalive. They were giving the babies over to the sacrifice. Same Baal worship.
Pillar had been erected by the French on an earlier visitation. A reproduction stands today as a memorial to Huguenot explorer Jean Ribault, just outside of Jacksonville, yet bears a phonetic similarity to Sumer, as in Sumeria.
Yo, you can't make this up. Same thing goes back to Canaanite, Sumer, fallen angels. That's what our ancestors, the Most High told our ancestors, stop following. This is where you get in Acadia, this is where you get your Yahuwah stuff come from. I'm sorry, that ain't his name. I keep telling you, I'm sorry. I don't want to get people offended. All right? That's not his name. That's Akkadian. That's when our ancestors started following this. And Akkadians come from ancient Sumer. And that's when they made the U. And then later, Yahweh. And then the E and the O. Okay? And then the Phoenician, well, then the Ugarit and all of this. All right? So, again, this is where that Lafleur thing.
Not explorer Jean Ribault, just outside of Jacksonville, yet bears a phonetic similarity to Sumer, as in Sumeria. About 4,000 years ago, much of Iraq, along with Israel, fell under what was the Akkadian Empire.
Iraq is Babylon, as well as Israel. Look what he just said, fell under the Akkadian Empire. And I've been telling y'all this for years. And the Akkadians is when our Israelites, our ancestors didn't become one with the Sumerians. They became one with the Akkadians. That's when they got the U vowel sound. Sumeria had no vowels. It's a abjad, a consonantal tongue. Any ancient Shemitic, Afroasiatic group of tongue was all consonantal. Acadia got the first vowel.
They were the first known ancient empire of Mesopotamia. Was the Akkadian Empire. Sumer, as in Sumeria. About 4,000 years ago, much of Iraq, along with Israel, fell under what was the Akkadian Empire. They were the first known ancient empire of Mesopotamia, succeeding the long-lived civilization of Sumer.
Come on.
Interestingly, many of the French who first inhabited America belonged to an ethnic group known as the Akkadians.
See? Akkad, the Akkadian Empire, Mesopotamic region. All right?
Spelt with a single C instead of two Ks. Nonetheless, the two words are phonetically identical.
So the French who came under it, they came from a city and they're called Acadia. Okay?
Interestingly, many of the French who first inhabited America belonged to an ethnic group known as the Acadians.
The Acadians!
Spelt with a single C.
Fallen angel Babylon. I'm trying to tell y'all. Okay, let's continue.
Instead of two Ks. Nonetheless, the two words are phonetically identical. Few are aware that both the word and method of cooking, known as barbecue, are Timucuan in origin.
All right, here we go. I'm going to close out with this bang. Sorry, we going long tonight. The barbecue. Many are unaware that the Timucuans had the barbecue. Let's go.
Strikingly, this method was also used on...
The word barbecue stems from the Spanish word barbacoa, which means to slow cook flesh over an open flame or in a pit. This term thought to have originated from the word barbecue, found in the language of the Timucua people of Florida, as well as the Arawak people of the Caribbean, the natives. All right? Close out with the barbecue.
Cooking, known as barbecue, are Timuc, spelt with a single C instead of two Ks. Nonetheless, the two words are phonetically identical. Few are aware that both the word and method of cooking, known as barbecue, are Timucuan in origin. Strikingly, this method was also used on human victims for ritualistic purposes. For example, when young Spanish conquistador Juan Ortiz was held captive by the Timucua-speaking natives of Tampa Bay around 1528, he narrowly escaped with his life after being slowly cooked alive on a
They barbecued him.
wooden scaffolding, known as a barbecue or barbacoa. The Canaanites of the Old Testament are said to have venerated a deity known as Moloch or Baal in the form of a metal bowl. Child sacrifice and ritualistic incineration would have been performed either in front of or inside the bowl itself. This ancient practice would go on to inspire the brazen bowl torture device, inside which victims would be slowly cooked alive, in the same fashion that Americans today barbecue certain food items.
Do y'all see it? Moloch, Baal. They put the babies into Moloch's belly and barbecued them. Listen clearly. Listen, Elder Tamayah, he know. And then they played loud music. This is the barbecue that the blacks in our DNA doesn't understand why we're so attracted to it. All right? Listen clearly. When they would pass their babies into Moloch's belly, the Israelites, to drown out the screams, they would play loud music. They would bang and they would have, the people would do temple. It was a sacrifice. So the strippers, the Asherah, they would dance and shake their booty and clap and do all of it to drown out the baby screams. And they would have sex orgies. They would smash, and this was how they gave sex worship. And then the Hellenist Greeks, they did the same thing, but it was smashing men with booty ditties. There was a ditty culture. But it's all come from Canaanite worship. The Israelites was worshiping Baal, the Lord God. So the Romans put Lord God when they transliterate the Habariyah script where it had the Most High's name. They took his name out and replaced it with Baal. Okay? Yeah, they did that on the Titan when it sank. That's crazy. So they barbecued the babies, and they would barbecue people too. If they look at this ancient image
of the Old Testament are being slowly cooked alive on a wooden scaffolding, known as a barbecue or barbacoa. The Canaanites of the Old Testament are said to have venerated a deity known as Moloch or Baal in the form of a metal bowl. Child sacrifice and ritualistic incineration would have been performed either in front of or inside the bowl itself. This ancient practice would go on to inspire the brazen bowl torture device, inside which victims would be slowly cooked alive, in the same fashion that Americans today barbecue certain food items. To this day, the brazen bowl is a universal symbol of barbecue restaurants, and many chefs proudly cook with them. With this understanding, let us now examine the bronze bowl of Wall Street. Charging Bowl, also known as Bowling Green Bowl, is a bronze sculpture in the financial district of Manhattan, in New York City. The 7,100-pound bronze sculpture, standing 11 feet tall and measuring 16 feet long, depicts a bull, the symbol of financial optimism and prosperity. The sculpture is said to have been created by Italian artist Arturo di Modica in the wake of the 1987 Black Monday stock market crash. Although many assume the bowl to be an official installation, the sculpture was the result of guerrilla artwork, allegedly being dropped off without consent on the night of December 14th, 1989. From the day of its very installation, The bronze sculpture was likened to ancient brazen bull torture devices, bovine deities including Baal, Moloch, and Apis, as well as the golden calf of the Israelites.
Do y'all just see it? Tie it on up, Unc. Well, tie it on up, brother. The Apis bull, the golden calf, Baphomet, Moloch, all right? And the financial empire Wall Street, they put the golden bull. And who created Wall Street and the Federal Reserve and the financial note? Shekel Island.
Wake of the 1987 Black Monday stock market crash. Although many assume the bowl to be an official installation, the sculpture was the result of guerrilla artwork, allegedly being dropped off without consent on the night of December 14th, 1989. From the day of its very installation, the bronze sculpture was likened to ancient brazen bull torture devices, bovine deities including Baal, Moloch, and Apis, as well as the golden calf of the Israelites. The bronze bull has thus come to symbolize not only human sacrifice and barbecue, but Wall Street itself and America's dominance on the world financial stage, largely due in part to the Federal Reserve Act as conceived in Jekyll Island. What can be presented here is only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to evidence of Canaanite, Israelite, or Phoenician visitation to the Americas, but this will suffice to show that Bentz was not unfounded for noticing a link between the Timucua of Florida and Georgia and the Canaanites of the Old Testament. One of them...
Bingo! All right, we're going to close right there. Thank you. My goodness. What we did, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3. We did almost 7 hours. I knew I should have did another part. I could have did this as another part, but I don't know. All right, everybody. I'm so glad we had this time together. I knew I should have stopped myself. I don't know why I did it. I should have just stopped after. I should have just finished with the Greek going in, because that was the title of the video anyway. And thank you, Alazaya. That's why y'all had to divorce us 2/3 of Paris. That's why we went into all captivities. Dan created well, at least the one in America. Yeah, he did. He brought it to America. Okay, same Baal worship and everything, right? The whole thing, all right? And that, now we understand, yes, you can cook. Well, I don't eat flesh and blood. So for those who eat flesh and blood, I would tell you to come out of that anyway, but it is what it is, right? Because the Most High, Genesis day 1 to day 7, the Most High did not tell you flesh and blood was made for your temple. I'm sorry. That was a compromise for our wicked ancestors following after Eve and what's his name, Cain, right? And that's who Canaan followed. That's why it says, cursed be Canaan. Okay? Canaanites come from Cain. Y'all just they didn't put that together. People just don't know our Bible. And Cain was the first one to eat flesh and blood, eat animals and kill. So these descendants of Cain. That's why cursed be Canaan. Do you understand? All right, so anyway, comes from the serpent seed of Hasatan mixing with Eve, right? Abba Yah was the righteous son. Abel. All right, now, so yes, you can cook your vegetables, or those who eat your flesh and blood. Yes, you can. I'm not saying, I'll never tell you to eat flesh and blood. That's not good. But for those, you can just understand that when you cooking it, you got to understand everything that you do, you got to understand the spirit over it, right? So you got to understand, I'm not in covenant with this Baal, Moloch, sacrificing of roasting the flesh and blood over this fire. That's actually a sacrifice. That's why I say I wouldn't tell you to eat no flesh and blood, period, right? But if you want to roast your vegetables or something, if you make it something with an open flame, you understand you're not doing a sacrificial worship, but then ain't no flesh and blood. But to have an animal whether it's an animal or a human, it's still Yah's child. You understand? So if you doing that over flesh, over flame, yeah, that's Moloch. I'm trying to make it easy. Yo, this is crazy. I'm sorry. I'm literally sitting here trying to make it easy because I love y'all's children. I know some people are still trying to come out of the flesh and blood, but I cannot make that. I can't make it unrighteous. If you got any animal over an open flame, that's Baal sacrifice. Facts. I cannot make that easy for y'all. I can't. I can't lie to you. I love you and all, and I can try to help you all I can, but I can't lie to you. I was trying to make that, I was trying to sugar it up. I was trying to be like, well, if you know, you can say in your spirit that you know, but no, because that is the soul, the will, the soul of that animal is crying out. The blood is like, you are burning, that's sacrifice, you sacrificing, I'm sorry. There is no other way. So I'm gonna just end with that. And wow. So this started off as being, was the origin of Christianity white supremacy? Is it stolen culture? Yes. We'll continue this series next Friday about still going, we're gonna go into them conquering. We did the Persians, and then we're gonna get into, they wrote the Septuagint, they conquered all that in the mystery cults. But yeah, you cannot separate the blood from the meat. Impossibility. Unless you got some type of, the only method that could probably ever do that would be some type of nuclear device. Like they got in the hospitals. They have a, what's the name? I forgot what it's called. It's a nuclear reactor procedure. Because people have tried it. They've done studies. And they've tried to use some type of nuclear thing to remove the flesh from the blood, and it has to bring it to another state, some nuclear to nuke it to do. It's impossible. Sorry, you cannot separate the blood from the flesh. Never. It's an impossibility, and we are not to eat the blood because the soul is in the blood and the will. All right. So anyway, I don't want to close with. Well, I got to, because look what's on the screen. All right. Yeah, I think you're claiming salt water. That's the sorry. All right, so this has been our lesson. I really should have stopped and did this last 3 hours as a whole nother lesson. I don't know, I gotta get better with that. I'll let y'all rope me into that one. Y'all did that one. Because I was like, do y'all want me to finish? And y'all was like, I'm up. Yeah, well, y'all stayed up. Y'all did stay up. I give y'all that. But it would have been better if I would have just stopped it. That would have been one lesson. And then this one been a whole nother lesson. Instead of this being a 7-hour lesson, it could have been 2 3-hour lessons. 3.5, right? All right. So, well, and then this let the United Kingdom wake up, and I'm so glad we had this time together. All right, y'all get y'all some rest, and I'm blown away by all the stuff we learned tonight. Oh, she said I'm on a 12-hour shift. Oh, you watching for work, so this works for you. I know if I was working, I used to work the overnight shift too at a hospital, so I would have loved this. I would have been one at work with my help. I'd be like, no, keep going, Because as I'm walking through the hospital working, I'm listening to the lesson. Yeah, get me through my whole shift. No, keep going. All right. So, praise the Most High. Let's give thanks to the Most High for all the fruit, for all the unveiling, the connections, the tie-ins, the actual receipts of actual. I've been teaching for years that the original natives, the indigenous, even, I didn't know so much that the Mongoloid, that I didn't know. I know the Mongoloid were mixed with Dan too, but I didn't know as much as I know now. And all the receipts that's coming from it. Shalom, Sister Shmara, y'all. And so we thank you, y'all, for, as you said, at the end times, the books will be open. All things will be revealed. You will bring us back the traces that's been removed. You would restore the breaches. All right? Who's that? Who that? Donna Yaz. So you probably woke up for the next day and we still up. They had me go this long, Donna Yaz. It's crazy work, though. This is a crazy lesson. They got me in this one. I should have stopped 3 hours ago. They had me do 2 studies in one. But it was good. So I'm not tired either because this was so exciting to me. It's because I've been excited since y'all revealed all of it, because these are blessings of these revelations. Now we got all these temple burial mounds. We got stones. We got all these reliefs, right? We learned so much. We thank you, Father, for all the revelation that you give us. And we so humble that we're able to tie in the pieces, and you give us the actual receipts to all the things that you've taught us in our rayak, in our spirit. But we might not have the physical receipts. But that ties along to your word, that you said you will restore the breaches, you'll repair all it. You'll open the books. You'll call us back to remembrance. And you, through your mercy and grace, you actually gave us the receipts that we can prove it. More physical, archaeological evidence. We praise you. We thank you. The praise is yada. The thank you is sorry, my brain is slow. Tayada. We praise you, yada. We thank you, Tayada. We love you, ahaba ya. We say aman ya. Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Shalaya. Selah. To our Abaya. That's the original Habariya tongue, guys, not Paleo Canaanite Hebrew. We got to come out of the Paleo. That's our wicked ancestors became Canaanites. All right? All praise to the Most High, his holy name, his rightful order. For those who call him God, just make sure you're in righteousness. You know, whatever it is, the Most High creator of all things, the source, the Abba, be in his image of righteousness. And you are my brother and sister. I thank you, Abba Yah, for the lesson. Thank you for all the teaching and the revelation in tonight's study. Thank you, Hakyama, for your assistance. I haven't seen the screen all night, so I don't know if you've been falling asleep. I know you're probably tired because you've been working your other job. I can only imagine. Yasha knocked out, getting the word spoken over him. Praise Yah. I'm surprised the elder's still up. The elder, this is exciting for elder. That's why he's still up. Right? And thank you, Hakyama, for covering the house and everything that you do. Thank you, Elder Tamaya, for covering the house and all you do. And thank you, Yasha, for covering the house and all you do. Get your sleep, Yasha. Thank you, Mashiach Assembly, for covering, I know it was several mics dropped tonight. Thank Shia, you still, oh, she up late always. Thank you, Brother Leonard. We got more receipts, children of Yah. So may the Most High cover and bless you all. Y'all go forth and be the light in this darkness. We live again next Wednesday, right? And I love you all. Ahaba Yah, may the Most High cover and bless you as you walk in his light and as you die to your flesh and repent for your transgressions and sins. It's the Sabbath, 7th day, a day of reflection in areas that you fell short. May you repent and work on yourself to be more of the righteous right of the Most High as we go forth. The Most High will be revealing more. All right, Shabbat, that means the 7th set apart day of the Most High. That's Shabbat, but with Yah's name back in, it's the set apart day of Yah, Shabbat. And Shalayam is peace and blessings of the Most High unto you. So it's Shalom, which is the blessing, the greeting, and Yah's name back in is Shalayam. So you get peace and blessings of Yah over you. That's why we say Shalayam. Shabbayat, Shalayam. We put Yah's name back where they took him out because he's omnipotent, omniscient, and omnipotent, right? Omnipotent, omnipresent, and omniscient. All right. Praise the Most High. Shabbayat, Shalayam, everyone worldwide. Peace and blessings unto you. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Oh my goodness, what a, and we didn't have none of the chat on the screen. That's okay. All right. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Hold on. Comments. Oh, not comments. Shalom, everybody worldwide. We'll see y'all next Wednesday. Shalom.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again.
You are the precious, chosen people of the Most High.
You got that right.
We hope you have a good time watching our video, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.